The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 401. Big Brother. The gray-skinned creature shuddered as it thought about its answer. Lex, of course, did not understand why the creature was treating it like such a big deal. It was about to die, but it could continue to live in spirit form, for a time at least, should it accept his deal. Unfortunately, the matter, for the creature at least, went deeper than that. Accepting the loss of its physical form meant that it would have to accept the end of its bloodline, and if it failed its mission, its entire race. What made it even more painful was that, while not the main instigator behind the doom that had befallen it, the spirit race played a significant role. How ironic, now, that it would have to become one of them should he wish to survive. While it underwent its mental struggle, Lex used his targeted scan on it to get a better understanding of it. Name: Abror Kashingalilai, click to expand. Jamil age: 875,955 sex. Cultivation details: species, condition, very bad, remarks, every inch of its body is worth billions. Lex almost whistled as he read Abror's age, as it was nearing 1,000,000. This was the oldest confirmed creature he had ever met, and it made him wonder what its cultivation was. He had a very strong feeling that, whatever it had been, it was definitely much stronger than the Earth immortals he was used to meeting. In fact, based on what it said, Lex could surmise that it wasn't the creature's age that was causing it to near its demise, but for some other reason. Perhaps he had been gravely injured and had been using these machines as life support. What he did not know, because obviously his view was from the inside, was that there weren't just a few machines linked to its body to keep it alive, but rather an entire spaceship's worth. Mary, is there some other way to keep it alive if I turn it into an employee? Lex asked. Not really. If your authority was higher, even higher than it was in the crystal realm, you could get a time stasis formation and freeze it in time till you figured out a way to restore its body, but currently, you have no such method available. If you keep updating your recovery pod and room, eventually you'll get there. Lex gave a mental nod, but outwardly his appearance was extremely impassive. He was waiting for the creature, but he did not have to wait for long. When it finally opened its eyes once again, they were steady. Abroad had made its decision. Your Excellency, for the sake of my mission, and my sacred duty, I will live on even as a spirit if that is what it takes. I will forever be grateful for your aid and guidance, and do whatever it takes to fulfill whatever requirements you have for me. At ease, said Lex as he raised his ethereal hand. I do not require anything, for I have done nothing. A golden key appeared, floating above his hand, the gray creature's eyes fixating on them immediately. I have an inn, a humble little place by the name of Midnight Inn. You can use this key to enter the inn moments before your death and, in exchange for giving up everything you own, can continue to live on as a spirit within the inn. How long you can live depends entirely on how much you have to give up. This is a normal feature of my inn, and is the same for everyone, so you do not need to feel any special obligation if you decide to use it. After giving Abror the key, Lex's clone vanished. Back at the inn, Lex gathered his thoughts about the clone and began to plan. He had collected a lot of information on how the clone worked, but just to be safe, he decided to spend one more day testing it out before he made a decision. He let Mary know that he will be busy for the next few days, and to deny any requests to see him unless it was an emergency. He teleported to various planets, as he had already connected the inn to the entire star system for each of the planets he was connected to, and began spreading out business cards. He made sure not to leave them lying around, but secretly delivered to as many high-leveled cultivators as he could, to ensure they would actually use it. He began meeting them, but did not always fulfill their requests or even inform them about the inn. After all, he was not on a marketing tour, but understanding the extents of the business card. If everyone was a satisfied customer, it would limit his understanding of the clones. Through this, he began to better grasp the extent and limitations of the cards. While he was busy with that, Luther applied to meet with the Innkeeper, alongside Gerard. Unfortunately, Mary informed him that the Innkeeper was too busy to meet anyone currently, as he was working on future plans for the inn. Luther clenched his fists as his face grew grim. The fact that despite so many workers the Innkeeper had to do everything himself spoke of the incompetence of his workforce. He had to fix things. They could not continue this way. Without speaking another word, Luther left, a tinge of scarlet beginning to fill his eyes. The things he could help the innkeeper with were limited because he was weak. In that case, he would erase his weakness. Luther made his way to the wealthiest and most influential worker at the inn, Z. His strength, amongst the workers, was weaker than only Gerard. His influence, however, had lately bloomed, making him the most popular in the entire inn. Along with that popularity, of course, came incredible wealth. This was because, in an attempt to make the ultimate background music, and hence increase his strength, Z fought in the arena every day, each time tweaking the music just a bit. Slowly, he changed his reputation from the recluse of the inn, to the inn staff's big brother. Chapter 402, Damien Arbin Williams. The Gamer's Den, one of the most popular places at the inn, was no longer managed just by Z. Instead, Z became the assistant manager, still under the command of the ever-elusive manager named Leo, with a host of new workers under him. This only added to the popularity of the den, however, as not everyone came to it to play games. With millions of guests coming to the inn every day, things really had become very hectic. The stringent control Lex had over the minor details occurring every day had loosened, resulting in the inn's staff suffering from various kinds of harassment. Usually security would handle the matters, but not all troublemakers would take drastic actions. Sometimes it would just be persistent teasing and pestering. Due to the fact that all the inn's workers started with no cultivation, they were inherently weak even after they started cultivating, making them easy targets. When situations like this happened, all the workers had begun going to Big Brother, Z to handle matters. As a naturally introverted person, Z was not one who could resolve matters by talking and having lengthy conversations anyway. Fortunately, with Z's love for going to the arenas, a new method to resolve problems became available. Moreover, due to his effectiveness with his bloodline, he had yet to lose a battle. In fact, while his bloodline level was below that of Gerard's, everyone agreed that Z had better control over the bloodline itself. Keeping this in mind, when Luther was unable to find Z at the Gamer's Den, he went directly to the arena, and indeed arrived just in time to watch Z finish yet another battle. This time, his weapon of choice was not a trading card, but a spinning top Bayside blade. His opponent, a beaten and battered alligator standing on its hind legs and wearing boxing gloves, took one last hit on its snout before collapsing for good. The heat in Luther's heart burned even stronger as he watched this. He was not as excited as the crowd at Z's victory. Instead, he lamented that the staff had to rely on a mere child to protect their honor. He completely ignored that he himself was only a few days old while Z was already nearing the ripe old age of 1 year. He waited silently until Z exited the arena, before approaching him. Luther made no grand declarations about wanting to change the future of the inn. Instead, he buried his edge and humbled himself before asking Z for a loan. Z, startled at how polite this new worker was, accepted the request and gave Luther the amount he wanted. After that, Luther did not waste any time on superfluous words, and directly went to the meditation room, with his eyes having turned completely scarlet now. For the first time ever, he activated his bloodline, anachronistic ignition, and began cultivating like a madman. He would first burn away all his weakness, then he would burn all the inn's enemies. Though the ballroom looked as pristine as the moment they stepped in, Lex's grandfather no longer carried the same poise. His face was pale and his eyes dug deep into his skull. In front of him stood Serene Williams and her husband, completely fine, as if nothing had happened. "You have always been rebellious, but not this much," said Lex's grandfather, doing his best to keep his knees from trembling. He was a dignified immortal. His pride did not let him lose face by falling to the intimidation of one who was still in the nascent realm. "I can understand I have not been the best father. I can understand how our relationship became estranged when you married this lesser-born." There was a hint of disgust and disdain in the man's voice when he said the last line, his eyes momentarily glancing at Serene. "But though she may be of common stock, I acknowledged her when she proved her worth with her sharp mind. I especially became appreciative when she gave you 3 talented children, using her sharp mind to ensure that each was born with special talents and skills. I can even understand how that whole fiasco with Little Moon upset you." He had to be careful with his words, for the matter with his son's youngest daughter, Moon, actually nearly tore their family apart. The wedge created that day still had not been healed and, ironically, it was that lowborn woman who convinced his son not to leave the Williams family forever. For that, he was genuinely grateful to her. After all, he was the most talented Williams family child of his generation. It would be a shame to lose him. But no matter how bad things have gotten, you have never behaved this way before. Even going as far as hiding the existence of your son for 2 decades, depriving him of his family heritage. You of all people know the disadvantage of not cultivating with the aid of a strong enough family. What could it be that prompted you to do this? The air in the hall was still as everyone waited for the man to continue with his words. Damian Arbin Williams, Lex's grandfather, finally said the only thing that possibly made sense. The only thing I can think of is a matter related to bloodlines. He felt a great amount of fear in his heart as he spoke, and an equally great amount of hope. The Williams family had a great history, and should have been one of the top 4 families of the Jotun Empire, directly alongside the prestigious Butt family which Noman Butt belonged to, under only the royal family. But while the Williams family shared a sufficiently powerful background, there was one major flaw that prevented them from ever reaching that status. Other than the founder of the Williams family, one of the 4 advisors to King Jotun himself, no one from their family had been able to unlock the bloodline their family carried. But that should not be a reason to hide him, Damian continued in confusion, but instead bring him to light. He would directly be named heir of the family, and raised with the utmost care. So then, what could it be? It does not matter, Lex's father replied, after slashing one more time and cutting yet another hole in space. You have already seen what my sword can do. Search for my son and I will personally end the Williams family, the Jotun agenda be damned. The couple exited through the slashed space, leaving behind an utterly confused old man. But though the old man was confused, he was not poltroon. Hidden deep in his exhausted eyes was ambition. The fact that his grandchild had been hidden from him meant that there was something special about him, and Damian was not about to let that go. Chapter 403. Midnight Newsletter. Lex dismissed the last of his clones and sat with his back to his chair, letting out a deep sigh. One unexpected, but somehow predictable, result of using consciousness clones was severe mental exhaustion. Even if it was as if he had another brain functioning independently, the energy for all that processing still derived from his original body and soul. Not to mention that he had been using multiple clones, sometimes even at the same time, to check whether that was possible or not. As a result, he had been completely exhausted. It was not a big deal, for he had more than a whole day before the assembly began. What he had to decide now was whether or not he would attend, for if he missed this one, he would have to wait 100 years for the next one. But before making complicated decisions like that, he needed to get some rest. Instead of directly sleeping, Lex first teleported to his own home within the inn, which was in a space cut off from the main inn. Removing most of his clothes, Lex slowly immersed himself in the hot tub and let out a soft groan as he felt the warm water massage his skin. A strange thing that had happened to him since his upgrade was, most hot things just felt warm to him. Even if he put his hand in an open flame, for a very long time it would only seem warm. Only when the temperature was close to his limit, would he begin to feel that it was hot, instead of warm. Not that any of that mattered, for right now Lex was in a mood to relax. After a short dip, he got out of the hot tub and put on his bathroom set and let it cleanse his body of all fatigue, as well as filth. Not bothering to change, Lex then walked into the meditation room, sat down, and began cultivating. Sleep would help him recover, there was no doubt about it, but meditating and cultivating would help put him in the right state of mind for what lay ahead. Considering he was at the peak of the Foundation realm as it was, all cultivating would do was push him towards the Golden Core realm. But it was not an automatic transition, so until he chose to initiate it himself, cultivating would only end up refilling his reserve of spirit energy and refreshing him. It did not take long, approximately 6 hours, before Lex stopped his cultivation, for he was completely refreshed. Since he had not been drained beyond normal, or been injured in some way, such a normal way of recovering was more than enough to bring him back to his peak state. Now Lex had a decision to make, but he received a notification that the inn upgrade to merge with the Henley portal was complete, and only required him to make a few additions. Lex had put off dealing with inn-related stuff for now, but this was a simple enough task that he didn't mind doing it. The Henley portal was similar to the internet, and spanned the entire known universe in the Origin realm. It was maintained not by the Henley themselves, but by the members of the Henley Alliance. This statement in itself brought Lex a lot of confusion, since if the entire origin realm was under the Henley purview, shouldn't the entire universe be considered as a part of the known universe? Of course, in this regard the universe was only referring to the origin realm itself. But, regardless, coming back to the portal, entering it required a few things first. A person who was entering the portal for the first time had to go to what was called a registration point and log in from there. This was because they would take all kinds of information and enter it into the portal. Once that was done, a person could interact with the portal as simply as by giving it a verbal command, regardless of whether you had a log-in device or not. Of course, such interactions were extremely limited in capability. The proper way of logging in was with a login device. This could be a simple computer, to let you access the information, or a complete VR immersion kit to let you enter the virtual landscape of the portal. Once logged in, there were still a few restrictions, such as the inability to hide your identity from the portal, but otherwise it was an open world for you to do as you please. The exact details Lex was not aware of, since the information he got from the system was only related to setting up a registration point and an access point, as well as the very basics of the portal. After thinking about how to set it up for a bit, Lex decided to put down the registration point on one of the branches off Main Street, but created multiple access points throughout the inn. The thing about access points was that it contained both complete immersive VR kits, as well as simple access points. Of course, considering the size of his inn and the number of his guests, he had to create enough access points to accommodate a large number of people entering. At the same time, he wasn't sure of how much the demand would be. As such, he created a dozen access points throughout the inn, with the largest being at the village, and bought new workers to work in them. He'd check it out when he had the time. For now, he turned his attention back to the assembly. Even if he decided to go, there was one issue he had to overcome, and had been unable to experiment with. To activate the business card, someone needed to channel energy into it, but once the clone was summoned, it was unable to move. Did that also mean it was unable to teleport? Within the inn, he was able to teleport his clone anywhere without it disappearing, but he did not know if the same would hold true for teleporting the clone to the assembly. Everything was so risky, and now he had to face a battle between his heart, which wanted to go, and his brain, which said waiting 100 years was not a big deal since now he was a cultivator. William Bentham was feeling good. Things had only gone from bad to better over the last 1 year, and not only was his cultivation recovering rapidly, his business was taking off. His secret society, the Rose Society, was gaining influence faster than anyone could imagine, and the best part was, due to the various business deals he had operating through the inn, no one could trace his income. That meant the Rose Society had no money trail anyone could use to trace it back to him. What others didn't know was that, soon, he would even receive an entire spaceship. He could use that to transport the rehabilitated workforce from Earth to another planet, and start a colony on a new world. Of course, such a deal hadn't been without costs, but nothing was without price. He could afford to pay it, so long as it helped him achieve his dreams. If there was one thing he regretted, it was that his own children hadn't helped at all in his new growth, and instead it was Hera who had helped him. The one bet she had taken so long ago, of not taking $1 million for the key, and invested in him instead, was paying off big time now. Not only was leading one of the most successful startups in history, she had now become a cultivator as well. Yes, all was good. Just as Will was losing himself in his thoughts, sipping a cup of warm tea, something suddenly appeared on the table in front of him. Curious, he looked over and discovered a newsletter. To be more specific, he found the Midnight Inn newsletter. Surprised, as well as thoroughly exhilarated, he plucked it off the table and began to read. Oddly enough, on the entire page filled with interesting news not only about the inn but the universe at large, Will's eyes were directed instead to a small little corner of the page with a segment called, Ask Rachel. Maybe it was the beautiful font, the alluring color, or the fact that there was a small figure of Rachel drawn over the segment that kept waving at Will and pointing down at the segment, attracting his attention to it. One could never be sure about these things. The first line, though he felt ashamed to admit, did attract his interest. It simply read, "What is all the success, power and prestige in the universe worth, if you have no one to share it with? Looking for help, or some tips on how to start exploring the universe for your significant other? Then look no further and ask Rachel the questions hidden in your heart. She will be the beacon that lights up your road towards a wholesome and happy love life." Chapter 404. Error 404. not found. Poor old Velma, who had not really paid much attention to her cultivation, was completely overwhelmed by the responses that she got for her first newsletter. Over 100,000 guests had responded within just a few hours and asked her questions for her segment. How was she to pick which one to respond to? For the first time, she regretted not having a higher cultivation level. If she did, she would not need to split this task. But either way, it was not much of a loss, as she was only sharing the task with her good sister Antia, the pregnant lich. She had a happy and successful marriage with Kawain, the sword that had assumed a human shape after gaining sentience and entering the immortal realm. Her romantic advice was sure to be excellent, right? She recalled that Antia had once shared a story about a romantic date she had when she was still dating Kawain, where he invited 9 generations of a cultivation family that had antagonized Anita and permanently resolved their disputes. It was such a warm and kind-hearted gesture. That was exactly the kind of man. Exactly the kind of sword every woman was looking for. Anyway, whether Velma answered herself or it was Anita, the true identity was hidden behind the persona of Rachel, which is why she chose such a name in the first place instead of just directly using her name. While the hype at the inn was all about the newsletter, barely anyone had learned about the Henley portal, for it had been introduced at such a time that Velma didn't have time to edit the newsletter. In the next one she would definitely mention it, and anyone could even ask their personal holographic assistants about it, but otherwise it would remain a relative secret. That was why when Tiffany, the girl, who was the chosen of the will of the planet Nibiru, wandered into the registration building, it was completely empty. As a relatively ignorant girl whose worldview had mostly been limited to Nibiru, and the little she could learn from interacting with the inn staff, Tiffany could not yet even grasp the concept of internet, or online. So, completely ignorant of what she was doing or what it meant, she entered the virtual world of the Henley portal for the first time. A soothing incense filled the room, keeping Lex calm yet focused. He sat in his office chair with his eyes closed, completely still as if he was a statue. In front of him was the epistle, and on it was a countdown steadily heading towards 0. In fact, it was less than a minute away. Despite his better judgment, Lex decided to attend the assembly. Since he was in the business of hosting guests from across the universe, and currently especially from the Origin realm, the more he understood it the better. He also had to understand what these Fuegans, that the Henley strongly despised were, and how large was their population in their realm. How would the Henley react if he ended up hosting them? Even besides that, there were so many things Lex was unaware of that he didn't even know that he didn't know them. For example, the Champions Tourney that Dillion, the creature that took up Ragnar's tasks, mentioned. Lex did not even know of its existence, yet had somehow hosted tasks that could negatively influence it. He needed to understand what the repercussions for such a thing were and what other potential pitfalls there were waiting for him. Also, and this was not in any way a significant factor in aiding his decision, he really wanted to see a living T-Rex up close if one appeared there as well. To be exact, Lex did not really understand how rare Dallards were, but he supposed that a race that controlled over 100 galaxies probably had at least a few, right? Just as he completed that thought, the timer on the epistle hit 0. Lex opened his eyes and focused on it. It was time to conduct his experiment and see if he would be successful in sending a clone to the assembly in the first place. Picking up a business card from the cardholder, Lex channeled some of his energy into it, activating it. The, by now, familiar sensation of a clone being formed appeared before he saw an ethereal figure of himself standing before him. This wasn't the first time Lex had summoned a clone by himself, so he was not surprised, and did not spend several minutes admiring the Adonis-like, perfectly sculpted representation of resplendence that was his clone. Not that he did so during the first time either. Instead, he picked up the epistle and tossed it towards what should have been his intangible figure, and watched as its descent slowed down drastically while it passed through his clone's body. That was good enough and, using the clone, he activated the epistle. He held his breath as he waited for the teleportation, but after a few moments, nothing happened, and the epistle fell through the clone's body onto the ground. Just as Lex was trying to understand what had happened, for this should have theoretically worked, the epistle began to blow, and a projection of a few words formed above it. The words read, Error 404, connected teleportation point not found. It took but a moment for Lex to realize his mistake. He was so used to teleporting right out of the inn that it did not occur to him that the inn's protective formation would prevent others from teleporting in and out of it. Not feeling dumb at all for making such a basic mistake, Lex directly teleported to one of the planets connected to the inn and repeated the attempt. This time, the clone was sucked into a mini wormhole, without losing connection to Lex whatsoever. Lex quickly returned to his office and sat on his chair with his eyes closed. His entire focus, for now, had been diverted to his clone. The teleportation it was undergoing was not nearly as instantaneous as the one the inn afforded, giving him a little insight into how incredible the inn's teleporting actually was. Instead, the clone felt himself surrounded by a bubble with the faintest hint of blue in it. Outside the bubble was an endless void of gray stuff. Whatever was outside the bubble seemed liquid and solid at the same time. It flowed around the bubble like water flowing around a boulder in its path, yet at the same time it would solidify and form unusual shapes around it. It was like various colored sands mixed in together, forming different shapes, yet at the same time not quite. Even Lex's instincts weren't able to make sense of it, and gave him no warnings or recommendations regarding the substance outside the bubble. It was most likely because even his instincts weren't able to exceed the bubble's limitations. The teleportation took several minutes, which is something Lex could only tell because his main body was at the inn. Otherwise, within that strange gray space, even time seemed somewhat abstract. When the teleportation ended, Lex's extremely focused mind picked up various bits of information all at once. Firstly, he was in a room that strongly reminded him of the U.S. Congress. But instead of getting a single chair, he had an entire booth. Though he was in the form of a consciousness clone, he could tell that the booth was filled with such excruciatingly, beautifully pure spirit energy that he had never felt anything like it. At the same time, he knew that if his real body had appeared here, neither the lotus on his back nor the system's ability to absorb energy would have been enough to prevent his body from being overloaded with what was surely the pinnacle of all energies, and exploding as a result. Even as merely a clone of his consciousness, he had been influenced by the energy, resulting in him feeling such immense, orgasmic pleasure that it nearly drove him insane. Had he not entered the overdrive state before sending his clone away, it would have taken him a long time to recover. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations. Moreover, the extreme control his host attire gave him over his expressions somehow extended to his clone, so even in the brief moment of near insanity, he had kept his expression placid. The second thing he noticed was that while the room was large, it was not nearly as big as he had been expecting, considering this was a gathering that invited all those that had entered the Dollard realm in the Origin realm. In fact, there were probably less than 50 booths altogether. Moreover, even of the existing booths, very few were actually occupied. Though he was not able to actually see into the booths that were occupied. This was probably one of the safety measures to ensure anonymity. Well, to be more specific, he could not see in most of the occupied booths. This was because the third thing he noticed was a very familiar figure. It was the Devil Balaam. Chapter 405. Challenge. The hall Lex was in was large and majestic, with every inch of it covered in an intricate pattern carved directly into the very walls of the hall itself. The lighting was a dim yellow, as if a chandelier hung over the hall, filled with old incandescent bulbs. Yet if one were to look directly above, they would see what looked like a miniature version of a star, wrapped in and hung by what seemed an ornamental chain. Something about the scene was unusual, but even in his overdrive state Lex found it difficult to focus on any one thing for too long, due to the crashing waves of pleasure the energy kept giving him. He could have sworn that if it weren't for the perfect control his suit afforded him, he would occasionally moan from pleasure. He looked around his booth, straining his mind to see if there was anything he could use to control and reduce the amount of energy, but he saw none. If things continued at this pace, he would be mentally exhausted long before anything substantial happens. For a meeting that was only held once a century, Lex assumed that it would last, at the very minimum, a few days if not weeks. Now it seemed like Lex wouldn't even be able to last the first hour. Nothing was happening yet, or at least no one was talking where Lex could hear, which meant that Lex was exerting himself constantly just to stay sane, and not even hear anything relevant. In fact, he couldn't even spend time trying to observe the other Dollards, for the moment he looked at the devil who he already knew, the man that was Loretta's dad, and thought of his name, the devil reacted, and looked directly towards Lex. Lex's mental state was too strained to pick up any details of his expression, and detect whether there was curiosity or recognition in the gaze. It took all his strength just to stop thinking about him. Lex was in a strange situation, where it would take all of his strength to focus on one thing, due to the distraction created by the energy, while he would also need all of his energy to stop thinking about a certain thing. To reduce the strain on his mind, he allowed himself to relax a little while until nothing important was happening, and let his gaze wander the hall. 13 of the booths were hazy, meaning that 13 other guests were here keeping their identities hidden, while only 5 of them didn't care at all and let their appearance be shown to all. Other than the devil, there was another humanoid being. She was an angel of otherworldly beauty, with a bearing truly surpassing that of mere mortals. From that one time the representatives came to send an invite to the inn. Lex knew of a small list of other humanoid beings that existed in the universe, which is why Lex thought that the woman was an angelic beauty. It was because she was literally an angel. One of the other beings that were present in the was somehow extremely massive and small at the same time. He was small, because he fit perfectly in the booth that was the same size as the others, but when Lex passed his gaze over him, the image in his mind was so vast Lex could not begin to comprehend its size. The being was a beast of some kind, and that was all Lex could determine. As for the remaining 2, Lex's feeble mind could not comprehend what kind of existences they were. To avoid the risk of earning anyone's attention, Lex looked away. His gaze returned to the roof, which was filled with the intricate pattern that filled the room somehow without ever actually making the room look too full or congested with decor. The sight was almost as intoxicating as the pleasure provided by the energy, and as he had loosened the reins on his self-control, Lex quickly lost himself in a daze. There seemed to be no end as the swirls went from one to another, a never-ending weave forming immaculate shapes. In fact, it was so perfect Lex began to imagine that they were a physical representation of the universe, and through that, he began to see odd shapes and began hearing weird sounds. Despite his best efforts, his feeble mind could no longer tolerate it, and he began to hallucinate. He began to imagine that the patterns were coming to life, and taking the shape of the characters he used in his arrays. Only, these characters were 100 million times more complex than any character he had ever seen or used, and just perceiving them subject him to untold pressures. Colors began to lose meaning to Lex, and bled into sound. Then his sense of touch mixed into the pot, and somehow, his sense of taste as well. All his senses were going haywire as Lex experienced a trip worse and more vivid than any drug Earth had to offer. By now, his overdrive state had completely collapsed and even Lex's main consciousness had entered into a trance alongside his clone. Let alone participate in the assembly, Lex could not even tolerate a wisp of his consciousness being in the room where the assembly was held. In fact, it was a testament to not only the immense strength of his mind, but the regal embrace as well that he had been exposed to an environment suited to perfectly host dollards, and he had not completely collapsed. In a very accurate way, Lex was now subject to the kind of pressure low-level cultivators usually experience around cultivators with levels much higher than their own, except that this time the system was no protecting him since this was not inside the inn. The craziest part was that Lex's consciousness clone had not even absorbed any of the energy that it was submerged in, only exposed to it. Outside his booth, exactly 1 minute had passed. "Amana, I'm surprised to see you here," said the angel, looking at one of the $2, the shape of which Lex could not even comprehend. "Are you not afraid that Ra will once again start pursuing you? The last time he tried, I froze him in time for eternity. Had it not been for Balaam, that is where he would remain," replied Amana, showing complete disregard for this Ra that was being referenced. "My sincerest apologies, Goddess Amana," Balloon said with a casual smile, "but we devils are businessmen. For a sufficient price, anything is negotiable. In fact, I believe even your sons have availed some of our services." The devil's reputation was spread not only in the Origin realm, but many others as well. Like the Henley, they had ownership of various realms, and considerable influence in many realms which they did not directly control. "Speaking of children, I heard Ra's daughter has left her prison. Does that mean the wedding is back on?" asked the beast. The beast had an amused glint in its eyes, a glint that Velma was all too familiar with. It seemed that even the highest strata of the Origin realm's cultivators could not escape the relentless clutch of gossip and drama. Before it could receive an answer, however, one of the booths suddenly emptied. The hall became still, as all the dollards, both that had hidden their identities and the ones that openly displayed their identities turned to look to confirm for themselves at what they had just witnessed. In fact, for the briefest of moments, they even considered the possibility that they remembered incorrectly, and that this booth had been empty all along. Countless dollards were invited to these events each time, and most did not attend. But regardless of whether they attended or not, none disrespected the Henley. For someone to come to the assembly, but leave before the Henley even began to convene the meeting, it was unheard of for sure. But then again, it was easy to be courageous when the Henley assured complete anonymity. As soon as the final thought entered everyone's mind, they erased it, for in the now otherwise empty booth, a single business card hovered gently in their air, supported by the thick, tangible energy that filled it. On it, in clear and bold letters, was written, "The Innkeeper," just below, "Midnight Inn." A million thoughts ran through everyone's head, trying to understand why the Innkeeper would leave so rudely. If he hadn't wanted to come, he should have never made an appearance, and if he wanted to leave, there was no reason to leave his calling. Card. Other than Balam, none had heard of this place, but suddenly each and everyone made a mental note to stay clear of it. Whether this Innkeeper was ignorant, or truly someone who did not need to give Henley some face, either way, it was best to keep their distance for now. Only Balam developed a small smirk on his face. How interesting. Was this meant to be a challenge? Chapter 406. Crashing faith. Lex lost all concept of time as his mind traveled through a strange vortex of colors that did not exist, and marinated in a pool of sounds his body could not actually hear. It was both an instant and an eternity at the same time, for while Lex was going through the vortex, he could not perceive it. It was as if he was moving forward, yet at the same time, somehow, time was frozen. But how could there be an after, during or even before if time was still? How could he move through the vortex if time was frozen, for there could be no displacement if time did not exist as a medium through which to displace? Yet ultimately that is what it seemed like, for when he finally exited the vortex, and time returned to normal, all the memories of his journey came crashing through in an instant. Afterwards his mind became numb, for it was too exhausted to do anything. In fact, while it seemed like only his spirit was drained, since his spirit, soul and body had all been merged, all three dropped to an extremely low point of activity, for they were just too drained to work. Such a state was extremely dangerous, and was barely better than death, yet ironically it was due to the fact that his spirit had been reinforced by both the strength of his body and soul that he had been able to survive the experience he had just undergone. Even though he was not there in person, and he had been exposed to the Henley assembly through a mere clone of his consciousness created by the system, it was far beyond what someone at his level could possibly tolerate. In fact, it was only because the clone had been created through the system that the system itself was able to detect when Lex was nearing a point of no return and forcefully cancelled the clone. The forceful disruption of the technique was precisely why the business card had not been used up, and was left behind on the scene of the incident to be misunderstood by everyone on the scene. Mary, who was deeply connected to the inn, instantly learned of Lex's deteriorating situation. The problem was, she could not move Lex himself, for she had no body, and she could not ask one of the workers to move him, for the Innkeeper could not be seen in such a weak state. But at the same time, Lex needed to be moved into a recovery pod as soon as possible, lest there be no Innkeeper left to even protect. Of course, earlier Lex had given her a lot of authority and even made her the assistant Innkeeper, but that was only via the increased authority he had in the Crystal Realm. Now she was back to only being able to communicate with the inn staff at most. Stuck between a difficult decision, she could only compromise, and summon Gerard. He was one of the oldest two workers Lex had at the inn, and while all the workers could be trusted, if she had to take a risk, it was best to be as sure as possible. Gerard teleported right over to Lex's office building using his security access when he heard there was an emergency, and when he entered the building he nearly collapsed from alarm when he saw the Innkeeper unconscious at his table. Nearly on the verge of a heart attack, and on the verge of having his immeasurable faith in the Innkeeper shaken, Gerard managed to gather himself back up. After all, if he wasn't able to recover, someone else would need to come, and he could not allow the Innkeeper to be seen like this. As quickly, yet gently as possible, Gerard lifted the Innkeeper from his seat and teleported to the recovery room. With the absolute utmost speed he could conjure, he took the Innkeeper to the recovery pod before anyone could see who he was carrying. Once the task was done, Mary informed him to keep the secret, and that she would let him know if she needed anything. Gerard, who was thoroughly shook, only weakly nodded and teleported away. For the first time in his nearly 1-year-old life, Gerard chose to take an alcoholic drink that day. Mary, on the other hand, did not rest, for she was keeping a constant watch on Lex's situation. Technically, Lex was not injured. Instead, it was just his body, spirit and soul which had entered artificial dormancy due to a severe exhaustion. Some external aid, Any external aid really would help him recover. It was only a matter of time now. Gawain, the sentient sword, was sitting cross-legged in his abode. When he joined the inn, he had been asked nothing more than to become a swords teacher for any guests who wanted to avail his service. The extent of his education, however, was left completely up to him. After all, if he felt that a certain guest could not be taught, it would only be a waste of effort to offer him the most in-depth teachings. As a result of this, he had made his abode within a hole carved into the side of the Midnight Mountain by a sword strike. He filled the entrance of his abode with a mild version of his own sword intent, so that any guest who wanted to meet him would, first, get some free benefits by meditating on the intent, and second, so he could filter out as many untalented people as possible. Still, he couldn't be too harsh, lest he upset the innkeeper for not doing his job. As such, he reduced his standards to the lowest possible amount. Even still, he ended up becoming revered as an excellent teacher with the harshest possible standards. Considering he changed 10,000 megapixels for a single class, and that he avoided as many classes as possible, he should have been mostly free. Yet that was far from the case. He was almost always busy, for the Path of the Sword was one of the most popular universe-wide. Still, this day, something slightly unusual happened. He saw, through his spirit sense, a lone human wandering towards his abode casually. On his waist, the human wore a sword, though it was of a different kind than Gawain's own body. Still, being different didn't mean that Gawain discriminated, or that the human was weak. On the contrary, his performance was better than most others he had seen. Intrigued, Gawain decided to increase the difficulty, just a bit, to see how the human performed. Still, right up until the end, the human did not slow down, and even then, towards the end, all he did was frown. An appreciative light flashed in Gawain's eyes before he decided to quit testing the human. After all, he was only there as a nominal teacher. He had no interest in taking any personal disciples. "Your understanding of the Path of the Sword is pretty good," Gawain commented. "Tell me, what do you need guidance in, and I will guide you how I can." The human, still frowning, did not speak. Instead, slowly, he grabbed the handle of his sword and began to draw it. His pace was extremely even as he drew the weapon, and the sword whistled sweetly as its body rubbed against the sheath on its way out. A beautiful katana was drawn with a sheen of blue running across its edge. Even the human paused for a moment as fondness flashed through his eyes, before they became focused again. Instead of elaborating on his issue, the human struck forward with his sword with all the strength he could muster, instantly displaying his peak form. Gawain nodded, as if he immediately understood many things. "Your sword is one of devotion and servitude, but in your form there is defiance and resistance. You either need to find someone new to serve, one whom your heart can agree with completely, or you need to change your path of servitude." Anger and frustration flashed through the man's eyes, but he still said nothing, only paid and left. If only it were so easy to leave, Sota thought to himself. His system had literally made him a slave to his feudal lord, and his feudal lord was incredibly evil. The only way out he could even think of was for his feudal lord to die, but then his system would just make him slave to yet another. After all, it was the duty of the samurai to serve their master. He could not think of a way out. His future looked incredibly bleak. He could see no way out. "Ho there, friend," yelled someone walking his way, "you look like you've seen better days. What's the matter? Anything you need help with?" Sota looked up and saw two other humans walking his way, both with an idiotic look on their faces. "No," was all he replied, and continued to walk forward. That is, until he heard one of the men murmuring, "He's lying." Chapter 407. Brewing trouble. Sota could have ignored the small comment easily. He could have moved on, for his feudal lord would look for him soon. After all, it was an inconsequential comment. How would anyone know whether he was lying or not, especially when he spoke so little? He had long learned how to prevent himself from having any behavioral tells or markers for whether he was lying or not. Logically speaking, the other person was a scammer and had purposefully let him hear the murmur in order to arouse suspicion and doubt, and cause a disturbance in Sota's mental state. Such a vulnerability would then allow them to try to build a logical premise for how and why he should trust them, before, in a seemingly reasonable and logical sequence of events, going on to scam him. Sota knew this because of the kind of exposure his feudal lord provided him with. Suzuki was a cunning man, and needed Sota to be well versed in every kind of established falsehood there was, not so that he could prevent them, but so that he could enact them. Despite knowing all of this, he could not help but stop. Something in the man's voice, the certainty with which he spoke, yet the hush in his voice as if he was speaking only to himself, it told Sota that he wasn't making it up. Yet when he turned and looked at the wide grin on the partner of the man who had murmured, he suddenly had doubts. That was a scammer if he ever saw one. The name is Anakin Indiana McLean, friend. Why don't you hold on a minute and hear us out? If you feel like we can't help you, you're always free to leave. After all, there's no harm in just listening. Definitely a scammer, this one, Sota thought to himself. Yet he stood still all the same. It was true, though. With how miserable his life was going, he really had nothing left to lose by listening to them. Have you heard of the Chamber of Secrets? Anakin asked. It's where we like to hold our meetings. Anakin's senses were tingling. He was about to make a huge profit. He just knew it. An hour passed by and the room where the Henley assembly was taking place was slightly more filled. The participants, those who did not hide their identities at least, continued to chat amongst themselves casually, though there was a tinge of anticipation in their eyes. They wanted to see how the situation was about to unfold. At the exact 1 hour mark, when admission to the assembly hall closed, a figure appeared in the center of the hall. Everyone turned their attention to the figure. Just as the figure looked out at the room, 2 of its 26 eyes, however, were completely fixed on a single card that read Innkeeper. It said nothing before it began convening the meeting, but 2 of its eyes stayed fixated on the card throughout. The audience was not disappointed by the lack of drama. On the contrary, they were even more enticed by the lack of it. After all, they were beings that did not plan out their day, but instead they planned out their millennia. It was the slow performance that got them riled up, the steady build up to a fantastic conclusion. For now, just the direction of that single pair of eyes was enough to sat their craving. Of course, this was only for those participants that lived for this kind of enjoyment. Others couldn't care less. At the same time as the Henley assembly, which was being held by the highest most echelon of the realm, another assembly was being held. This time there was no Henley member to oversee the assembly, only their chosen representative this time. Thus, presiding over this joint session that included the recognized empires, races and organizations, was a member of a race called the Starguard. A being made up of pure fire, its strength was extremely formidable. At the same time, however, the emperor of the Jotun Empire, who was sitting in the assembly, had never even heard of the Starguard race. He was seated in one of the middle sections of the room and even near the top, even though the human race was considered, in general, much weaker than many of the races that sat even below the emperor. It could not be helped, for he was not seated arbitrarily. He was seated according to the social rank of humans in the origin realm which, based on common sense, should have been quite low. This was because the status of a race was not determined by how large their population was, how developed their cultivation system was, or what kind of military might they held as a race. Instead, it was determined by the single strongest member of their race. As far as the human race was concerned, in the entire realm, there was none stronger or with a higher cultivation level than him. Moreover, he was not the kind of ruler who sat on a bejeweled throne and passed down orders from behind safe havens. No, the emperor was a man so fierce that, besides being a ruler of one of the largest human empires in the realm, he had been hired as a personal envoy by the Henley. In a realm that did not naturally allow beings touching the Tao to be born, he was near what should have been the natural apex. So his rule began with, and continued on while in the midst of eternal war. It was not his own innate logistical prowess that allowed the empire to flourish. Instead, it was the secret help the Henley provided him in exchange for his excellent service that shielded his empire from downfall. As it happened, while he was in the assembly, listening once again to droll speeches about the future of the realm, and Henley's vision for its development, the emperor once again received a missive. Once the assembly ended, he would have to visit a place called the Midnight Inn. From hours to days, time slowly passed. No one sensed anything unusual, for the most part, since they were used to the innkeeper disappearing spontaneously. But a subtle tension filled the air that extremely few could detect. Chad, the deputy director of security, directly under Gerard, began to notice Gerard behaving strangely. He was often absent-minded and would occasionally disappear without explanation. Things that were running smoothly up until now slowly began to have problems. Security, for one, began to cause trouble. Having 2 Earth immortals at the inn at all times usually ensured that there wouldn't be any problems. But the universe was not without other immortals, and the inn had already developed enough of a reputation that they could occasionally visit. Though there hadn't been any direct confrontations yet, a few tense encounters had taken place. What was strange, though, was that while usually Mary gave excellent orders to deal with the situation, this time she was being hesitant, and kept moving towards tolerating as much as possible. Another issue was logistics. With an increased number of workers, everything originally ran very smoothly. After all, the system itself took care of so many things. But with no clear upper management, and Mary herself acting out of sorts, alongside the innkeeper's absence, many of the workers had to resolve their own issues. This often resulted in clashes or misunderstandings. For most guests this was not a big deal, but for some of the older or more observant guests, this was a huge anomaly. The number of devils at the inn had also increased lately, and while they created no problems themselves, they sent silent reports of everything that occurred in extensive detail. Who or why they were sending these reports to was a mystery, but they were not subtle at all with their actions. As if to make things worse, a few days later, in the X-14 star system a huge, extremely coordinated battle took place that spanned multiple planets. The Dmitri family, despite being caught off guard, somehow managed to repel the attackers, with rumors abound that someone named Tetsuya played a significant role in resolving the attacks. Yet the real issue that came to light was that the attackers all snuck onto the planets, and would then teleport to the inn until the right time. Then, when given the order, they would return to the planets and launch an attack. This information spread very quickly, and painted the Midnight Inn in a very bad light. Yet somehow, that attracted even more guests. Mary was alarmed, for this was not what the inn was supposed to represent, yet it was clear that people were abusing the system's capabilities while not breaking any of the inn's rules. 100 more minor issues were popping up, the latest of which was happening today, on the day of Harry and Haley's wedding. A group of party crashers had barged in, and the situation was looking like it was deteriorating fast. Chapter 408. Too ugly to describe. Harry and Haley had been planning their wedding for a while, by their own standards. It had been a few months, and honestly they could not wait any longer. To be honest, there was no real need to either. Due to the sensitivity of sharing his identity, Harry was not intending on inviting any of his friends from Earth to the wedding. Not that he returned to Earth much at all these days, but that did not change the fact that he did not want his identity disclosed. What if someone targeted his friends to reach him? He'd seen enough movies to know that greedy people could do anything. Haley, as well, did not want to invite anyone from her planet. In fact, she was even reluctant to return at all. She could not imagine going back to the ridiculously difficult and tedious life she had lived previously. Though she always knew she was being overworked, she had no idea just how much of a terrible life she was living till she saw the living standard at the inn. Still, while they had no invites from their own planets, they both had made plenty of friends with their identities at the inn. Just coordinating and inviting all of them was a hassle. Another reason Harry delayed was that he was secretly hoping the innkeeper would also become free by then to attend his wedding, or possibly even officiate it. Unfortunately, on the morning of his wedding, the assistant innkeeper told him that the innkeeper had important business which kept him busy. There was a tinge of disappointment in Harry's heart, but he suppressed it. It made sense. After all, the innkeeper was an important man, he had better things to be doing than attending his employees' weddings. Harry had rented out the entire Midnight Manor for the wedding despite the fact that there were perhaps a little over 100 guests at most. For some people that number may be huge and for others it was small. For Harry, an orphan with no contacts of friends other than the ones he worked his behind off for, and for Haley, a simple farmer girl previously, the number of guests was massive, and something they were very prideful of. The guests contained, other than some of Harry's colleagues, some of his regular customers, friends he'd made at the inn, as well as many of the contestants from Lady Cosmos who became friends with Haley. It was an absolute ball, since the wedding style they had opted for was a merger between traditional Western weddings and those from Haley's world. Yet while they were dancing and singing and playing wedding games, things instantly went from perfectly joyous to deathly still. A small group of guests from the race known as Gilati were at the inn, and happened to be nearby the manor. Moreover, while they had not come to the inn with devious intentions, when they saw Jill, the winner of the Lady Cosmos competition, attending a function at the manor, things instantly deteriorated. The Midnight Inn's security room immediately picked up their malicious intentions, but there were 4 of them and all of them were in the immortal realm or greater. The security personnel did not even have time to register the situation and try and attempt to resolve the situation before the four of them crashed the wedding with their auras full on display. The strongest known members of the Midnight Inn were Kawain and Anita, who were both at the Earth Immortal realm. They were extremely competent, but even so they could not go 2 against 4, especially when some of them seemed to be at an even higher cultivation realm. The aura of the four put great pressure on everyone at the event, but even as they tried to understand what was happening, the four miscreants were not following the traditional bad guy sequence. Instead of peacocking and strutting about, as was the stereotype, all 4 of them surrounded Jill while one of them grabbed her by the throat. "I heard you were saved by a dragon last time, but the dragon's not here now. I wonder who's going to save you now?" asked one of the 4 hideous, fat, blob monsters. The Guillotine race were not humanoid, but instead looked like a fusion between a slug and a beetle, in that they were too disgusting to describe. All that mattered was that copious amounts of ooze that came off their body, and the many number of creepy limbs. "This is the Midnight Inn. Do you know what you're doing?" asked Harry forcefully as he gathered himself up from the shock of what was happening, and the pressure of the 4 beings. Yet instead of answering him, one of them only flicked one of their limbs his way, attacking him from a distance. Like a cannonball, his body launched from the venue at a speed none could follow, his state completely unknown. Everyone paled and a few guests immediately departed from the inn, directly teleporting away. But not everyone could teleport away, and the inn staff had no idea what to do. Even Velma, who had been extremely stressed lately, momentarily faltered, especially because she could follow the trajectory of Harry's body. From the Midnight Manor it had launched all the way to the Midnight Mountain. There was no way a normal human would survive that attack. A few hours earlier, John, one of Lex's few temporary workers, had been working at the inn for a long time, nearly a year, in fact. Considering his age, this was not actually a long time, but due to the nature of his system, and thereby his profession, he was not suited to stay in one place for a long time. He had received his system very early in life, so it and the quests it gave out had ultimately influenced John's life more than he had ever originally realized. Only many years later, after he got caught and imprisoned, did he take the time to reflect on his life. It was inside of a prison cell that he realized that, while his life may have seemed destined to head on this path, it had not necessarily needed to be that way. Still, these were the thoughts of a man full of regret, and with no hope for the future. All that changed the day he entered the inn. From the moment he entered, he no longer thought of mundane matters such as regrets, or how his life could have been. Since he saw hope of escape, that was all he was focused on. Still, the chains that bound him were not simple at all. How could they be, when they so thoroughly bound an immortal? Moreover, it was so sturdy that it managed to resist any ability or item his system was able to provide him with. So while he was vulnerable and on the journey to break free of his restraints, he decided to stay at the inn. Yes, the inn often had unusual or dangerous guests, but while the innkeeper was around, John felt incredibly safe. Then the innkeeper went away on certain business, and things began to head downhill for him. Without the innkeeper to hold down the fort, the security of the inn took a huge hit. More than once people had tried to invade it, though even from far away the innkeeper managed to provide solutions. But while security issues were handled, somewhat more issues arose. The most significant one was, John was pretty sure that the assistant innkeeper knew about, and could in some way, influence his own system. Though his system did not behave strangely at all after that one quest to eliminate the rascals, it set his mind at unease. But while he was thoroughly disturbed by that thought, the reward from that one quest was extremely useful. John ended up getting what was called a Jericho puzzle piece. Initially, this did not entice him at all whatsoever, but when he got the reward he realized how truly useful it was for him. He learned from the description that this Jericho which was being mentioned was actually a copy of the first ever prison constructed in the entire universe. While it was just one piece of many, it had a very useful effect. It could help him solve puzzles, and the most important puzzle John had on him were his bindings. It took him a long time, but he finally removed the chains. But he did not enjoy his newfound freedom as much as he imagined. After all, now he had a decision to make. He could return to his old life, or he could continue staying at the inn for a while. There was no rush to leave, right? Either way, he would decide after Harry's wedding. If nothing else, that kid had cut his hair for free for a year, so he owed him that much. Chapter 409. Deteriorating situation. The four guilloties paid no attention to any other guests, and only focused on Jill. Jill, on the other hand, was too afraid to think. Her mind had frozen out of fear, otherwise it would have occurred to her that she could teleport out of the inn as well. But as if the aura of four immortals suppressing her while she was only in the golden core herself, one of them choking her further shut down her thoughts. You should have just obediently returned last time. Now we're going to make you pay for each extra day you've kept us waiting. Tears started to run down Jill's face and she wanted to cry out that she did not know them, and had not run away from them, but her body was not responding to her wishes. By now the inn staff had also begun to recover from their shock. And their minds raced as they began to think of what to do. Even Mary was looking for Gawain in a panic, while at the same time she was pleading in Lex's ear asking him to wake up. But Lex was still dormant, his body and mind completely unresponsive to any external stimulation. There was only one person on the scene who was not reacting out of fear and shock, John. The situation had deteriorated too quickly for him to do anything, and honestly he wasn't the type to stand out against tyrants to help out a stranger. But when Harry was blown away, something unusual happened. John's extremely experienced mind immediately judged that Harry was dead, for a mere Foundation realm human could not survive a direct blow from an immortal no matter the circumstances. His entire skeleton would have been crushed to bits and his brain turned into a Jackson Pollock painting by getting smashed against the mountainside. There was a pretty good chance that his body's situation was even worse than what John had described, for he only accounted for the physical force behind an immortal's attack. If the immortal had used any other kind of force or technique, then perhaps there wasn't even a body to smash into the mountain. Then he considered the value of each of Harry's haircuts. Considering that during his haircut, he would nourish and relax, and sometimes even reinvigorate the soul, his haircuts were not cheap. Then he considered how long they had known each other. It was hard to determine, since John had not been keeping count of the exact number of weeks, but let's say they had known each other for 45 weeks. That 45 haircuts, each one worth a lot. After some mental arithmetic, his valuation for the haircuts, when rounded off, came out to be exactly worth 4 immortal bodies. Payment accepted, initiate task, said John, though for some reason no one heard his voice. Yet in his eyes, the time seemed to slow down, and the 4 immortals surrounding Jill were targeted in red. Since his system was an assassination system it, of course, helped him immensely in carrying out assassinations. Creating the most efficient strategy for him was but one of its many abilities. Raising his cultivation whenever he assassinated someone with a higher cultivation level than him was another. One of his favorite ways in which the system helped, though, was when it taught him incredible attacks. The cultivation world, at least for immortals, was quite different from lower levels. Things such as techniques and weapons, while helpful, took a supplementary role while the main source of an immortal's strength were an immortal's own tenets. The attacks an immortal could use were also based on those tenets. John, though, as a system wielder, had a bit of a hack, which was that the system could automatically teach him incredibly powerful attacks that had nothing to do with his own tenets. This was incredibly helpful, for having rare or powerful tenets was not actually a good thing for cultivation, and instead was often a disability. But for John, he could have all the benefits without any of the drawbacks for those rare tenets. One such tenet that he had access to, only through the system, was the tenet of agony. Harrowing Pierce, he whispered, as his body dissolved in the wind. No one seemed to notice his words, or even that he disappeared, the immortals included. The next second though, something erupted out of the neck of the guillotine that held up Jill. It looked like a bone, still covered in blood and sinew, erupting from its body and extending impossibly high into the air. The strangest thing was, however, that the guillotine did not seem to notice. It did not scream or flinch. In fact, it had not even loosened its grip on Jill. Everyone around him too, continued to ignore it. As if that wasn't harrowing enough, its blood kept oozing out of its neck, spilling endlessly on the ground. But that was far from the end of things. Another guillotine had a similar looking bone strike out of its body, but this time not from its neck but directly from its back. The third one soon had a similar bone sticking out of its eye. But while 3 of them each had a single bone sticking out of their bodies, causing them to bleed endlessly onto the ground, the final one, the one that had struck Harry, it was like a pincushion. It could neither move nor think, for 800 bones were sticking out of its miserable body, causing him to be unable to move at all. The scene was scarier than any horror movie, for even in such a condition, none seemed to notice what was happening. After all, John was not done with them yet. Immortal, Earth immortal, a higher realm than even that. Since when did such things matter to an assassin? The life of an assassin was always filled with incredibly strong, incredibly skilled and incredibly hard to kill beings. After all, if it were easy to kill them, no one would hire an assassin in the first place. So an assassin, well at least a true assassin, never looked at such things. An assassin only looked at the opponent's weakness, and these guillotines had way too many. John, who had spent countless years imprisoned, suffering from a bleak future and a cage that suffocated not just his body, but also his heart, and who had also just witnessed someone he could barely call a friend die, well, he was in no mood to let them go so easily. Madeline's chambers, he whispered again, and this time pink soft ribbons rose from the ground and wrapped themselves around the 4 slugs, before they all disappeared. This time, everyone noticed, though they still were not sure what they saw. One moment the 4 beings were dominating everything, the next moment they disappeared, leaving a relatively unharmed Jill behind. "I'll interrogate them for their purpose," said John out loud, suddenly attracting everyone's attention. But before anyone could ask any questions, he disappeared also. There was a momentary stunned silence, before Haley cried out, "Harry!" Trembling, she fell to her knees, unsure and unaware of what to do. What was going on? She couldn't understand. One moment, it was the happiest day of her life. The next, everything had been ruined. The culprits had also somehow disappeared, though there was a vague premonition in her mind that they would very much regret their actions, but she did not care about that. She only wanted Harry back. Where had he disappeared to? Due to her limited level, she did not understand that he had been attacked, only that he had disappeared. Mary, who quickly regained her focus after seeing John act, immediately summoned Gerard and told him to teleport Harry to the recovery room. Gerard, who had just teleported to the scene of the crime, quickly teleported away again. Before anyone could see what happened to him, the old man put his hand on what looked like a meat bag and teleported away. In a very rare occurrence, the recovery room began operating the recovery pod and the organic reconstruction room at the same time, immediately beginning to reconstruct Harry's body. The fact that this was being done, despite all odds, meant that Harry was somehow still alive, though no one could yet understand how or why. The situation seemed to deteriorate and resolve itself in the matter of seconds. In fact, everything that happened had not even taken 20 seconds. Yet the fact that an inn staff member was successfully attacked, and that no one had been able to prevent it, well, the news was like a domino. The news spread like wildfire, and suddenly the fire of greed was lit in a lot of eyes. The method for the Midnight Inn's instantaneous teleportation from any planet ever, it was too valuable, and many began to have a few ideas. It did not take long, in fact. Only a few hours later, in the main arena inside the village, the champion, loudly and proudly challenged the innkeeper to a fight. That is, if the innkeeper was not afraid. At the same time, for the first time ever, elsewhere in the inn, someone was trying to kidnap one of the inn employees. Chapter 410. War. Everyone was on edge, for usually when an issue arose, even if the innkeeper did not return, he at least passed a few orders that would, to some degree, resolve all dangers. Now, however, not only was the innkeeper not returning, but he had passed no new orders. If Luther were not inside an extended cultivation retreat, to be disturbed only if the innkeeper summoned him, he would have been disgusted by the staff's reaction. They were there to ease the burdens of the innkeeper, not to become his new burdens. Still, while the staff did not have the same level of determination, they were not pushovers. Security had been ramped up to the maximum, and no one was taking a single moment lightly. The 4 guilloties had been banned from leaving the inn by Gerard using his authority as the head of security. This gave John as much time as he wanted to conduct a thorough investigation of their motives. The fact that he had to pass 2 of the guilloties to the Galactic Sovereign Turtle as fertilizers was an unfortunate failure on his part, for his extensive enthusiasm for conducting his interrogation was too much for them to handle. Fortunately, 2 still remained to resolve all doubts relating to this matter. Jill had been placed in protective custody, meaning she had been given a small house which had a defensive formation others could not enter at all without her permission, free of charge. Of course, it was not free at the moment, since none of them could make that decision on Lex's behalf, but the staff were pooling their MP to pay for it, and once Lex awoke, Mary would take the payment from him. In the security room, it was all hands on deck, as everyone was paying the maximum amount of attention possible to anyone exhibiting any kind of malicious intent at all. Even Kawain was on duty at the security room for now, so that the moment an issue arose that was even slightly beyond the scope of ordinary guards, he would handle it. With all this going on, it need not be said that Harry's wedding and any other unnecessary event had been put off for now. Harry was undergoing treatment, but no one knew his exact situation, and Gerard, the person who admitted him, was completely heartbroken, for he could not even imagine the kind of pain the child must have suffered to live through his ordeal. Moreover, he had to live with the burden that the innkeeper himself may not arrive any time soon to resolve their issues since he himself was in some kind of coma. But there was no real time to be heartbroken, for there was a steady surge of incidents happening at the inn, ever increasing in absurdity. Fortunately, the reincarnation of the spirit tree from Nibiru, now known as young MacDonald, had complete access to the vines hidden under the inn's grounds. Under the guidance of Mary, the plant was actually performing very well, right up until it wasn't. The fault did not lay with the plant, but with the unusual sequence of events. More and more people started transgressing, even though only moments earlier they lacked all motive and intent for harm. It wasn't even big transgressions, but small ones like suddenly pushing another guest forcefully, slapping away someone's hand, or maybe destroying a plate of food a server was bringing. Then minor fights began to break out. Then guests tried to leave without paying for their availed services or purchases, but the system had precautions against that, preventing them from leaving. This, in turn, caused them to start accusing the inn of mismanagement, harassment and blackmail. The situation was deteriorating faster than the security team was able to respond to it. Though there was nothing she could do to prove it, she strongly began to suspect that someone was making an organized effort and testing the inn's bottom line. The longer the inn was unable to stabilize the situation, the more things would escalate. It was funny, almost, that up until recently everyone used to think that the inn was working like a well-oiled machine. This was because none of the workers had any internal function, as it was everyone's goal to make the inn as successful as possible. But the latest series of events only proved that all they were doing was barely keeping the inn functioning. If there were any problems, so long as they were within an acceptable range, they would be able to solve them. But as soon as multiple problems occurred at the same time, or the problems escalated even slightly, things went beyond their control. Fed up of the problems, and unable to come up with a proper solution, Mary made a drastic decision, though she did not think Lex would blame her for it. Start banning people, she informed the security team. For the slightest transgression, evict the guest and ban them from returning to the inn. Gerard only nodded and passed on his orders. This was within the range of the authority given to him by the innkeeper, so it was not like they were making stuff up as they went. Though the security team wasn't nearly as large as the number of guests they had, within the hour, people began to notice the trend of their swift actions. They did not bother to wait and listen to any explanation, and so long as anyone transgressed, they were kicked from the inn. When this happened, a lull began to appear in the number of transgressions. Just as everything was going according to plan, in a very public manner, the champion of the arena very publicly challenged the innkeeper to a duel. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with his actions, technically, and it was not necessarily an insult to be challenged as such. The inn's workers, however, did not see it this way. A fire was lit in their hearts, and for the first time they wished to abuse and insult a guest. But, despite their anger, they could not break the rules. As a result, a standoff appeared. "You are unworthy of even speaking his title," scolded one of the workers at the champion, as the rest booed him from the stands. Yet the champion was unperturbed. He stood in the middle of the arena like a star surrounded by worshippers, taking in their chants as praises. The other guests found the situation both disturbing and amusing. It did not take a genius to tell that something unusual was happening at the inn, yet what did that have to do with them? They were only here to enjoy the show. "All I hear are excuses. Seems to me like he's a coward hiding behind his workers," said the champion, aggravating the situation even more. He did not leave the arena, and instead kept insulting the innkeeper more and more. Soon news of the ongoing standoff spread, and almost all the workers wished to go beat him up. With the current lull in incidents, even the security team turned their focus on to the stage, expecting the situation to devolve any second now. Unfortunately, until he broke any rules, they could not kick him out. But while the workers' attention was diverted, the system did its job dutifully. An alarm suddenly went off in the security room, and when everyone turned to investigate they saw quite a few things that happened. Suddenly, too quick and too suddenly for the workers to react, and even the vines to prevent, one guest had stabbed another one. The crazy thing was that, even after the stabbing, no malicious intent was actually discovered. The guests who had been stabbed fell onto the ground, holding their neck, trying to stifle the bleeding. But that was not all. In another part of the inn, at the exact same time as the stabbing, someone had assaulted a worker. A young girl, with a cultivation level not but in the beginning of chi training, had been knocked unconscious, and was being carried on the back of a leopard beast. Fortunately, the system had prevented the beast from teleporting out of the inn with the worker on its back. In another part of the inn, another guest had tried to sneak into the greenhouse and steal things, but fortunately the domain of the sovereign turtle was not so easily penetrated, and the guest had been caught. Last, but definitely not the least, and possibly even the worst, someone had set off a gas bomb at the Midnight Manor. A dense brown smoke began spreading quickly, turning anyone exposed to it deathly sick. Time seemed to slow down in Mary's eyes as everyone reacted immediately. Even Gawain went out this time to destroy the smoke covering the manor. But Mary focused on none of that as she came to a conclusion. Someone had declared war on the inn. Chapter 411. Nap. A million thoughts ran through Mary's mind as she concluded that someone was orchestrating an attack at the inn, and after concluding that the inn was in a weakened state, they had increased the severity of their attacks. Even worse was the fact that they could not conclude how they were able to circumvent the system's maliciousness detector, or who exactly was even behind the attack. This was because everyone involved in breaking the system's rules or attracting the workers' attention seemed to have nothing in common, race included. Was it some kind of mind control? If that was the case, they had to have been mind controlled before they even entered the inn, for if someone attempted such a thing while being here the system would detect it. Yet the guests who were acting out had all been here for various lengths of time, some even for a few months already. If that was the case, the schemer must have been planning things for a while now. In that case, why would they begin now? Was it coincidental? Did they notice the slight difference in how Mary was giving out orders due to her mental stress, or did they know something about the innkeeper's actions or whereabouts? These were all things that Mary could not make conclusions about. It wasn't as if she couldn't think of ways to react to the ongoing situation either, but she had no authority over the system, so only Lex could effectively resolve this situation. But Lex was currently completely out of commission, and it was unknown how long it would take for him to recover. The only hope they had was to somehow come up with a way to wake him up. Otherwise, the situation would continue to get worse. It had only been a few seconds, yet all three situations that occurred had already been resolved. The guest who was stabbed had been admitted into a recovery pod while the assailant was ganged up on by numerous guards from the security team, taking him down. The leopard that had tried to kidnap the worker was, well, Mary would have preferred if it had been captured alive, but the security team was already extremely tense. Watching one of their own being attacked like that, well, let's just say not enough of the leopard was left even for fertilizer. Ironically, right before its death, the leopard tried to use Beyond the Grave to give up its entire wealth and continue to live at the inn as a spirit. Unfortunately, the moment it broke the rules, all services had been suspended for it. The Midnight Manor had been dealt with by Gawain. With its aura alone, it eradicated the smoke itself and crippled the person who set off the bomb. The security team rushed to the manor quickly to send everyone into recovery pods. The fact that guests were getting hurt was already bad enough for the inn's reputation, but if they allowed a guest to die, although in the grand scheme of things, it would still not hurt the inn too much, it would seriously affect the innkeeper, for he really cared about such things. There was a momentary respite, but by now Mary knew that this was not the end of things. The only way to really deal with this matter would be to wake Lex up. Her mind raced as she thought of ways to wake him up. For that, it was first important to understand what exactly happened to him. While Mary was merged with the system, and sometimes knew more than Lex about matters related to the system, it was only because the system itself shared such information with her. Without the system volunteering the information, she had no way of discovering things on her own. For example, she could not use the status panel that Lex often used. If she did, she would have been able to view Lex's status to determine what his actual diagnosis was. Without it, however, she could only speculate based on what she knew. Lex had fallen into a coma when he sent his consciousness clone away to the Henley Assembly. Theoretically, Lex should not have been exhausted at all by the use of the clone, since the energy required to keep the clone running was provided by the system, and by the ambient spiritual energy it absorbed. The only part of Lex that was, in any way, tied to the clone was his consciousness. That should have made it so that Lex would remain safe no matter what happened to his clone. Even if it was destroyed, Lex would, at most, be slightly injured. This was because normally he would suffer from soul damage, but with his unique cultivation, it would bring him no real harm. He would heal from it eventually. But whatever happened to him had affected him greatly. She had no way of knowing that it was not his soul that suffered damage, but that his spirit was drained so much beyond what he could tolerate, it ended up weakening his body and soul as well. His heartbeat slowed and his brain activity dropped, right up until he was barely a feather's touch away from death. It was not actual harm he suffered, but that he was just really drained. One might think that a solution to this was just to pump him full of energy, and that would take care of everything. But that was not true, for not only did he need to regain energy, his body needed to digest it, and distribute it to all parts equally. It was like saying an exhausted mortal should be fed 10,000 calories and that would rejuvenate him. Not only was that not accurate, for his body could only absorb so much food and energy at a given time, alongside which he needed rest to recover, but doing so would probably harm him as well. Of course, the cultivation world was far from simple. There was no doubt that there were various forms of energy available, some so nourishing that Lex would be able to absorb and digest them immediately. But for that to happen, Mary would have to first properly diagnose Lex, before making the appropriate arrangements. Unfortunately, even after spending so much time, she was unable to say what was wrong with Lex confidently. She did, however, think of a possible solution that might work. No, it would definitely work. After all, Lex's cultivation level was very low. That made it easy for him to get harmed, yes, but it also made it relatively easy to heal him. She swept her mind through the inn and, unfortunately, noticed 7 more issues that had cropped up in the time she was thinking. Unfortunately, they were getting worse. More and more guests were being harmed. As dire as the situation was, she had to pull Gerard away from his duties, as he was the only one who could go to Lex at the moment. Gerard, who had previously lost the appearance of an old man due to his evolved bloodline, had regained signs of age just in the past few days. As if the stress of knowing the innkeeper was incapacitated was not enough, the inn itself had been going through its darkest time. He was sure that if any of this happened at any other time, the innkeeper would have solved it in an instant. But now that they had to take care of the inn while the innkeeper himself was not around, they were failing miserably. It was Mary's oversight to leave him like this, for if she herself had not been so stressed she would have come up with a believable explanation for the innkeeper's condition. Still, the damage that had been done could be remedied later. For now, she had him return to his recovery pod room. Gerard trembled slightly as he looked, once again, at the sleeping innkeeper. He was still dressed in his suit, as remarkable as ever, and seemed to be only sleeping. It was as if the lightest call of his name would rouse him from his slumber, but it was not meant to be. Or at least, that's what Gerard thought originally. When he heard Mary's instructions he became confused, as that went contrary to what he had originally thought was happening. But, Gerard reached out and tapped the glass surrounding the recovery pod a couple of times, before saying, "Excuse me, Mr. World Seed Lotus, I hate to be a bother but there are a few important matters that require the innkeeper's attention. But, unfortunately, the innkeeper is taking a nap and I would hate to wake him up prematurely. Would it be possible for you to rejuvenate him, even if only for a short while? I'm sure the innkeeper would be appreciative once he deals with his tasks." Gerard held his breath after he finished speaking, waiting for something to happen. The room, however, remained completely silent. Chapter 412. The Lotus. The World Seed Lotus had undergone a subtle evolution. The evolution was not too drastic, as its species had not changed. It was still a World Seed Lotus, just that its minimum possible achievement had changed from a 5-star world to a 6-star world. It had gone up a level while still staying within the definition of World Seed Lotus. Unfortunately for it, as a result of its upgrade, it would take it much longer to become a world now. Fortunately for it, it did not care. It had spent practically all its life on Lex's back in a semi-dormant state, so that was really all it knew. Of course it had strong instincts, and helped Lex numerous times using its abilities, but that did not mean it had magically gained some other knowledge. This worked heavily in Lex's favor, for the Lotus never realized that Lex was actually very weak. The Lotus never thought too deeply into it either. As far as it was concerned, other than the sovereign turtle that had first awoken it, Lex was the closest person to it. Now that Lex had done it such a huge favor by giving it the crystal that allowed it to evolve, it felt even closer to him. The question, then, would be why would it let Lex fall into a near-death state if it felt so warmly about him? The answer was simple. It did not even realize anything was wrong. For anything unrelated to world building, or any other stuff where the Lotus instincts would kick in, the Lotus knew nothing. Suddenly, though, it was woken from its semi-dormant state. It was not Gerard's smooth, velvety voice that woke it up. No, it was the energy strands the old man released into the pod that went straight to Lex's back, rousing it. When it heard Gerard's request, the Lotus felt ecstatic. The sheer warmth and affection it felt for Lex at the moment could not be described with simple words, and just the opportunity to do anything even remotely positive for Lex filled it with excitement. But while it lacked knowledge about many things, and it was driven by strong emotions to help out Lex did not mean it would do things carelessly. The first thing the Lotus did was check the condition for Lex's body and see if it really did match what the old man had said. The tattoo on Lex's back warmed up ever so slightly, and a stream of energy entered Lex's body, traveling along his bloodstream. There did not seem to be any injuries, but the heartbeat was extremely slow and the body seemed strained, like a fruit that had been squeezed of all its juice. Any and all activity had been slowed down to the utmost, even the passive flow of spiritual energy within the body. The Lotus could not conceive that the Innkeeper had suffered harm, so it came up with its own explanation for the situation. Once before the Innkeeper had gone through a process during which Lex was remaking his body. Back then the Lotus had provided some help by helping the Innkeeper amalgamate all the precious materials on hand. Now it seemed to the Lotus that the Innkeeper had set a foundation in its body, but was not satisfied by how sturdy it was and so weakened it thoroughly without actually destroying it, so that he could slowly strengthen the foundation to the utmost. In this case, it made sense that others might assume that the Innkeeper was napping. After all, how could they begin to understand the intricacies of the Innkeeper's plans? The matter now was that the Innkeeper was required, but it would take him a while to strengthen his foundation at his own pace. In that case, the Lotus could speed things up. After all, when he grew up the Lotus would set the foundation for an entire planet. Compared to that, a small human body was nothing. From within the tattoo an extremely minuscule stream of blue liquid was released and fused with Lex's blood. Through his blood the blue liquid circulated throughout Lex's body, slowly entering and nourishing each and every portion of it. The liquid was called Hydratia Basal Detrium. It was found only in 6-star worlds, and even then it would be found in minuscule amounts. After all, any of that liquid that was discovered was leftover liquid from when the world was being created. It was not strictly used to build a foundation for worlds, but instead strengthened the world's ability to interact with universal laws. It was only after the blue liquid completely merged with Lex that the Lotus started releasing a warm stream of energy into Lex's body to nourish it, flood it with vitality, and build a foundation strong enough to rival a planet. The sequence of events in this situation was very important, for now that Lex had absorbed Hydratia Basal Detrium, and strengthened his foundation afterwards, the ability to interact with laws easily became a part of Lex's foundation. All this took a few minutes, during which Gerard was waiting with gritted teeth. He could not detect any difference in the Innkeeper, but Mary told him to wait patiently. He could not even tell if his attempt had even produced any effects, but until otherwise instructed, he could do nothing. His nervousness was only exacerbated by his knowledge of everything that was happening outside. By now, things had escalated by another notch, and there was a group of people outright fighting the inn's security team. Moreover, one by one, their numbers were ever increasing. Full-on panic had started to spread, but while everyone at the inn was living through an unreal nightmare, Lex was finally recovering. Previously, he had been in such a state that his mind was, for all intents and purposes, practically stopped working. Now at least it recovered to a level that Lex was able to feel soreness and discomfort throughout his body. His mind, from being a complete blank, entered a state of deep sleep. Slowly he started to dream, but even in his dreams he saw odd shapes and colors. He felt the gaze of people that should not exist, and he became aware of events that were both happening and impossible at the same time. His unconscious mind blankly accepted everything, and it was fortunate for him that he was asleep when this was happening, for his conscious mind would have tried to resist this knowledge. It would have been beyond the realms of his comprehension, and he would have tried to explain it using his paltry understanding of the universe at large. Instead of understanding the universe for what it was, his mind would have forced him to try to project the knowledge through the lens of what he could understand, which would have distorted the information. But while it seemed like eons passed in the dream, Lex was actually recovering very quickly. At first, his body was only passively taking in the energy that the lotus provided. But after a few moments, when it regained even a semblance of strength, it began actively sucking in all the energy. After all, why would it not? This was not spiritual energy that the lotus was providing. Instead, it was the energy that turned barren meteoric rocks from space into the vibrant, fertile land that would eventually become a part of its world. A few minutes later, color finally returned to Lex's pale face, and Gerard finally felt relief flood his fragile heart. If it was that simple, he did not know why Mary did not wake up the innkeeper sooner. Perhaps there was some great secret, or perhaps a huge price to be paid. What he did not know was that the reason no one asked him to do this earlier was because Mary simply hadn't thought of it. It could be blamed both on her stressed-out mental state, but on a deeper level it showed a lack of readiness by both Lex and herself. If they had spent time discussing what to do in emergency situations, Lex would have definitely told her how useful the lotus had been to him. But he was so used to taking care of things himself that it never occurred to him to rely on Mary for anything other than miscellaneous related tasks. Just as Gerard finally took a step back and sighed in relief, he heard a loud bang. His brow creased as he mentally contacted the security team to find out what had happened. Unfortunately, the situation was too hectic, and no one was giving him a response. No matter, a few minutes more and the innkeeper would be awake and he would deal with whatever it was. Gerard flicked his head towards the right as panic filled his eyes. He could sense, through his bloodline, a massive surge in energy. Before he could do anything, though, the wall of the room burst through as they were struck by a massive explosion. Chapter 413. Laws. Gerard immediately utilized his bloodline ability as he prepared to absorb the energy from the blast and divert it elsewhere, protecting the innkeeper and himself safe from harm in the process. Yet the expected shockwave never hit him, and besides the rapidly flowing dust cloud that encompassed him, nothing else approached him either. The old man did not have time for confusion as he quickly blew the dust away to get a look at what had happened, but was frozen still by what he saw. The innkeeper, dressed pristinely as ever, stood tall in front of him, showing Gerard only his broad back. A transparent shield had appeared in front of the innkeeper, blocking all the debris as well as the shockwave. Sounds of fighting filled the broken room, as well as tremors from distant explosions, but Gerard was no longer distraught. Instead, endless relief flooded his heart as the greatest pillar of support of the inn had finally recovered. If only things were really that simple. Gerard, do me a favor, Lex said, his tone exceptionally cold at the moment. Bring me a cup of midnight signature coffee brew to my office, the strongest cup we have. Before the old man could respond, Lex disappeared. But the unusual thing was, the shield that Lex had used to block all the debris was still active. Gerard thought nothing of it, for he never even considered thinking about the innkeeper's abilities or the scope of them. Yet the truth was, instead of using some system-related ability, due to the strong sense of urgency he felt flood him through his instincts, the moment Lex woke up he teleported and used talk to the hand to block the incoming blast. That in itself was not strange, for Lex had strong instincts and an equally impressive reaction time. The strange thing was, he never actually extended his hand to put up the shield. Talk to the hand was a technique that put up a invisible shield parallel to the palm of his hand. He had managed to improve the technique previously to merge two of the techniques to strengthen the shield by using both hands. Yet now, he had deployed the technique without using his hands at all. Moreover, this was not a simple explosion that he had so effortlessly blocked. But all of this would remain unnoticed, for to Gerard they were nothing but normal, while Lex himself was in an abnormal state himself. Physically speaking, his body had reached its absolute peak due to the rehabilitation and nourishment provided by the lotus. That should have been more than enough to wake him up and help him recover from his coma. Yet when he woke up, he was immediately afflicted with endless visual and auditory hallucinations. He felt his mind once again slipping, like it had back at the Henley Assembly. In fact, he had to go into his overdrive state immediately to keep his sanity from being affected. He had to do all of this the very moment he woke up, while responding to the crisis at the same time, which is why he never realized that the way he used his technique was wrong. Moreover, since Gerard only saw Lex's back, he did not see that Lex's eyes were filled with an endless mix of colors, his pupils completely hidden behind them. In his overdrive state, Lex immediately estimated that the momentum of the hallucinations affecting him had not reduced at all from when he was in the assembly, which meant based on his past experience he would only stay conscious for about 2 minutes. Yet there was something different. While his mind was still being assaulted with the same pressure, the rate of his exhaustion had reduced somewhat. This was the effect of the nourishment the lotus had given him, but he did not know that. He immediately recalled the effect of the inn's coffee, which reinvigorated the mind for an hour, and asked for it before teleporting to his office. He needed to understand what was happening with himself, but just as important, he needed to understand what the hell was happening at the inn. Due to the strain on Lex's mind, he was unable to think clearly, so he had to prioritize what he focused on. As a result, he did not notice at all as his emotions were going haywire, and that the weather of the inn reflected it. Dark gray clouds filled the previously clear sky, and along with the darkness, they brought down a pressure on everyone that they had not felt before. The weight everyone was feeling on their chest was not one of anger, or rage at what was happening at the inn. Honestly speaking, it had barely been a few seconds and Lex did not yet fully understand what was happening, so he had not even had the chance to feel those yet. No, the pressure they were feeling was a magnification and projection of a mild aura that Lex's body had begun to emit. After all, his body was now mixed with the capability of a 6-star planet to accommodate the laws of the universe into itself in a greater capacity than just as building blocks for its existence. As if such a change was not enough, his body began absorbing the faintest bit of aura from his hallucinations into itself, manifesting itself as the pressure of the universe. After all, laws were things incalculably distant from Lex at his current level, so let alone control the aura, he should not have been able to perceive it. In fact, that is exactly what was happening. Since the foundation which allowed him to accommodate the laws, and the subsequent aura that he was beginning to manifest, were now a part of his body, Lex was as conscious of them as a mortal would be of the individual cells in his body. That was to say, he was completely in the dark about the fact that he was somehow breaking rules that had never even needed to exist because of how impossible his situation was. It was like a being that existed in the second dimension suddenly being able to influence the fourth dimension, directly skipping the part where he was even able to interact with the third. Then Lex sat on his office chair and became aware of everything that was happening. Chapter 414. Wrath. Mary did not have time to feel elation at Lex's return, for the situation was truly horrible. An all-out battle had erupted at the inn, and the situation was much worse than the invasion of the rascals, for at that time at least Lex had been conscious and thus took care of everything. Gerard too was in a state of confusion because, due to the chaotic state of the inn, he did not know where to get the innkeeper his coffee. While all this was happening, Lex finally sat down on his office chair. The chair made him more in synchronization with the inn than even his host attire, so in a single flash he took in everything that was happening. He was already under great duress, for his hallucinations made it so that everything he saw was blanketed in a layer of strange colors that did not really exist. Since the colors did not exist, and were incomparable to any color he had ever seen, he was under immense mental strain as it was. On top of that, he had entered his overdrive state to fight against the insanity that was rushing in to claim him. Step by step, by fighting back, he was once again bringing his body to an exhausted state, once again heading towards the coma from which he had woken up. While all of this was happening, Lex desperately wanted to understand what was happening to him, yet also had to take care of whatever was happening at the inn. Suffice to say, when he finally sat down, and the surge of information entered his mind, just in time for him to see countless guests being hurt in a number of battles happening across the inn, and countless workers who were severely injured, he was unable to control his rage. Though it may not always seem like it, Lex thought of himself as a rational man. Even at times when anger took control of him, he was able to keep a head clear enough not to do something so drastic. That is why when his tavern was assaulted and insulted by the kids of those nobles back at the Crystal Realm, he managed to keep himself from just straight out destroying them like his first impulse stated. For better or for worse, though, at this moment, Lex lost all his rationale. He was too strained to stop himself. For the first time in his life, the self-control his elder sister Belle had secretly trained him to keep failed. One moment, Lex had over 70 billion megapixels stocked up. The next moment, he had 0. Outside Lex's office, the inn had become a war zone that stretched all corners as beasts and species of all races fought senselessly. Even the sudden appearance of dark clouds or the mysterious weight pressing against their chests had not been enough to dissuade them. Until, that is, it suddenly became all too much. From gray clouds, the sky was suddenly filled with black clouds. Streaks of lightning could be seen swimming through the abyssal clouds, yet instead of the usual white or blue, the lightning instead looked searing red, like lava. But the lightning did not have an opportunity to fall, for instead the pressure that had previously been putting them down changed so drastically. Instead of a tinge of fear traveling up their spines, all the miscreants felt fear bloom from within their souls. Every injured guest and worker were suddenly teleported away, brought directly to the recovery room, while every other innocent was brought away to safety. Every miscreant, those that had already begun battle and even those that were still hiding and biding their time, was teleported to the entrance of the inn. In the darkness filled the inn, deeper and more malevolent than the worst nightmare, a golden light bloomed and encompassed all those that had gathered at the entrance at the inn. Everything was happening too fast for anyone to understand or react, but as if the fear that arose from their very souls was not enough, suddenly they felt chained down by the golden light, as if something had imprisoned them. So far, only those who had been deemed as enemies of the inn had been victims to the building oppression, but then suddenly, something changed. The oppression that appeared now was orders of magnitude beyond anything anyone at the inn had ever felt. For the first time ever, the Midnight Inn's protection failed to project its guests from the oppression of an aura. In fact, for the first time ever, the minor realm in which the inn was located shuddered, and tore open slightly, revealing the inn to the rest of the origin realm in which it resided. A projection of the Innkeeper appeared in the air, and in the eyes of various people around the origin realm itself. He looked like a human, an ordinary man. Yet at the same time, nothing about him was ordinary. His eyes shone with red light and his aura was one that radiated absolute death, as if angering him was the same as angering the universe itself. The phenomenon was so massive that, in the center of the origin realm, even the Henley were alarmed, causing them to quickly tap into the laws that would allow them to see what was causing it. Yet all they saw was a vague figure. Instead, what was distinct in the vision, was a small, simple butter knife. Die. The word echoed throughout the inn, as well as the origin realm, before the figure threw out the small knife. Then, there was chaos. Similar to the way Lex employed talk to the hand in a new way, without understanding what he was really doing, Lex used his 1-minute butter knife token to use the strongest version of the butter knife to attack in a way he did not even know was possible. Instead of an enemy, he attacked a line of karma. He attacked everyone and everything associated with the attack on the inn. The result? Well, before he could really see the results, Lex teleported back into a recovery pod with a sticky note on it that read, "Next time you wake me up, have my coffee ready." Chapter 415. The universe as my oyster, as my toast. The 1-minute butter knife token allowed Lex to use the butter knife at its full strength for a duration of 1 minute. Perhaps if he had used it as a sword or dagger instead of throwing it, he would have had access to it for the full minute instead of a single attack. Yet it did not matter, for the damage he did with that single attack was far greater than anything he could have achieved by simply swinging it around. All those who had attacked the inn, or were secretly planning on attacking the inn, had been gathered by him in one location, not so that he could attack them but so that they would not cause trouble. This raised the question of how Lex knew who the people were who intended to cause trouble when even the system failed to detect their malicious intent. The truth was, he was not detecting malicious intent, but his eyes saw them connected by karma. Of course, Lex had no idea what karma was, or how it worked. But in his semi-sane state his subconscious mind was playing as much of an important role as his conscious mind. Once in that location, they had been subjected to various pressures, auras and, finally, a strange and new formation. This formation was what sucked up all of Lex's MP down to the last, yet other than a strange ethereal binding sensation it did not seem to do anything else. Lex, however, did not care about what these people felt. He only cared about venting his rage, and so he gave in to his most bestial urge for death and destruction. He used the butter knife in the way his instincts told him would be most useful. But while all the energy for the attack should have come from the knife itself, something about how he aimed sucked up all the energy out of Lex. So, with the last of his sanity, he teleported back to the recovery pod, put up the sticky note, requested the Lotus to help him once again, and allowed himself to fall back into a coma. This all happened instantaneously, and no one noticed it happen, for they were all focused on the fallout from the Innkeeper's attack. If one were to say it was devastating, it would be an underestimation, but if one were to say it underwhelming, they would also not be wrong. Within the inn, all the targets simply died. There was no explosion, no torture, no burning or ripping their bodies to shreds. One moment they existed, and the next their very existence was wiped. In fact, even the memory of what they looked like, or who they were, seemed to be erased from existence. So, to the onlookers, it seemed only like the Innkeeper told the group to die, and then they did. It was that simple. But the thing was, Lex did not aim for the targets who attacked the inn. He attacked everyone and everything in existence which had something to do with the attack on the inn. As such, the energy from the knife killed all the targets at the inn with extreme ease and simplicity. Then it had to target the rest of the universe. But for that, the energy from the attack had to first escape the inn. The small rip in the fabric of reality that exposed the Midnight Inn from within its minor realm to the rest of the origin realm suddenly became a bottleneck for the energy to escape. Earthquakes, airquakes, cracks in reality and the bending of space between the two realms itself all seemed to happen all at once. The sound of a billion explosions rocked the inn, and despite the lack of air, carried through the void of space, crushing all meteors and space debris in its path. That was only a result of the energy escaping the inn. Once it entered the origin realm, the energy seemed to gain a life of its own as it ripped a hole in the realm and forced itself into the fabric of reality. Space itself began to ripple as more and more energy seemed to disappear, forming new tiers everywhere. Minor realms began to rain down through the ripples in space, spreading through hundreds of galaxies within mere seconds. Mortals found it beyond their comprehension, and simply fainted from the overload of what they were watching. Earth immortals, barely counting as immortals, were somewhat about to keep themselves awake if they tried, but never had they felt more insignificant. Those even stronger than Earth immortals. They were not looking at the dissipating energy or ripples in space. Instead, their eyes looked out into the distance as they traced where the energy flowed to. Never before had such a scene been witnessed, at least in the origin realm. Perhaps, they would never get a chance to see it again either. For a short moment, all living entities within a billion nearby galaxies froze as they were affected by the last of the energy that left the inn. Then the minor realm surrounding the Midnight Inn closed once again, as if it was never there, and the energy that defied common sense also seemed to vanish. But those who were strong enough to follow the flow of energy knew it did not vanish. No, instead it was wreaking havoc on an unprecedented scale. Sitting in his divine palace, Ra, the father of creation, and also Bastet, had his eyes closed as he tried to track down his daughter. She was extremely naughty and purposefully kept destroying his plans, all because he sold her into a marriage she didn't want. It was the height of immaturity, in his opinion. He could not vent his anger on the stupid human race, whom he had passed his daughter to and asked to keep her in a dead zone so she may not escape. After all, the Henley looked upon the humans with great care simply because one of their prized pets was a human. Instead he found a way to vent on an organization called the Midnight Inn, which had apparently played a part in helping his daughter escape, supposedly. Honestly speaking, he did not give it much thought at all, and simply passed the task to one of his underlings. As a god, he could not be expected to do tedious things such as revenge by himself. Ra, the god with the body of a human and the head of a hawk, was just as arrogant as he was lazy, and was just as lazy as he was amorous. But the arrogant god went from being focused on locating his daughter to screaming in fear and anger in a single heartbeat. A blinding golden light encompassed his fist and he punched forward, clashing against an unknown force. The impact from the explosion destroyed the divine palace. In fact, it destroyed the whole planet where the palace was located. Yet Ra only seemed to suffer from a burnt hand. Yet the expression on the deity's face was beyond simple anger as it suffered the greatest loss it had faced in its entire existence. It was not his burnt hand that was a loss, but his divinity which seemed to be dwindling. No, this was too dangerous. Though he could not understand what was happening, he had to defend his divinity at all costs. The god disappeared. Egypt, Earth. In a rather luxurious apartment, a small group was kneeling and worshipping a picture that looked like a deity with the face of a hawk. On their knees they hummed and prayed. They were one of the last few remnants of a religion thought lost to the ages. Suddenly, in their minds, they heard a voice telling them to die. Then, there was nothing, not even dust. They had simply ceased to exist. Throughout the origin realm, from small groups to countries to planets to star systems and even galaxies, anything and everything that had any direct affiliation with the sincere worship of Ra suffered from a mysterious and devastating attack. There was no place safe, no place where they could hide. Wherever the followers of the god existed was exactly the place that became most dangerous for them. This phenomenon was not slow or gradual, for within a few seconds, billions of years of hard work vanished. Even the religion itself seemed to vanish in some places, alongside tools and records of worship. Ra began to appear in his temples in person for the first time in eternity, but it was pointless, for he never reached anywhere in time. An utter hopelessness gripped him when he lost more than 50% of his divinity in the blink of an eye, and forced him to make a difficult decision. For a single second Ra hesitated more, but that single second cost him 8% more divinity, so he lost all hesitation and did something taboo for a deity. He killed all of his worshippers across the universe himself in an ultimate sacrifice, squeezing their existence of any divinity he could scrounge up, before vanishing himself as well. He did not know what just happened, but he would get his revenge one day. For now, though, he had to hide before his daughter realized how weak he had become. Chapter 416. Hearth. Just as instantaneously as the energy had appeared, it vanished. People across the realm stopped spontaneously disappearing, and an entire major religion that had once dominated the origin realm seemed to disappear from existence. Not everyone realized instantly what happened. Depending on their strength and cultivation, it took them a few hours to a few days to possibly even a few months or years. For most beings, though, the actual purpose of the event, which was quickly being titled as the interstellar wave, eluded them. Instead, they were focused on the secondary repercussions of what happened. Though the distortions in space stopped as soon as the energy vanished, the effects that they already had were far from over. The movement path of an estimated 1 billion galaxies was severely compromised, and even more were suffering from mild deviations. The few strands of energy that escaped the attack dispersed into the universe and gave birth to a phenomenon of a bountiful harvest. Planets quickly started rising in their star ranks, though quick was only a relative term, and treasures that were so rare they had no names began to form. A time of rapid growth suddenly overcame the few galaxies that had been the closest in contact with the energy, but while that growth brought with it prosperity, it also brought greed and war. For better or worse, the trajectory of the origin realm had changed. A thing to note, however, was that none of the galaxies affected were actually a part of the galaxies that had directly interacted with the Ins so far. For example, these galaxies were so far from the Jotun Empire that, besides their strongest immortals, none of them even felt the energy surge that enveloped the whole realm. Of course, the Henley were the quickest to understand what happened, and quickly even summarized accurately what had happened. In the Henley assembly, there was an awkward silence as the Dallards had been stopped mid-conversation for an announcement. They had no idea what had just occurred because the location of the assembly was special and cut off from the rest of the realm, but they were about to find out. There was a clash amongst lords, said the Henley convening the assembly. We do not know the background of the issue, but it seems that God Ra provoked the new lord known as the Innkeeper. As a result, the Innkeeper retaliated, and Ra's religion had ceased to exist in the realm, and Ra has escaped, hiding his trail. No more was said, but excitement filled the room. Amana especially was thrilled, and a little flushed. She was extremely grateful to the mysterious Innkeeper and, strangely, feeling a little attracted to him. Dallards almost never clashed, for it was not easy for any of them to get an advantage over another, yet the Innkeeper had reduced Ra to hiding in a single clash. The Innkeeper must be incredibly powerful, which meant, he would also make a good father. Her blush grew as her thoughts started to race. Very few Dallards were able to keep their composure, but Balam was one of them. After all, the devil's background was not as shallow as everyone else's. Still, it seemed like the Innkeeper was worthy of cooperating with. Since his inn catered to the whole universe, perhaps he should also invite him to Garvitz, one of the main realms of the devils. A few other Dallards also developed an interest in the Midnight Inn. After all, now that the Innkeeper had shown his hand, there was no doubt he was worthy of sending a team to the Henley Champions tourney. It seemed that things would be very interesting this time around. At the Midnight Inn, all was still. The sky itself had been ripped asunder by the Innkeeper's attack, allowing them to glimpse the havoc it wrought onto the universe. Of course, since the system had failed to protect the guests from the aura of the attack, most of them had fainted outright, including the workers. Mary especially was disoriented, for the system itself had suffered from the attack. A countless barrage of notifications flooded Lex, but unfortunately, he was asleep. This time, though, he would wake up soon, as he had already informed the Lotus of the kind of aid he wanted, though Lex himself was disoriented when he gave the instructions, so it was unknown what his exact purpose was. Still, a few managed to stay awake, and as soon as the rip in the sky healed and the dark clouds over the inn dispersed, they began working. After all, they had already suffered a huge blow to their credibility. It would be a massive shame if the remaining guests woke up and found themselves on the floor. Anita summoned an army of undead, still looking beautiful and magnificent instead of ugly and decaying, and had them start working. As the workers began waking up, they helped as well. Moreover, while the guests who had been here for the chaos had been affected, as the inn had over time developed some prestige, more and more guests came every few minutes. Soon, the inn seemed to be returning towards operating normally. Lex hadn't had time to clean up the inn, but the workers quickly began getting to it. When Mary finally recovered, she breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to begin passing out orders to return things to normal, when a golden beam of light shot through the air right from the grounds where Lex killed all the miscreants. Mary was too sensitive right now due to everything they had faced, and immediately turned all her attention to the light, ready for another battle. But it was not new enemies that appeared from the beam of light. No, instead a hearth was formed right in the open. A golden flame lit up in the heart, and began producing a crackling sound, as if logs were being burnt. On the stone, writing started to appear alongside a countdown that was ticking each second. After ensuring it was nothing bad, Mary scanned the heart. Even though she had no physical body, she shuddered mentally as she read the words and looked on in horror. It read, "Here lie the souls of those who deign to become enemies of the Midnight Inn, serving as timber until their time is up." The countdown was only about 100 days, but in a way, it was longer than eternity. When one focused on the flames, amidst the burning the flames, faces appeared from time to time. If one focused on the hearth with their spirit sense, the wails and screams of countless souls could be heard, even if ever so slightly. The souls trapped here were only those that Lex had trapped in the formation, and not all the ones from the entire universe, but even then the number went into the tens of thousands. Moreover, trapping souls was not an easy task. Taking it a step further and trapping thousands of souls, and then torturing them made the formation increasingly expensive. A majority of Lex's MP went into purchasing the soul trapping formation, and the rest went into maximizing the number of days they could be trapped. Perhaps it would be a waste of MP to do such a thing, for it had taken a long time for Lex to accumulate so much. But maybe, it would serve him in another way, and the price would end up being worth it. As it happened, a guest teleported to the inn, and they appeared right in front of the hearth. Ragnar stepped out of the golden light with a creased brow, clearly under great stress. Things had not been going well for Jotun on the battlefront, but then again, when were things ever simple? He had come to the inn to find out if the innkeeper had returned, as well make a few updates on his assigned guild task. He still did not know that it had been accepted already by someone, and was already in the process of being completed. As the golden light disappeared and Ragnar got ready to move on, he suddenly noticed that something was unusual about the inn. He did not need to sweep his spirit sense, as just his eyesight was enough to see the damage it had suffered, and the numerous unconscious people on the ground. Before he could even begin to speculate, however, his attention turned towards the hearth. He was stunned as numerous thoughts ran through his mind, but first he kept checking the hearth. This was because, within the souls trapped in there, he recognized a few. In fact, he did not even need to search for them, as the hearth had some kind of mystical ability to let him know exactly who he knew that had been trapped inside. He could not believe that soldiers from his regiment would be stupid enough to attack the inn. It went against common sense. In fact, they should not be participating in any conflict that he did not assign. It was a clear dereliction of duty and betrayal. He froze, and tasted the word on his lips. Betrayal. Suddenly a few things made sense to him. Chapter 417. Didn't even drink his coffee. Ragnar did not let his emotions show on his face, but his mind was extremely turbulent. As a man who had dedicated his entire life to the human race, one of the things he hated most were demons, devils and other races that for some reason targeted the humans. But the single thing, without a shred of doubt, that he hated most were humans who betrayed the human race. He understood that there was always conflict and interest, and humans could never completely be peaceful with one another. It was all but natural. Yet there was a difference between fighting other humans due to a conflict of interest, and betraying them to gain benefits from another race. He knew, unfortunately, that as despicable a thing as this was, it was still prevalent in humans. He just never imagined that he would face it on such a high level. To be clear, he was not considering some members of his regiment participating in an attack on the inn as high-level interference. No, instead it was the fact that there was even a possibility that a Jorlum had been born in the Pendle Galaxy that meant there was a high-level betrayal. Moreover, this was not just a betrayal of the human race, but the Henley as well. The battlefield where Ragnar was currently stationed was to fight off invading Fuegan, a duty assigned directly by the Henley. If someone was interfering with that, well, the loss of a single galaxy was far from the worst thing they could end up having happen to them. Ragnar collected himself, gave one last look at the hearth as well as the countdown on it, listing how long the enemies of the inn would be tortured, before moving towards the guild room. Along the way as he saw the condition of the inn, it served as a reminder for him that no matter how strong or capable one might be, there would always be those who would challenge them. Velma woke up in the recovery room, her hair a mess and her face pale from the shock her body had suffered. Her body was sore, not only from the fighting she had been exposed to, but from the aftermath of an explosion that she had been lucky enough to survive. She was disoriented at first, but recovered quickly. Then she hopped on her feet and began helping where she could. There were countless injured who needed tending to, and even the ones who recovered needed aid, let alone the number of guests who were unhurt, but still needed tending to. After all, this was an inn, not a hospital, and there was no shortage of regular guests. She saw a pale-looking guest who, according to Nurse Jubilation, was perfectly physically healthy, but kept crying and wailing in fear. But while it was their job, none of the workers or nurses were willing to help him. This was because the crying man was the person who had challenged the innkeeper to a fight. The fact that he hadn't been killed meant that he was never really involved with the attack, he was just an incredibly arrogant man with unfortunate timing. But whatever the case, his greatest misfortune was that he encountered Lex, who was in a state of seeking revenge for every petty grievance at the time. Though he had not killed the man who challenged him, but just let him be exposed to the aura released by the butter knife while forcing him to stay awake. Suffice to say, the man was extremely traumatized. Eventually, with time, he would recover, but it seemed like his recovery would not be at the inn, for no one was willing to aid him, except Nurse Jubilation, who was burdened with responsibility. Velma was about to go tend to other patients when one of Anita's undead helpers appeared and informed Velma that Anita was requesting her prescience. Anita was in the Midnight Library, recording the past day's events down by hand, her handwriting the most beautiful calligraphy Velma had ever seen. "I'm glad to see you are unhurt," said the Lich. "But I think you have more pressing matters currently than helping guests." "What do you mean?" asked Velma. Though she had recovered somewhat, she was not in her peak state, so her thoughts were somewhat slow. "Why, you have to write a newsletter on the innkeeper's actions, of course," she replied, placing a printed picture before her. It showed the silhouette of a man shining alone in the darkness, a single butter knife in his hand. "And don't just write a newsletter this time. There's a new building that the innkeeper created that lets you enter the Henley portal. Publish his actions for the whole universe to know." Stars shone in Velma's eyes as she suddenly realized that's exactly what she needed to do. While she was at it, and the innkeeper was in the limelight, should she create a dating profile for him? After all, she'd never heard of a Mrs. Innkeeper yet. Lex's sleeping body looked even more withered than the first time it had been out into the recovery room, but that was to be expected. Not only did his body suffer through the same strain as last time, this time the Lotus was contributing to his condition. Lex had made a simple request, to step by step make his body's foundation capable of interacting with universal laws physically. Well, he did not phrase it like that, because he did not even know, nor could he comprehend, what the universal laws were. Instead, he asked the Lotus to give him a foundation which could tolerate the immense stress his hallucinations were putting him under, and then allowed the Lotus to examine his body. The Lotus, however, immediately recognized the influence of laws, and it began to work. The first step was to enhance Lex's blood, for which it would have to first absorb all of his blood. It was an extremely tedious process, but fortunately Lex would be able to survive a few minutes without any blood in his body. After that, the Lotus would give Lex new blood, which was carried a lot more than just nutrients and oxygen. Then it could begin on its other changes. It was a little hard to fulfill such a request without any materials on hand, but it would do what it could. Luther stood silently in front of the recovery pod which contained Harry's body. He had never met Harry, for his time at the inn was too short. In fact, not only had he not met a majority of the workers, he had missed out most of the battle that had taken place, simply because he was in training and did not know about it. To make matters worse, when he did learn about the battle, he had been too pathetically weak to do anything. He could only watch helplessly as the inn was destroyed around him. Then, when everything seemed to be at its worst, the innkeeper arrived, like heroes from the legends of old. His fury was the fury of the universe, and his wrath had rained down swiftly on his enemies, yet the innkeeper had left just as swiftly. Luther heard a rumor that the reason the innkeeper had not helped at first, and had disappeared as quickly as he appeared, was because he was taking care of incredibly important matters. They were so important, in fact, that the innkeeper could not even stick around to drink the coffee he had requested from Gerard, apparently. When Luther heard such a thing, he had never felt more ashamed in his few weeks-long life. The innkeeper was working tirelessly to deliver the universe the ultimate hoteling experience, and here they were, unable to even deliver coffee on time. But no amount of frustration would help, and no amount of anger would suddenly make things better. He needed to spend some time studying, learning how best he could help the inn. For that, he had discovered a new facility, the Henley Portal. Without saying a single word, Luther left the recovery pod and made his way to register for the portal. The universe had bested the inn today, though it could not best the innkeeper. But such a day would never come again. A golf cart, an incredibly upgraded golf cart, pulled up beside Luther as he was walking. Gerard, who was in the driver's seat, signaled Luther to get in. "I've been talking to some of the fellas. Everyone feels the same way. We're too weak." Luther said nothing. He had no words left in him right now. "To be honest, we can't be blamed. We've been trained to be hosts, not fighters. But that doesn't mean we can't change. I remember the little lass Velma told me about a rumor once, about a place that can train people to become strong." A light flickered in Luther's eyes, but he still remained silent. "I don't know if the place is true, but apparently there is a trial you can take to enter. I'm going to start searching for the trial. If you're interested, once I find the trial, you can come as well." "What's the place called?" Luther finally asked hoarsely. "Ventura, Chapter 418, J. F. K. Bonus Origin Realm, blue planet on a planet remarkably similar to Earth, but not at all Earth, where all people, regardless of how they were named, were not actual people from Earth. A young boy was running for his life, a dark and mysterious figure chasing behind him. Even if it were not early morning, there would be few people around to save the lad, for the hills he was running in were far from any city or town. Even if he were near a town, rural Massachusetts was such that he could run all day and night and not run into another person. As if that would have changed anything though. From the day that wretched prophecy came out, the boy's life had been a living hell. Yes, prophecy, for unlike Earth, where cultivators had just become common knowledge, on Blue Planet cultivation had been the norm for a long time. Deep within the sacred halls of Congress, where hidden powers lie dormant, the Speaker of the House spoke a prophecy that was not in any way ambiguous or contrived, and directly named him, John Fake Kennedy, aka John F. Kennedy, the chosen one who would bring about world peace and, more importantly, named him as the inheritor for the sacred treasure with the power to control millions of souls, the Super Bowl. While that sounded well and good, not everyone wanted world peace, as that was not profitable, and even more wanted to steal the Super Bowl. While some were planning to assassinate the boy secretly, there was one warlord who acted openly, Vladimir Kardashian. Vladimir Kardashian, a public figure, singer and fashion icon, did not care about right or wrong, for he had an army of brainwashed fans who would literally sell their own organs and fight to the death at his behest. With influence like his, even if he were convicted of any crimes, he would at most get a light slap on the wrist. In that case, what did he have to fear? He outright sent his own assistant, Dwayne the Boulder, a champion of illegal and underground fighting, to go and crush the young J. Fake K. Just as the boy was running out of energy, and it seemed like the prophecy would not come to fruition, a golden door appeared directly in the boy's path. It was too close, he did not even have time to stop. Instinctively, he closed his eyes as he expected to crash, but instead of hitting the mysterious door, he fell forward into a field or grass. Confused, he looked around and found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. The air smelled clean and fresh, and the grass was green and vibrant. There were no hills nearby, instead only open plains as well as a road that seemed to lead towards a small town in the distance. Nearby, there was a welcoming hearth lit with a small warm fire and a countdown. In the back of his mind, Fake gave an approving nod to the countdown. It was always smart to set a reminder for when tinder needed to be added to a flame. Not letting himself be too distracted, Fake quickly turned to look back, but discovered that Dwayne the boulder was nowhere in sight. It seemed like he really had been teleported somewhere. Fake was not alarmed at this realization. After all, as the child of prophecy, and destined savior of the world, didn't it make sense if he stumbled across countless lucky encounters that not only kept him alive, but made him stronger? What Fake did not realize was how lucky he really was. The golden door that he stumbled through was a random golden door that spawned through the inn's new inter-realm feature that would allow golden doors to spawn randomly anywhere in the entire realm. The fact that this door opened on a planet, and then specifically right in front of Fake, was so statistically improbable it could only be described as lucky. Fake was thoroughly exhausted, so he let himself rest a few moments and catch his breath before he got up to explore his new terrain, but he suddenly felt something tickling on his red shell. He looked down and saw that multiple strains of grass had bound themselves together to make a thick whip, which they were using to attract his attention. He looked down. The grass started angrily moving about as if to tell him to move his massive, fat body, for he was crushing the grass. "Oh, sorry," said Fake as he awkwardly moved away. After a few steps, the grass seemed to calm down. Apparently, the patch he stood on had gained sentience, but not all the grass was sentient. Fake breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his forehead with his red claw. There was nothing unusual about this action, for Fake was not a human, he was a crab man. This was due to the fact that Blue Planet had nothing in common with Earth, besides a few odd coincidences like names, historical events, geography, art and such. Yes, Blue Planet was a planet inhabited by crab people who were mostly divided. If there was only a single thing in history that had managed to unify the crab people of Blue Planet throughout their history, it was their Lord and Savior, MC Donald. But even that unity lasted only briefly, as soon wars started over the correct pronunciation of Donald, with most conventional historians going with the original British pronunciation, but modern generations preferring to add their spin to it. Regardless, this would be a thing of the past once Fake brought about world peace. For now though, he had to get a better understanding of this new place he was in. As if triggered by his thought, a small projection of another crab man appeared before him, and started introducing this place as the Midnight Inn. Apparently it was a hotel, and the best part was he didn't need to pay directly, for the hotel would somehow go and collect the payments themselves so long as he had the necessary wealth located anywhere in the universe. "Can I get a tour of the place?" Fake asked the projection. "Oh, but I'm really tired from running. Do you have any vehicles that can pick me up?" "Not a problem," the projection answered. "A golf cart has been sent your way." Fake thanked the projection and waited. To be honest, he did not have the energy to run around as he had a very low cultivation level. In fact, despite his cultivation, his strength at the moment was actually below what humans considered as mortals, who never cultivated. This was because crab people had a lower starting point than even humans. Soon, Fake saw a small, yet magnificent vehicle, hurtling his way, driven by an unusual-looking lady. In fact, the driver was very ordinary, but Fake had never seen humans before, so she looked strange to him. But Fake was not racist and did not object to a human guide taking him around the inn. In fact, they got along pretty well, and became fast friends. Pamela, the golf cart driver, told Fake all kinds of interesting tidbits about the inn as they drove past all the major attractions. From the village to the massive mountain, to Main Street and even the manor, Fake saw it, although it took a few hours to cover everything. While Fake liked the inn well enough, his heart truly leapt out of his chest when he saw the lazy river. A relatively small river with gently flowing water, with plastic donuts and small rowing boats carrying guests down with the water, was extremely attractive to Fake. So much so, in fact, that he immediately paid to rent a normal room for a couple of nights, for apparently he could not stay at the inn longer than a certain period if he did not have a room booked or somewhere to stay, and had Pamela drop him off near the river. Wasting no time, Fake made himself cozy by grabbing an empty plastic donut that was floating by, and setting himself in it. He let all his claws dip into the water, and let the donut flow on its own along the current. The sensation of cold water against his hard shell calmed him down, while the gentle ebbing of the water rocked Fake's donut, soothing his tense nerves. His life had been way too difficult for a long time, so it was good to finally relax. Slowly, his eyelids drooped, and Fake fell asleep in the river. For a short while all was well, but unexpectedly, for the first time, one of the inn's latest features kicked in. Blend reality was a feature of the inn that let portions of the inn sometimes merge with the worlds the inn was connected to. The system assured that all guests would stay safe, and not accidentally enter a dangerous area, but sometimes blending the inn and other worlds led to unique experiences that people could enjoy. Moreover, sometimes people from the worlds that were merged could enter the inn like this. As it happened, since Fake was asleep, he did not notice that his donut had gone from flowing down a river to floating randomly in a small, secluded oasis. For a while all was well, until the only other person near the oasis suddenly noticed a weird creature right in the center of her water source. Alicia was startled. This was the first time she saw another living creature since her desert farming system teleported her to the middle of nowhere. But, suddenly, the creature disappeared from her view. For a while, the young girl could not decide if what she saw was real, or just another mirage. Chapter 419. Waking up. The sovereign galactic turtle carefully carried a man-sized parcel wrapped in leaves to the recovery room and casually strolled in. Without needing any guidance, it entered the innkeeper's room and, without any hesitation, opened the innkeeper's pod. Very simply, as if there was nothing unusual about what it was doing, it opened the parcel and let some special, red-colored dirt fall into the pod and bury Lex. It paused for a minute, as if unsatisfied with the size of the pod, as it could not fit all the required dirt. Shaking its head, the turtle created a pod of its own made of giant leaves surrounding Lex, and dropped the remaining dirt in it. Then it left. In truth, the turtle was not pulling off some kind of prank. Through methods unknown, the lotus had informed the turtle that it required some dirt with extremely specific properties. The turtle was the one who gave Lex the lotus, so it was already familiar with the plant. Moreover, it never paid too much attention to what the innkeeper was doing, so it didn't care all that much what the dirt was for. It was only slightly annoyed, for the dirt had not been easy to make. The turtle had to shred some of the most valuable plants and trees to make fertilizer, along with some of its highest grade normal fertilizer, enemies of the inn, and spent a good deal of its own energy to aid the soil in absorbing it. There were a few more steps involved, but ultimately the turtle only succeeded in making the lowest grade soil that the lotus asked for, but with its current resources this was all it could manage. Still, even though this was the bare minimum of the lotus requirements, the fact that it met the mark meant it was enough for the lotus to use. Inside Lex's leafy pod, the dirt was slowly being absorbed into Lex's body, as the lotus was using it to nourish, revitalize and strengthen Lex's body. As amazing as the lotus was, it could only do so much in its infant state. Fortunately for Lex, strengthening Lex's foundation was still within its capabilities. A few hours later, all the soil had been completely absorbed into Lex's body, leaving no trace that it had ever buried the innkeeper entirely. A few moments later, Lex opened his eyes. At first he was disoriented, with no recollection of where he was and what happened. Slowly, as his brain got used to his new body, he started to feel better and his memories returned to him. But, unfortunately, the return of his memories also brought back memories of the visions he saw, restarting his hallucinations. Somehow, though, the effect they were having was greatly subdued. In fact, so long as he focused, he could somewhat even ignore the effect of the hallucinations without going into his overdrive state. With a groan, Lex got off the table, and slowly started recollecting what had happened. He was attending the Henley assembly. Then what happened? He couldn't remember. Wait. Something happened. To the inn. It was difficult, but eventually Lex recalled the state the inn was in, and paled considerably. The reason Lex had nearly lost his mind from anger was that, unfortunately, more than one of his workers had died in the attack. It was a harrowing thing to think about, especially since he had put so much effort into securing the inn. But now, in hindsight, it became evident that he had not done nearly enough. He would always just rely on hiring security using his event panel and using that as a solution, instead of fixing the inherent problem, which was that his own security was thoroughly lacking. Lex wasn't one to beat himself up, but now that his attention was brought onto the matter, quite forcefully at that, it seemed that Lex had barely run the inn at all lately. He would just make a few major decisions, and leave the rest for Mary to handle. The inn had expanded much too quickly for him to keep up with, and as a result, he was always running off somewhere to deal with other matters while actually taking care of the inn was left to someone else. How many things did the inn develop lately that he had not thoroughly utilized? the Divine Temple, the Inheritance Lounge, the Fishing Well and so much more. He was reminded that he was the innkeeper, and the very name simply meant that he had to manage the inn, not go running around the universe, connecting planets. So what if people caught onto the fact that the inn was actually only connected to a handful of planets? He could always continue to expand slowly later. Lex's mood was already low due to the severe headache, and the tragedy of all that had happened didn't exactly help improve his mood. Lex took a defeated sigh and first checked on his MP. He had spent all of it on that formation to trap his enemy's souls, so in reality he should not have even been able to pay the rent for his own recovery pod. It was fortunate, however, that with several 100,000 guests, his MP was always rolling in. Moreover, the income from the guild room was starting to become significant. He currently had a mere 35,000 megapixels. It left a bitter taste in his mouth after having been a billionaire such a short while ago, but he knew he would quickly gain more anyway. Even this 35,000 was reduced, for the moment he woke up Mary asked him for some MP to make a few payments for people's recovery and Lex approved it. Even now, it wasn't as if there weren't a million things for him to do, but Mary didn't bother him for anything that wasn't too urgent. Lex too was not in a rush to start, despite knowing that he won't be able to remain awake too long before succumbing to a coma similar to the ones he had been suffering. The reason was very simple, and since Lex had sat on his seat back at his office he knew already, but Lex teleported away, and reappeared before a specific recovery pod. The room had only one other person besides the patient, a beautiful young human woman with wings on her back. It was Haley, Harry's wife. In front of her, in the pod, slept Harry. Though his body had been completely rebuilt, he showed no signs of waking up. Lex already knew the painful reason, but he wouldn't help but look one more time, in the hope that something had changed. Name: Harry Styles. Age: 18. Sex: male. Cultivation details: glamour sorcerer, dormant, midnight in prestige level. 1 condition: a majority of the patient's soul has been crushed. Only a few remnants of the patient's soul which were buried in his glamour sorcery tools survived. Without a treasure to regrow the soul, the patient will never recover, and the remaining bits of his soul will slowly diminish. Remarks: laughter is the best medicine for the soul, but it probably won't work on him. Chapter 420. Unfettered. Lex said nothing and only looked at the sleeping teenager silently. On the day of his own wedding he had taken a risk, not for his own sake, but for the sake of the inn, and this was the return that he got. Standing there, in front of Harry, it would have been very easy for Lex to start feeling pathetic and wallow in his failures. But, for better or for worse, self-pity was not in Lex's nature. Looking at Harry, Lex's mood did not get lower, but instead his thoughts cleared up. Come hell or high water, he would repay Harry. He also looked at Haley. When Lex heard news that Harry was getting married he could only think of his own single status, but in truth he had been extremely happy for him. He imagined how wonderful a life this new couple would have, living in the safest, most magical place in the universe. He owed them both for not being able to deliver on that fantasy. His fists tightened. He owed them. Lex disappeared once again, having not said a single word. Haley, who had been sleeping next to the pod, never even knew that the innkeeper had visited. In a way, it was for the best. Lex did not visit Harry to be seen. He visited to reignite his motivation, with greater focus than ever before. He needed it if he was going to overcome his own shortcomings. In fact, there was actually a reason why Lex had been behaving so erratically, though he had tried hard not to admit it. He tried to keep himself so helplessly busy, and keep his mind endlessly occupied, so that he would never think about it. But the truth was, deep down inside, he had already realized that something was amiss. To be specific, on the day his tumor was removed, Lex already noticed an anomaly in his family's behavior. Later on, he got many more hints that everything was not as it seemed, yet he went out of his way to ignore it. Not only did he do his best not to think about them, he kept suppressing all his memories of his life back on Earth so that he would stop recalling the obvious flaws in their behaviors. But as his cultivation grew, and his mind became more agile, Lex had to work even harder to keep himself occupied, for his mind just kept on picking up clues that he had tried so hard to ignore. As a result, he ended up spending less time on the inn, for it would not give him the same sense of urgency that being on various planets, exposed to danger did. But he could not afford to continue on like this any longer, so he had to admit it. His family was keeping secrets from him, and in fact had been behaving in such a way that they made him keep a distance from them while thinking it was his own idea. He felt so clever when he moved to New York to get away from them, and always worked so hard to ensure they would never vacation there. But he knew now that he was just playing the part they wanted. He felt bitter, he felt disappointed, he felt angry, and much more. But at the end, when all the feelings mixed, the conclusion it reached was that Lex no longer cared. He did not want to go back to Earth and confront them for a truth that would probably be disappointing. Since they were keeping a distance from him, and keeping secrets, then he felt no need to return to them either. It was a shame about his younger sisters, truly it was, for there was a good chance that they had no choice in whatever matter was going on. But no one alive could ever force Belle to do what she didn't want to do, so he knew that she was definitely complicit. No matter what the secret was, or what the reasoning behind it, since they chose to keep him at an arm's length, he would do the same. It was not an easy decision, and one he had been avoiding, for he knew that if he ever confronted the truth, this is probably what he would end up doing. But he could no longer afford to be distracted, so this was a truth he had to face, and a decision he had to make. In a way, since he decided to cut off ties with his family, for now at least, Lex felt a burden ease. As a normal human being who loved his family, this was not an easy decision, but whether it already existed, or it had been nurtured during his time as the innkeeper, Lex had a bit of pride that he wasn't willing to give up. Thus, ultimately, this was the only choice. After all, why should he spend his time caring about the people who tried their best to keep him at a distance when he had people right in front of him who put their lives on the line just for his reputation? With that burden gone, and his mind unfettered, Lex could finally focus completely on the inn. The truth was, Lex's strongest trait was his mind. Considering the stupidity he had displayed recently, one would not think so, but that was only because Lex usually felt it was a hassle and that it wasn't worth it. Now, with all distractions gone and an unprecedented focus in will governing his actions, it was finally time to put his intellect to use. Lex reappeared in his office only to find that Luther was already standing there, a cup of fresh coffee waiting for him on a tray. "Welcome back," Luther said, as he offered the innkeeper the coffee he had missed last time. "We have a lot of work to do," was all Lex replied as he picked up the mug and took a sip. His solemn mask was almost broken as he barely managed to keep himself from grimacing. The coffee was too bitter. Chapter 421. Getting started. Despite its horrendous taste, Lex downed the coffee, for he needed the mental clarity it would bring. After all, this was not normal coffee but the midnight special coffee brew, and had the effect of providing the drinker with 1 hour of mental clarity. Of course, that was just a blanket statement, and effects would vary depending on circumstances. In the case of Lex, it barely provided him with an extra 10 minutes at most. Keeping that in mind, Lex directly delved into matters. He had a list of system notifications waiting for him, but they could wait. First on Lex's priority list was healing Harry, so he teleported to X-142 once again and entered the Infinity Emporium. Powell Grant greeted him once again with a big smile, but Lex had no time. "Show me the strongest soul-healing medicine you have," said Lex. "It should also be extremely gentle, so that it can be used on even weak people." Powell, as a great salesman, immediately noticed that Lex was not in the mood for the usual banter that they enjoyed, and so immediately showed him the list. Lex was a rank 9 member of the Emporium, and though the items on sale were of all ranks, Lex didn't even bother looking below rank 7. At such a high rank, there were only a handful of medicines, or items with healing effects, though Lex didn't care. With an impassive face, Lex said, "I'll buy them all." Powell, who by now practically worshipped Lex as his best and favorite guest, once again broke out in a massive smile. "Excellent choice. It will take a few days to procure all the items, but no more than a week at most." "How do you intend to pay?" With valuable information, Lex replied hurriedly. At this moment, there was another consideration that Lex had to take into account. He did not believe that there was ever a possibility of anyone tying him to the inn, and especially to the identity of the innkeeper. After all, who could track his movement across the universe? But Lex had had enough of believing in probability and luck, and decided to prepare contingencies. He had already sold a few pieces of information to Powell that should have been way beyond his level, not to mention the business card, which was a matter related to dollars. Keeping this in mind, he knew that were anyone paying attention to him, for example the Emporium itself, he had to provide a reasonable explanation to source everything he knew and had, and let people arrive at the conclusion he wanted. Thus, he decided that in case it became inevitable that someone should track him to the inn, he would make use of his other identity at the inn, Leo, the owner of Gamer's Den. For that, moving forward, he could only use information which was possible for someone of his level to have. Moreover, Leo himself also needed to become more active at the inn, so that people actually knew about him. But keeping up that persona would cause him to lose the availability of a lot of information and items. So, while selling sensitive information, such as the identity of the owner of the person who launched the attack that shook the realm, would give him a lot of profit, he had to maintain the mentality of an employee. An inn employee would never purposefully reveal details about the innkeeper, so Lex must also never do the same. But then, at the same time, he could use common information from the inn and sell that. After all, so long as the Emporium didn't gain direct access to the inn, they would have to rely on him for information. When Powell led Lex into the appraisal room, Lex wasted no time and first informed him that there was a hotel in the universe offering special environments to cater to divine guests. That's about all he said, for he was still trying to gauge the level of this information, and would depend on Powell's reaction to understand how much it was worth. His strategy paid off really well, for the man really had no concept of a poker face, and stumbled so hard he nearly fell from his chair. "What's the name of the hotel?" he asked with a feverish energy. This information to ordinary people meant nothing, but to the right people, was worth a lot. Yet Lex did not answer and maintained his emotionless expression. "How much is this information worth?" he asked, without expressing if he would divulge more or not. Powell quickly regained his composure and began negotiating with Lex, but no matter what he did, Lex never directly gave the name of the hotel. Instead, he traded other bits and pieces of information until he had sufficient information to pay for what he wanted to buy, such as the news that a group of pillagers led by a Quash leader called Enzar had been destroyed, the Devils had lost a star system to the advance of the Jotun Empire, the Ironheart Pirates had changed their profession and had become marketing managers, etc. All the information Lex sold was worth nothing to him, but he knew how much it could be worth to those with vested interests. Finding those people would be the Emporium's job. Lex only cared that 1 week later he would have what he needed to heal Harry. As soon as he was done, Lex left. It was only after his departure that Powell realized they had spent only 4 minutes during the entire exchange. His casual smile and cavalier attitude quickly changed as he elevated Lex's status even more in his mind. Something was different about Lex, and whatever it was, it made him seem more intimidating. Powell did not want to be the person who would stand in his way. With his conscience cleared, Lex focused on the next matters. He only had a few dozen more minutes maximum before he fainted again, so he would make the most of them. He skimmed through his system notifications, there were way too many to read in depth at the moment, and got the gist of the matter. He had actually lost 2 points of authority because of the chaos that had been caused at the inn, and the number of his guests who were affected. He also received a bunch of emergency quests to save the inn, save his workers, save his guests, save his reputation. Most of them he succeeded, but some of them he failed. Due to the valiant effort of his workers, none of the guests were actually killed, so the system's punishments were not too severe. Yet no matter how bad his punishment had been, he had completed quite a few quests when he killed all the enemies. Moreover, as a result of his attack on the entire realm, as well as his act of making a demonstration of his enemies and burning their souls, the reputation of the inn had been elevated so much that he regained the 2 points of authority he lost, and in fact even gained 2 more, alongside a few other rewards. Lex did not have the time to go through them in excruciating detail, so once he confirmed that he had no impending urgent quest, he turned his attention to the rules of the inn. There were aspects of the system he still could not control yet, such as the appearance of the golden doors randomly, yet in other areas he had great control. Though the inn itself was generally open for all, Lex began designing special zones that would be limited to only those with a high enough cultivation. He could not force people of different cultivations to stay away from one another, but by creating exclusive zones for each cultivation range, he would automatically entice his guests to divide themselves. While this was not a perfect solution, his goal was to reduce the number of weak and strong cultivators mingling, so that if anything ever went wrong, the amount of collateral damage would be reduced to a minimum. Also, while it was not a perfect solution, until he got something figured out, he would have to continue relying on external security. As such, he began planning a long-term event that would allow him to keep sufficient guards around for a long time. He also had to allocate a sufficient budget. As for what the event was, he had the perfect idea. After all, the event itself didn't matter to Lex as much as the duration and security of it. He was just using another loophole in the system. How was he supposed to know that the lame event that he was planning would set off a storm, and kick off a new hobby for all the secluded cultivators of the Origin realm? He anticipated that it would take him only a few successful deals through the guild room before he had enough MP to pay for security. Then he would begin his next plans. In the last minute before he fell back asleep, he scanned the inn one more time to check if he missed something, and found something interesting. Aegis had finally come to the inn to investigate, and alongside him was Roland, the young entrepreneur. More importantly, in the new live map function he had unlocked recently, Roland was colored yellow, meaning he was an excellent candidate for an employee. Chapter 422, Manipulation. The live map function was yet again another new function that Lex had recently gained. Its uses were many and Lex had planned to use it to its maximum capabilities, but he had been too swamped with one event after another to pay any attention to it. Even now, the only reason he paid attention to it was due to the fact that he was focused on Aegis and Roland to begin with. Lex was curious why the map colored Roland, the young entrepreneur who sold newspapers with a gang of kids, yellow as a prospective employee rather than Aegis. But he did not have time to ponder. He felt that he would fall asleep at any moment, so he made his move. As an immortal, Aegis was able to sense many more things than cultivators below his level. Even among immortals, he barely met anyone who was as talented as himself, not to mention skilled. Therefore, the moment he arrived at the Midnight Inn, he instantly knew that Lex had not lied to him. This place, it really was a different realm than his own. He did not need to detect the subtle flavor that spiritual energy had which was different from his own, nor the concentration, or any number of other things. Just the fact that the subtle pressure preventing him from reaching a higher realm had disappeared was enough. Back in the crystal realm, anyone who reached the realm of Earth Immortal would be able to sense it. Growing one's cultivation realm after reaching the Earth Immortal realm was not only incredibly difficult because of the high realm level alone. The realm itself put some kind of pressure on all immortals, slowing their growth. But sometimes, either through odd circumstances, or through ridiculous talent, there were a few who reached the peak of the Earth Immortal realm, and even managed to surpass it. When that happened, they would get ejected from the Earth realm forcibly. This was an incredibly rare occasion to begin with, which is why the knowledge that the Earth Immortal realm was not the end of cultivation was already firmly in the realm of hearsay, in the crystal realm at least. As for what happened after they reached that realm, and were ejected was the subject of endless speculation amongst the few who were in the know. Due to his position, Aegis knew one of the rumors suspected to be the truth, which was that once someone surpassed the Earth Immortal realm, they were sent to another realm called the Ascension realm. But again, the concept of realms was too vague for him to understand completely. Yet now, here he was, at the Midnight Inn in another realm. Moreover, he had even brought along the small kid from the tavern along with him. What was the name of this realm? Could it be owned by this inn? Would that make it the Midnight Realm? He was lost in his thoughts as he looked around to take in the sights, when someone suddenly teleported in front of him. The man was dressed exceptionally well, and the aura he projected was one of great power and authority. Aegis got the same feeling from his father, but for some reason, he had a feeling that even his father could not match up to him. Moreover, the man was radiating an aura of the deeper laws that was so intense, it almost caused him to have to close his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, this was the aura from the hallucinations that his body had begun to absorb. Since Aegis would not be harmed by the aura, the system did not filter it out, but since Roland would not be able to handle it, the system employed its usual protective feature to protect him from suffering due to the aura. A few thoughts ran through Aegis' mind as he quickly surmised who this might be, and had only just thought of how to react when the innkeeper would ask him about joining, when the man looked directly past him and at Roland. "Dear guest, allow me to introduce myself. I am the innkeeper, the owner of this humble establishment. I hope you enjoy your stay at my inn, and make the most of our numerous services. If you find the inn agreeable, and think that you may want to pursue a future alongside us, then please make use of this key. It will allow you to take a simple trial, and if you are able to pass, you will have the honor of joining the Midnight family. Your skills and excellent attitude will be greatly appreciated here at the Midnight Inn." Roland, who grabbed the key from the innkeeper's hand, was looking up at the man with his mouth hung open. He was not expecting to receive a job offer, especially for a place as incredible as this. While Aegis was still able to calmly take in everything the inn had to offer, Roland, as a young man, was much more impressionable. But, at this moment, more shocked than Roland was Aegis. He was the one who came to the inn to check out if he wanted to work here, but he had been completely ignored in favor of a small kid. "Innkeeper, it is an honor to meet you. My name is," began Aegis when he noticed Roland was too shocked to reply, but was interrupted by the innkeeper. "Are you wondering why I am offering the kid a job while ignoring you?" The innkeeper, who had been smiling warmly at Roland, looked at Aegis with an uninterested and bland look. "It's very simple. The kid is exceptionally talented and motivated, making the most of every situation. He also put on an excellent display of not losing himself to despair when all hope seemed to be lost, never forgetting to keep the calm for his followers. You, on the other hand, are an overgrown child with daddy issues and a penchant for throwing tantrums. You're so oblivious to everything that isn't about yourself, you do not even see what is truly happening in your own world. I will not retract the opportunity you have received, but consider for a moment if you can provide anything other than your strength. And if it's a matter of strength, I have no shortage of people to choose from." Lex may have sounded harsh, but he understood Aegis well enough now that he knew if he paid him too much information, or gave him too much favor, he would fall into the same category of everyone who worshipped him for his talent all his life. Instead, by challenging him and belittling his existence to nothing more than hired muscle, he challenged Aegis to prove him wrong. It may seem a little cold-hearted to manipulate someone so directly like that, and think so little of them, but with his hallucinations returning, Lex could not be his kind and warm-hearted self. He was barely keeping his sanity, he could not distract himself with thoughts like empathy. In fact, before Aegis had a chance to respond, the innkeeper disappeared. In truth, he had returned to his recovery pod, but to Aegis, it seemed like the innkeeper truly thought too little of him. In truth, Aegis felt offended by how he had been so directly belittled, but at the same time, he was shocked by the man's aura, as well as how easily he had been able to read Aegis' thoughts. He also felt a strong inclination to prove the man wrong. Despite becoming an immortal, he could do nothing about the fact that at the end of the day he was human, and human emotions were easily manipulated. Had this been anywhere else, Aegis would not have been so easily fooled. He was still an immortal after all. Unfortunately, how could he challenge Lex, right in the Midnight Inn? None of his senses worked properly on him. The two of them spent a couple of days at the inn, taking in everything the inn had to offer. Amazed by the magical land, Roland was unable to stop himself from crushing the platinum key and starting his trial. Besides, he had nothing left for himself at the Crystal Realm anyway. Aegis, on the other hand, returned to the Crystal Realm. Whether he accepted the job or not, he would prove that he was not worthless by having Zagan use the platinum key. But at the same time, the innkeeper's remark about how he was oblivious to the truth of his own world struck him hard. He was not stupid, he knew his father was keeping secrets from him, he just never cared. But what if it was not just his father, but all the races? He recalled that Lex had also asked him some questions relating to the Craven. He never cared before, but he had to prove to himself that he wasn't worthless. If he was ignorant before, it was because he didn't care, but now that he cared, he would definitely find out. Unbeknownst to him, even this action of his was playing right into Lex's hands. Chapter 423. Lonely at the top. Bonus chapter. Lex had once again fallen asleep, and this time the Lotus was having a little more trouble helping him lay the necessary foundation for his body. The Lotus itself was an infant, after all, and the more it raised Lex's foundation, the harder it became to further improve it. Last time it had to ask the turtle for some extremely fertile soil, while this time the Lotus used up all the divine essence that had been collected by the divine boulder core, the core being the small pebble that Lex had found back in the crystal realm that greatly increased his strength. Lex always assumed that the essence could no longer assist him, but the essence was literally something used by divine beings. How could it be so straightforward? The reason why Lex could no longer gain benefits from it was that he had tempered all his skin with it, strengthening it while also making it non-permeable to the essence. The reason for that was to prevent any essence inside his body from leaking out. Ergo, the next natural step was to have the inside of his body washed in the essence. Lex was naturally incapable of doing that, since at most he could drink it. The Lotus, however, could wash every inch of Lex's body, not only strengthening his foundation, but also increasing the strength of his body. The gist of it was taking a lot longer to help Lex wake up this time compared to the last couple of times. The physical universe, or rather the physical origin realm, was a vast and wonderful place. The possibilities were endless, and it was filled with strange and mesmerizing visages. Yet only the lucky or the worthy ever had a chance to bear witness to it. Fortunately, there was another place where even the mundane could experience the full glory of everything the physical plane had to offer. This mystical place was known as the Henley Portal. All one needed to do was scan their body and then use any of the VR immersion devices to enter the portal with their mind, and live in the alternate reality, which was the Henley Portal. The size of the portal was incalculable, for no one had ever discovered the borders of this place. Unlike the physical place, which existed as planets, star systems and galaxies, the portal existed only as one continuous plane. Each galaxy that was connected to the Henley Portal would receive a plot of land proportional to the size of their galaxy, where they would hold their sovereignty. If the galaxy had an owner, for example, the Jotun Empire, then anyone entering the virtual plot of land would require an online visa. The visa thing sucked, but that was veering off into the political side of the portal. Basically, the portal was massive, and in fact, the definition of the known universe that was commonly used in the origin realm referred to the area of the realm which had been connected by the portal. Other races could only explore how vast the origin realm was by the number of connected galaxies. Besides them, only the Henley truly knew how expansive the origin realm was, but they could not be bothered to lay out the portal themselves, so they had members of the Alliance doing it. Predictably, one of the most popular forms of entertainment in the portal was fighting. Since the fighters would not really die in real life, many people used the ultra-realism of the portal to hone their skills and contest against strong opponents. In one such place, in an unnamed galaxy, in a private room, a Martsu, also known as T-Rex, a Bunair, a race of sentient beetles, and an Ulan, a humanoid race with bronze-colored skin and majestic antlers, were sitting together. All three females were spectating a battle royale and casually chatting amongst one another. This, for them, was a very common get-together. Though it may seem like they were rich and carefree, in truth, they were all battle maniacs who happened to become friends from battling one another in the portal. Every so often they would take a break and rest like this, for maintaining peak mental state required some off time. The Ulan, a young girl of only 91 years of age, was casually sifting through the pages of an online battle magazine when a particular article caught her interest. To be more specific, it was the image above the article that caused her interest. It was the silhouette of a man dressed smartly, holding naught but a butter knife. The lands before him were filled with bodies of what she could only assume were his defeated opponents, though the outline of his face did not seem to be looking down at them. Instead, it was looking upwards, as if challenging the heavens. Though it was only a picture, and the young girl could not even determine the warrior's expression, let alone his identity, something about the way he stood filled her heart with admiration, as well as worship. The title of the article was, "To Die at His Hands is the Ultimate Mercy," and was written by A. Rachel. The Ulan girl could not move her gaze away from the heroic figure in the picture, as if his silhouette contained everything she had ever dreamed of. Unbeknownst to herself, the bronze-skinned girl began to blush. At this point, her two friends noticed something was going on, but she herself did not notice. She finally pried her eyes from the picture, and began to read the words written below. "How lonely is it at the top?" the author asked in her first sentence, and then continued. "It is a question we will never be able to answer, for that is the place where he stands, alone, protecting everything he holds dear. But while he stands at the front to protect so many others, why must he stand alone, with no one to protect his heart?" The Ulan girl did not even realize when the tears started flowing down her cheeks as she imagined a hero, going from one battlefield to another, his body a canvas for battle scars. But when he returns at night to rest by his campfire, he rests alone. "I will protect your heart." The girl wanted to scream, but she knew her voice would not reach the hero's ears, for he was surely far away, fighting to keep the universe safe. At the end of the article, a part she had not yet reached, was a statement by the author, mentioning an upcoming comic series depicting the exploits of the noble hero known only as the Innkeeper. Chapter 424. First meeting 6 days after Lex returned to his recovery pod, he finally woke up again. This time his condition was much better, and he even felt like he could manage to ignore the hallucinations without any assistance. Moreover, his body was overflowing with strength, yet at the same time, he felt completely normal. It was an unusual feeling, but he did not have the time to delve into these matters. He had to make the most of his time before he fell asleep again. It was also because of his rush that he missed the formation of the Innkeeper fan club that was holding its first ever meeting, having been formed after the small news article and comic strip that Velma launched on the Midnight newsletter as well as the Henley portal. He teleported to his office, once again finding Luther standing there, coffee in hand. Yet this time, he was also holding 3 folders. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity, but chugged his coffee before asking what they were about. "Do you have something that requires my attention?" Lex asked, turning towards Luther. It was only natural that with time, Luther would bring various matters to Lex's attention. After all, as Lex's assistant, his job did not end with sending in people to Lex's office for meetings. Though Lex was feeling much better, and could almost ignore the hallucinations, the fact of the matter was that the effects they were having on him were much deeper than just putting him in a coma. They messed with his emotions, so that even now, Lex was more or less in his neutral and cold state. Luther, having only glimpsed at the usual warm and friendly innkeeper, felt the innkeeper's current attitude was a reflection of everyone's poor performance. "There are a couple of proposals I had which I wanted to bring to show you. After spending some time at the inn, and talking to a lot of the workers, I believe that we, the workers, are not sufficiently motivated or driven to give our best performance. After a detailed investigation into how all the workers actually perform, I came up with a list of possible solutions to increase motivation and drive up work efficiency. I also mentioned a special training program which can focus on a few workers who have proven their worth to aid in increasing their cultivation, so that they can be of greater use to the inn." With his interest piqued, Lex reached out and grabbed the first folder and read through the list. Despite how minimal Luther actually made it sound, he had been incredibly thorough in his report. Each proposed change was supported with an in-depth explanation for where he saw the shortcoming, and how he suspected the change could increase efficiency. Even with Lex's increased cultivation, as well as heightened efficiency due to the overdrive state, it took him nearly an entire minute to read through it. What impressed him most was that Luther hadn't taken it upon himself to make judgments, but had actually talked to a lot of the workers to determine whether these mentioned improvements would actually bring about positive change in their relevant departments. A brief example of the kinds of proposed changes would be performance-based raises and promotions, result-based perks, such as access to some of the inn's services or extra holidays, an annual review of the best workers in each department, specific events or holidays focused towards the workers, etc. Furthermore, it suggested sending the workers who performed the best to a neutral cultivation institution called Ventura to aid them in raising their cultivation. Lex had to say, if Luther ever got a corporate job back on Earth, he'd be possibly one of the most beloved employees ever. In his cold and calculating state, Lex almost immediately approved the changes. But no matter how cold or emotionless he became, it did not erase his memories. One of the strongest feelings Lex had back when he learned that his workers were actual living people instead of autonomous robots, was that he did not want to treat them like slaves or mindless workers. Moreover, no matter how much he could possibly improve efficiency by doing these things, he could never overlook the loyalty his workers had shown him. So, while Luther presented a lot of good ideas, Lex could not implement them as if. Before he made a comment, though, he summoned 2 other workers to his room, Gerard and Velma. He had noticed that those 2 had contributed the most in this proposal and so wanted to include them in this talk. Naturally, due to the limited time that Lex had, he did not wait for them to come to him themselves, but informed them to finish whatever they were doing, and then teleported them over directly. The moment that the others entered his office, a change took place and a conference table appeared with 4 chairs. It seemed like they were about to hold the first ever meeting to discuss improvements at the inn. "This is a good proposal," Lex began, "and I like the initiative of locating areas that need improvements and suggesting them on your own. But while these are good ideas, they need some alterations before we can implement them. While getting the workers to improve efficiency is good and all, I do not want the whole purpose of their existence to become working and serving. As such, while we will create avenues for those who wish it to improve, as well as take on more responsibility, there's not going to be discrimination for those who are satisfied with their place. All added perks and services will not be limited to certain people only. After all the workers at the Midnight Inn are a family, and as a family, we do not discriminate, but look out for one another." There was an imperceptible pause when Lex reached this point as thoughts of his family keeping secrets from him flashed in his mind, but Lex moved past it. Luther had presented some good ideas here, and Lex wanted to start on them immediately, after they went through some changes, of course. Chapter 425. Last two folders. Although went through the dramatic claim of having the first ever meeting to improve the inn between Lex and key members of the inn, the actual meeting lasted no more than 3 minutes. The whole premise of Luther's proposal was to have the workers improve themselves by creating a competitive environment, so that only those who had the will and dedication could rise through the ranks and get the respective rewards. While in theory this was a good thing, Lex knew for a fact that such an environment hardly ever only promoted healthy competition. The only change Lex made to this, since he also didn't believe in just giving handouts, was that he did not set a limit to perks and services. Should any of the workers want higher pay, different positions, more holidays or anything along those lines, there was a way for them to pursue it. Luther instead had limited quotas per annum for certain raises and services, which would have bolstered competition. Regardless, after making a few changes, Lex directly implemented them and informed Mary of them as well, since technically she oversaw more of the inn's activities than his actual workers. He was looking forward to the day he could give her an actual physical body so she could also join the inn and actually spend time with everyone. All Mary had told him, for now, was that once his authority was high enough he would gain that option eventually. Once that was concluded, Lex turned to the matter of sending his workers outside the inn to train. Once his authority was high enough to teleport people outside the inn wherever he wished, he could do this, since his workers weren't actually limited to only existing in the inn's space. Still, even if he could do this right now, he still wouldn't. There are some things you can't anticipate right now due to your level as well as your exposure, the innkeeper said, looking at Luther. He could tell that, by far, he was the most ambitious of his workers. But his experience was, ultimately, limited to the inn and the information he was born with. While on the surface it seems like a good idea to send workers out to raise their cultivation, and this Ventura organization may have a reputation of being neutral, there are some things you do hoping to rely on the mercy of others. All the workers, even the seemingly ordinary ones, have unordinary talent and very powerful bloodlines they can unlock. Once or twice might be fine, but once workers start going to an external organization and they notice the trend of so many people with the exact same bloodline, it may eventually give birth to greed in their hearts. So, the workers can only train at the inn. While this is slow for now, eventually the inn will continue to improve, and the training you receive will be no less than any other establishment. Forgive me for being impatient, Luther said, bowing. He suddenly felt ashamed for planning so many things on his own without gaining the innkeeper's approval first. The innkeeper clearly had a keener insight into the machinations of the universe than himself, so relying on him would not lead him astray. Fortunately, the innkeeper had not punished him, but instead guided him on which direction to focus future suggestions. What are the other folders? Lex asked. Luther promptly handed Lex the next one, which detailed his suggestions for things to add to the inn, as well as a few proposed changes to the security protocols. These Lex read a bit more thoroughly, for the idea of creating a prison, or dungeon, and then holding those who transgressed was extremely serious. It felt like a huge decision. And yet, it was not, for he had been doing it for a while already. In his emotionless state, there was no room for false modesty. It was a simple truth that the inn was his home, and that while he would be warm and friendly to most, to those who meant him harm, Lex should not be lenient. The inclination to not harm someone, or at least not be so harsh, was something nurtured by living in civilized society, where freedom and safety were the foundations of civilization. But while all countries touted the call of human rights and peace, one needs but to open a history book to remember the foundation for a nation where these ideals could be peddled was built through war. But at the same time, there was no need to be so ostentatious while doing these things. Lex approved them, but did not immediately implement them. This was simply because he did not have the MP to spare at the moment. He asked for the last folder, but was surprised when he saw Luther's awkward appearance. Hesitantly, the assistant handed Lex the final folder. This one was thin. In fact, it was only a single page. It was a proposal for funeral proceedings for the workers that died. Lex's host attire made it so that Lex had absolute control over all his actions, small or big. So it was a conscious decision when Lex let out a sigh, and sat down on his chair. Without making a single change to the existing plans, Lex made a single addition and approved it. This proposal was not from Luther, but a joint suggestion from all the workers. They did not wish to be buried at the inn, for this was the place they cherished with all their heart. They did not want a cemetery in this place. Instead, those chose, for their fallen brothers and sisters, as well as for themselves should they die, to be cremated, and have their ashes spread across the inn. The only addition Lex made was a monument, simple and unassuming, found in a lost corner somewhere in the inn, with the names of the workers who passed, and a little about them. Suddenly, Lex felt a strange exhaustion grip his body. Then he made a decision. Chapter 426. The long-lost Leo. Lex had been extremely focused on taking care of the inn as much as he possibly could in the few moments of lucidity he had every time he woke up. But he had other plans as well which were just as important. One of them was bringing Leo, the owner of the Gamer's Den, back. After all, if anyone ever guessed that Lex worked at the inn, he would use Leo to explain that identity. Now was a good time to make his comeback, and he intended to come back in spectacular fashion. He scanned the inn once and instantly picked on something interesting. After learning the details surrounding what was happening, Lex couldn't help but be amazed. Sometimes, things just aligned up too perfectly. He teleported away. "I told you for the last time, I can't fight any nascent realm cultivators," said Z in an exasperated tone. It had been days since he last watched any decent anime. It was work this, responsibility that. After all that had happened, he hadn't even had any time to rest. As if that wasn't enough, some of the regulars at the battle arena started to come and bug him. Z had quite the reputation, and fought many battles. But, while he had a near-perfect win streak, it was within limits. He could not fight nascent soul cultivators, as he could barely fight against golden core cultivators if he used all his strength and bloodline abilities. Yet those regulars did not seem to care, as they kept trying to convince him. After all, it was just a little gambling. The good thing about the inn was that the fights weren't to the death, unless stated in the beginning, so there was no farm. The recovery pod had been good enough to heal all combat wounds so far. Think of it as training. Come on chap, if you only ever fight easy opponents, how will you ever grow? Even defeat can teach a valuable lesson. If you think it's easy, you fight them, said Z one more time. Though they were annoyingly persistent, at least they weren't insulting or blackmailing him into fighting, which is why he kept tolerating them. Otherwise, all he needed to do was tell old man Gerard they were bothering him and they would be taken care of. Security had been very strict about safety lately. Come now, don't be like that. Just one fight. Think about how impressive you'll look in front of all the ladies. Z sighed and was about to respond again, when he heard a voice that he hadn't heard in a long time. Stop bothering my cute little employee. If you want someone to fight, I'll do it. Z and the men begging him to fight all looked over to see Leo. He was dressed very casually, in a black t-shirt and blue jeans, and the expression he wore was that of a smug smile. Since he was wearing Clark Kent glasses he was in disguise, but it only changed his appearance without changing too many details. Yet, despite how ordinary he seemed, for some reason, the feeling Z got was not casual whatsoever. Instead, he felt that right now, Leo was very dangerous. The system was suppressing the aura of his laws, since no one here was an immortal and could not tolerate it without getting hurt, but the natural intimidation carried by Lex's body was allowed to flow freely. He looked athletic, but his body was not bulging with muscles like that of bodybuilders or, in some cases, body cultivators. Yet that did not mean that the strength of his body was not completely overwhelming. Lex released his Foundation Realm aura to show them that he wasn't too strong either. Since he scanned the inn, he knew that there was a group of gamblers who had gathered together to try and get Z to fight a nascent realm fighter. They didn't have malicious intentions, or else the system would detect it. They were just ordinary gamblers who had been blinded by Z's endless victories, and wanted to bet big. After all, they had yet to see him fail so far, so they believed he was capable of anything. Lex decided to make use of the crowd's attention to declare his return. "Who are you?" one of the gamblers asked. Unlike Z, who was honed in battle, they did not pick up on Leo's dangerous aura at all. "Leo, I'm Z's boss," and he disappeared from right in front of them, and reappeared in the arena. All the screens in the arena, as well as everywhere else in the village, turned to show Leo standing in the arena alone, his aura on full blast. "I'll accept as many challengers as you want, nascent realm and below. You can come at me together, but you only have 60 seconds, as I'll stop accepting challengers after that. I'll personally put up a pot of 50,000 megapixels. Anyone who beats me can get it." There was an immediate ruckus, as the gamblers who had surrounded Z ran to enter the arena and place their bets. Even Z could not help but make his way to the arena. After all, someone would be needed to carry his irresponsible boss's unconscious body after the fight. 60 seconds was not a lot of time, yet the incentive of 50,000 megapixels was enough to cause people to run, especially when Lex was displaying his Foundation realm cultivation. Within 1 minute, over 300 contestants entered the ring, all of them in the nascent realm, and over 10,000 people placed bets on how many seconds Leo would survive the fight. As soon as the 60 seconds was over, the fight began and the desperate contestants didn't hesitate to attack Lex. After all, based on logic, whoever struck first would be the winner to 50,000 megapixels. But from start to finish, Lex did not move. Instead, below his feet, a massive array started to form. Yet because it was on the ground, no one noticed. They only watched as the first attack approached Lex, and then landed. Immediately, it was followed by hundreds more. All the attacks landed within 1 second, and everyone stopped as they began looking around, waiting for the winner to be declared. Yet the declaration didn't come. Instead, when the smoke cleared, they found Leo standing still, completely unharmed. This time, instead of a technique, he had used an array to defend himself. Now, he would also use an array to attack. The sky suddenly darkened, casting a large shadow over the arena. When everyone looked up, they saw an array several times the size of the arena itself, floating up in the sky, gathering energy. In the horrified silence that filled the arena, the sound of loud cracking woke everyone up. Lex was cracking his knuckles. He gave himself 5 minutes for this fight, before he had to get to his other tasks, so he should really stop dilly-dallying. Chapter 427. Arrays. The feeling was electric. It sent tingles down his spine and made the hair on his body stand up. The heat from 300 nascent-level cultivators' bodies filled the arena air, yet Lex felt as fresh and awake as if he was breathing in crisp air up in the mountains. It was strange because in his mind he felt devoid of emotions, as if they had been stripped of him, yet his body was humming with excitement. His heart was not racing, but he could feel that it was beating faster than normal. Though he was standing straight, he felt his muscles loosen and tighten, as if warming up for the battle. Adrenaline had already begun pumping through his veins, and the anticipation was heating up his body. Yet, as if completely detached from his body, he watched everything with a cool head. Today was about venting his frustrations, yes, but it was also about so much more. It was about the return of Leo. It was about making a statement. It was about protecting his workers. And it was about finalizing his foundation through his actions before he could no longer suppress his breakthrough. The thing about arrays was, they did not have a designated strength level. The amount of strength they produced was entirely up to the array made. So then how would the strength of an array be measured? Of course, using appropriate characters to form an array affected its strength. Moreover, the characters naturally occurred in space, and directly produced results from the universe itself for simply existing, so the better, or rather, more appropriate character one used, the stronger the array would be. Another metric to measure the strength of an array was usually the size or complexity. But this too was not always the case, for an ingenious array could provide the same feedback as a large, more complex array. All in all, there were no firm rules to declare how an array could be strengthened, and unlike formations, which had clearly marked levels to denote their strength, arrays had none. Still, it was not hard for Lex to come up with ingenious ways to use arrays. His background in programming helped, to a degree, and his understanding of science also played a role. For example, if he was creating an array to burn something, he didn't forget to create a necessary fuel as a part of the array to keep the fire burning long after the array ran out of energy. But, in certain ways, his deep dependence on human understanding of the universe derived from Earth restricted him and his imagination. After all, while he had a scientific background, he lacked a cultivation background. In his current state, however, it was no longer an issue, for his subconscious was playing a large role in his actions, and his subconscious was also being affected by the hallucinations. He was only in the Foundation realm, so his perception of time should not have been as good as the nascent cultivators that surrounded him, yet practically speaking that did not seem to be the case. The moment the match began, Lex entered his overdrive state and took note of all his enemies. There were only about 44 humans, while the rest were either beasts or from other races Lex hadn't really paid much attention to. Their attacks would no doubt be extremely strong, and carry a bit of their element, not to mention they probably had some aspects to them Lex did not understand yet. After all, his own realm was far below them. It would be much easier to just negate the attacks, or send them somewhere else rather than defending against them, he thought. An array started to form beneath his feet, as he casually thought about how to react. The first nascent was forming its attacks and Lex's instincts started screaming, but he did not move. Maybe I should form a realm around myself. The array around his feet grew, formed of characters Lex never even learnt. No, that's not a good idea. The array shrunk back in size, the previous characters disappearing. A direct crash is not a good idea, for I'll need to create a barrier stronger than all of the attacks and the cumulative force. I know, I'll create a barrier around myself that can accept any kind of energy and use the energy to continue to exist. It should not have the ability to suck in any energy itself, or that could cause me problems instead. The activation energy should be high enough so that the ambient energy can't keep it active, and only the nascent attacks coming my way can keep it running. Yes, excellent. So long as it has 100% efficiency in absorbing all energy, I won't suffer from a single attack, but the barrier will also fade quickly once the attacks stop, so it won't become a prison for myself. Lex's thoughts all occurred quicker than a single instant, and the array on the ground formed at the same speed. The barrier formed just in time to absorb the first attack seamlessly. Honestly, there should have been no explosion or loss of energy of any kind had all the attacks landed on it, yet due to the tight space and narrow target, the 300 attacks kept hitting each other and exploding prematurely. Still, none of it mattered to Lex. His mind was already focused on the next array. His actions would form his foundation, or something like that, he couldn't remember. Some would argue that his actions were immense enough even if they only considered everything he achieved in the crystal realm, let alone the fact that he decimated an entire religion from the entire realm after coming back. The truth was, when he heard that his actions would reflect in his foundation, he decided to build it by using an array to defeat impossibly strong enemies. He was so focused on that single thing that he completely forgot he had long surpassed it. Chapter 428, Bang. A shadow covered the arena as an array covered the entire visible sky. The spectators' minds shut down as they tried to process what they were seeing, while the competitors were trying to absorb the fact that Lex was completely unharmed by the previous bombardment. Lex, on the other hand, was thinking of ways to endlessly increase his firepower while making his array as precise as possible. He also had to give a large part of his focus onto the array itself as well. While the characters that formed arrays were found in the universe, making them reappear was not magic. Lex had to expend his own spiritual energy to form them, which is usually why when he formed arrays they were close to his body. After all, the shorter distance his energy had to travel before forming the characters, the less energy he would have to expend. This over-the-top performance right now was necessary not because Lex wanted to be a show-off, but because he wanted to take out 300 of his opponents at the same time, without killing them, and without causing the damage to spread. Those extra few requirements made the array much more complicated, but that did not seem to be an issue for him at the moment. There was just one drawback. Since he was channeling all his spirit energy into the sky, he could use none of his techniques. So until the array was complete, he would have to survive without them. But just because Lex's mind was unusually in tune with arrays, and this was his special moment, in his mind at least, it did not mean his opponents would allow him to continue his performance unimpeded. One of the beasts recovered from the shock and dashed towards Lex to attack him up close and personal. It did not understand what was happening and did not care. One solid hit was all it would take to end the fight. A massive toad appeared before Lex and smashed down hard. Bang, bang, a body flew out and crashed into a pile of corpses, but it moved instantaneously and did not take any time to rest. He couldn't. Even the briefest of moments for respite could spell the end for him, since on this galactic battlefield, Alexander Morrison was nothing more than cannon fodder. His peak golden core realm strength placed him on the lower end of the spectrum on this battlefield, and he should not have been so deep behind enemy lines. But who cared about such things during war? Through twists of fate, various coincidences, and a lot of bad luck, Alexander found himself facing death at every corner, and now it was his job to make it out alive. Behind him, 4 others moved with remarkable cohesion, and supported each other to the utmost to survive the onslaught. They were Alexander's team, and he was their captain. Oddly enough, his was the only team that hadn't suffered a single death so far, but it was not a coincidence. Alexander used every ounce of his skill, strength, technique and resources to make sure that none of them would die. Often enough, he intercepted attacks that would have killed them and suffered the damage in their stead to keep them alive. Many assumed he was just an emotional leader, but the truth was, out here, he was so outclassed in every sense that if his team suffered even the slightest drop in strength, they would not be able to survive. So to live, he had to keep his team alive so they could support him, and to keep them alive he had to face every danger that came their way. But it could not be helped. He was not a lucky protagonist who would get saved every time he encountered danger, nor was he the golden child of destiny. Out here, in the battlefield between humans and Fuegans, he was not even qualified to be a foot soldier. It would take his whole team to fight a single enemy. But as he gathered his energy and dodged more attacks, the look in his eyes was not one of a wounded animal, or a desperate man. The look in his eyes was one of hunger. He was hungry to grow stronger, and not just by breaking through a higher realm. He would be the best of the best. The 6 swords floating behind him aligned with his moves and attacked the enemy in front of him. Bang, bang, Aegis, body smashed deep into a mountain. The armor he had been wearing had crumbled away. No, it had crumbled, and then pressed into Aegis's body. But Aegis himself did not seem to notice. He gathered strength in his body, the mountain breaking around him, and pushed himself into the sky. Surrounding him were hundreds of monsters, all of them immortals. All of them had hidden in the dark corners of the realm for millions of years to achieve the strength they had now. So why would they besiege him now? It was because of the blue crystal essence in the necklace around his neck. He brought it out to attract Zagan, but he would have to fend off waves of other monsters till Zagan arrived. But he was not afraid. They called him the strongest in his generation, but how could they not hear the insult in that statement? He was not satisfied with just his generation. He would be the strongest of all generations. The Crown Prince zoomed off to punch a monster the size of Mount Everest in the face. Bang! The competitors were not only attacking Lex, they were even fighting with each other to get a chance to land a hit on Lex. They had no cooperation or cohesion, but that only worked in Lex's favor. After all, he just had to survive long enough for his array to be completed. It was much easier said than done, for not a single spot of his body remained uncovered in blood. As strong as his instincts were, he was not able to avoid all attacks effortlessly. Yet that did not matter, for Regal Embrace was finally showing what it was worth. Directly or indirectly, he had suffered hundreds of attacks already in the last 4 minutes, but while he suffered numerous wounds, not a single bone in his body broke. A cat the size of a house appeared before Lex and tried to stab him with its claws but missed. It wasn't because Lex dodged, but because Lex stopped running altogether, which caused the cat to misjudge where to attack. This could also count as dodging, but the reason it did not count as such. He looked up at the sky with a bloody grin. The array was glowing, and it began to rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky then, in an instant, 300 golden bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, landing on all the contestants without missing a single one. Bang! Chapter 429. Threat backfires. Could one quantify an attack that was powerful enough to completely and safely defeat a nascent realm cultivator, human, beast or otherwise, without actually killing them? It had to be remembered that the rebels on Earth had to plan for decades, and resort to nuclear and hydrogen bombs to threaten merely 5 nascent-level cultivators, all of whom were stuck at the very start of that realm. Yet now, Lex was facing 300 of them. In fact, he had taken their beating not only without dying, but without breaking a bone. Sure, the interference from the other competitors made it so none of them were really able to focus on Lex properly, but he took a beating nonetheless. Of course, the fact that the Lotus had been basically re-establishing his foundation again and again, and in the process nourishing his body, also played a significant role in his survival. Now, as if facing such an army was already not tough enough, Lex only had arrays as a viable option to do enough damage to counter them. In theory, arrays could be endlessly powerful. Theoretically, if a chi training cultivator were given an unlimited supply of energy, they could eventually construct an array massive and complex enough to unleash attacks far more powerful than even nuclear bombs. Yet in practicality, it was far from so simple. The first issue was that an array had to be drawn using spiritual energy. The supply of energy in the entire array, and each individual character, needed to be steady, and it also needed a constant until the array itself was formed. Now, as if that was not enough, the theory behind the array needed to be correct, but more than that, each character had to be the absolute perfect one to corroborate its behavior according to that theory. There were hundreds of characters for fire, and each of them behaved differently. There were hundreds for air, hundreds for water, hundreds for abstract concepts like beauty, love, hate, anger and so much more. If the purpose of the array was to fuel the fire with oxygen, you would use a different kind of character, and if the purpose of the array was to birth a single ember, a different character would be used. The more characters were used, the more the chance of contradictions forming there were. It had to be remembered that even an array gone wrong could fuel itself from energy from the universe. More than once Lex had formed arrays that collapsed, which resulted in explosions. In fact, Lex had even used failed arrays as last-minute, desperate attacks back in the Crystal Realm when he faced the Craven. So, based on Lex's understanding of arrays, it was even possible to form an array that had the strength of a Dollard. Practically though, he would need a mind powerful enough to comprehend and calculate arrays and characters on such a level. As for his accomplishments at the moment, even he was not fully conscious of the fact that he had no idea how he was doing these things, though he himself was ultimately generating the ideas for what kinds of arrays to use. Lex did not have a clear understanding of how much damage needed to be dealt to defeat these opponents, so he did not think in terms of damage. First he needed his attack to be fast enough so that they cannot dodge, regardless of their cultivation or race, hence he chose lightning. But it was not traditional lightning damage that he was relying on to defeat them. No, it occurred to him that he could replicate the unconscious state if he could temporarily disconnect the soul from the spirit. As it happened, there happened to be a kind of lightning with that kind of affinity. Moreover, quite conveniently for the motif of the inn, it was golden in color. With a bang the lightning struck, but instead of a devastating explosion, the only thing that occurred was all the competitors collapsed on the ground. Their eyes were still open and their bodies were unhurt, but they lay on the ground as unresponsive as corpses. There were no wild cheers from the crowd, for with this unexpected victory, almost all of them had lost some MP gambling. Only the craziest gamblers who were hoping for a miracle bet on Leo ended up winning, but even they forgot to cheer. That was because the sight was too horrifying. In the arena stood a man, drenched in his own blood, smiling at them with pearly white teeth showing. All around him lay the bodies of his enemies. Even when the announcer declared Leo the winner he didn't really move, and swept his gaze over the crowds until he found the few specific fellows who had been bugging Z. "I hope you enjoyed the show," the bloody man said, his smooth voice a stark contrast to the bloody scene. "There'll be more interesting things for you to see at the inn, there always will be. So don't go looking for my cute little workers and force him onto the stage every time." Alright, it's not polite. There were no threats in Lex's words, and at most there was a slight admonishment. Yet the spectators didn't feel that way, especially the folks Lex had been looking at. They completely forgot that they had lost their money. They forgot everything. The single thought in their minds was, forget Z, they had to bet on this Leo in the future. Lex did not know what was going on through their heads as he teleported out of the arena and disappeared. He realized that people, the workers mostly, might be curious about why he could teleport in places whereas only people from the security team should have the authority to do so. It was not an issue he would address directly, for it would be less believable that way. Instead, he would reveal things in a roundabout manner. It was time for Leo to meet Luther. Chapter 430. Tasks. Lex estimated how much time he had left and could roughly round it off to about another 20 minutes. This was more than the last few times combined, but at the same time, the Lotus also conveyed to it how waking Lex up was getting progressively harder. Fortunately, according to the Lotus, Lex would need only 2 more treatments. The bad news was, for the last one the Lotus requested a special metal that it would need. The worst news was that, apparently, it was extremely rare. Considering that Lex had just made 100,000 megapixels off of the gamblers who bet against his victory, as well as another 43,000 megapixels during the time he was asleep, his income was going up, but it might not be enough to purchase it in the guild room. Well, it was lucky that Lex had to make a trip to the Emporium anyway, so he made a small detour before meeting Luther. The first batch of materials Lex had bought from the Emporium had arrived, though, unfortunately, Lex had arrived one day too early to receive the items necessary to heal Harry. Accepting everything in his new spatial bangle, Lex went right to business. "I have a special request that might be slightly hard to find. I'm not entirely sure about its availability. If it's available in any market, we'll find it. Just tell me what you need," said Powell with his signature grin. He was practically in love with Lex by now. Lex alone had been responsible for more commissions than Powell had received in his entire career otherwise. If he had a daughter, he'd be trying to set them up. It's a metal called Entis core. I need about 1 gram of it. Powell's grin froze, and a difficult expression appeared on his face. He did not immediately reply, but checked his catalog. A few moments later he shook his head. This time, you've truly asked for something very difficult. In terms of ranking, it's only rank 6, you should easily have access to it. Yet in terms of demand and rarity, it is off the charts. You know, I've heard the energy cores for intergalactic ships are made out of that metal, and its rarity is one of the reasons why those ships are so rare. Powell, Lex said very calmly, and looked at the man directly in his eyes. Price is not an issue right now. I need 1 gram, at the very least, and I'll take more if you can find it. But you should know, the Emporium is not the only place I'll be reaching out for this. Lex's meaning was clear. They had a great relationship so far, and although Lex had been paid for everything, the Emporium had been the one gaining from their trades. Now it was time for them to step up. Powell's expression turned solemn, and he nodded. That was enough for now. Lex quickly returned to the inn, donned his Clark Kent glasses and set up a meeting with Luther and Velma through Mary. Both of them were surprised that they had been requested for, but it wasn't the innkeeper who was requesting them. They could not imagine who else could have Mary act on their behalf, and they were even more surprised when they reached the private room Lex had gotten to see, Leo. Velma knew who he was, but Luther had never even heard of him. 100 questions ran through his head, but Leo was on a tight schedule, so he didn't have time to let things play out slowly. Velma, it's great to see you. It's been a while, and you must be Luther. I've heard things about you. Please have a seat. Leo, it's been a while indeed. Where have you been off to? Poor Z had to handle the den all by himself. I just had a few tasks to take care of. Life can be pretty busy sometimes, he replied vaguely with a smile, and turned to look towards Luther. I'm sure you're wondering why I've called you here, or even, who I am. Let me just quickly introduce myself. Officially, I'm Leo, owner of the Gamer's Den on Main Street. But, on the side, I also run a few miscellaneous errands for the innkeeper now and again. His last statement startled the two, as Leo's tone and general mystique indicated a relationship with the innkeeper that was hidden. Why would the innkeeper require such a thing? They did not even entertain the thought that he was lying for a second, for the innkeeper was not one that could casually be lied about. But, as I said, I've been very busy lately and I can't do all the necessary tasks myself. As I hear it, you two are greatly trusted by the innkeeper, so I thought you could help me with a couple of small things. What is it? Asked Luther, speaking for the first time. Requests of the innkeeper he took very seriously. His only reservation was why the innkeeper didn't ask him himself. There's 2 things, and the second one will require you to work closely with each other. The first thing, and this is the greatest priority, is that Luther, I need you to contact the Jotun Empire. Preferably, you should contact General Ragnar, or someone as close to him as possible, for he has a great relationship with the inn. We need 1 gram of a metal called Entis core, more if possible. If they require payment, or some kind of terms, you can directly consult Mary. Remember, this is extremely important. Luther only nodded, as he suddenly came up with an explanation in his mind. Luther and Mary had proven themselves competent, so now the innkeeper was testing them. By not passing the instructions himself, he made it so that the two of them would have to rely on themselves instead of the inn's resources. They had to prove their worth, before they were sufficiently rewarded. Yes, things were falling into place. As for the second task, Chapter 431, Welcome to the Family. Lex did a bunch of mental math. Honestly, he was sick of going to other planets and dealing with matters unrelated to the inn. Exploring the universe was fun, albeit Lex had to admit the only reason he even went was to increase the number of connected planets. But the matter of fact was, he had decided to only focus on the inn for the upcoming period. Still, it wasn't like he could ignore Earth completely. Since that was the case, he would use others to handle matters there instead of doing things himself. The second matter has to do with Earth. Some time ago Velma passed information of a few people manipulating all major events from behind the scenes to cause war and chaos in general. I passed the information to the so-called steward of Earth, Fernanda. In fact, it has been quite a while since that happened. Your job is to follow up and see if she really did take care of things and handled those troublemakers, or if nothing has changed. If there is no change, I want you to spread the information to all those who have been impacted by the manipulation. Moreover, I want to see if you can get specific information on the people responsible for this. We will see what we can do once we know more. Since the original information had come from Velma, Lex did not think they would need him and was about to excuse himself, when Luther stopped him. Wait, since you handle some things for the Innkeeper, there's a matter that I need to consult you on, Luther said quickly when he saw Lex's intentions. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. He understood why Luther was consulting him. As the Innkeeper, he had not been entertaining many briefings and meetings lately due to his limited time, though he did his best to address all emergencies. Soon he'd recover and he'd be able to take care of non-emergencies as well. Lex was so short on time, he still hadn't gone through the notifications and rewards he'd received during his butter knife incident. But that also meant that the workers had to make decisions on their own for matters they couldn't consult the Innkeeper, and while Luther seemed to be much better at this than his other workers, Lex noticed that they seemed to be particularly bad at this. By offering advice instead of solutions using his Leo persona, Lex could nurture this trait in them slowly. Go ahead, I don't know if you've heard yet, but there's been a recurring issue at the inn lately. One of the guests named Jill has constantly been under attack. Even if we banned the attacker, his accomplices kept coming. The security room has a system to detect if anyone who comes to the inn is related to a past offender, but for whatever reason, these new guests weren't getting detected. Furthermore, they'd be completely normal guests, until they encountered Jill. Then, as if a switch went off, they'd start attacking her. Some time ago, we captured some of the offenders and I personally oversaw the interrogation. Yet I wasn't able to extract any useful information. This is a conundrum no one can think of a solution to, and even the guest is becoming paranoid. She barely leaves her room regardless of how much security we offer her. Lex was quickly reminded of this issue. This was a troublesome matter, but what was worse was that Luther was making a mistake in identifying the direction he should be working in. Lex did not know what was the reasoning behind why this was happening, and maybe it all really did begin because of the Lady Cosmos competition, but he honestly felt otherwise. Regardless, the matter of fact was that a guest's personal life or affairs were affecting the inn. He did not doubt that they would have countless more guests in the future who would have enemies who would chase them to the inn. The part they should be focusing on was not solving the guest's personal issues, but ensuring that the inn would always be safe. The security room being unable to detect people who might cause problems, or had the intentions to cause trouble was the greatest problem in this scenario, as far as Lex was concerned. This is something I can't casually comment on. Compile all the information you have regarding the incident and I'll grab it from you next time. All I'll say for now is, your focus should be on keeping the inn safe rather than anything else. The security room being unable to detect potential offenders is the greatest issue here. You should study the offenders thoroughly and try to investigate what was different about them that allowed them to escape the security room's detection. Before Luther could say anything else, Leo disappeared. It wasn't that he didn't want to help out, but that he was really running out of time and he had one more issue to take care of before he fell asleep. The innkeeper reappeared near the front of the inn and sat down on a patch of empty grass. There was an ostentation of peacocks nearby, as well as a few rabbits. A soft wind was blowing across the plains, rustling the grass and tree leaves nearby. It looked like a scene out of a children's book. The inn really was incredibly peaceful, when one took the time to enjoy it. Unfortunately, Lex was not here to enjoy. He took in a deep, refreshing breath before he turned and looked down at the grass. You can't hide from me, you know, he said teasingly as he scanned the grass. Name, age, 0 cultivation details, Earth immortal species, common earthen. Monocotyledon condition, malnourished remarks. When the righteous fury of the butter knife eliminated the unnamed miscreants causing trouble, this patch of grass was exposed to the profound aura of the attack and gained sentience as well as cultivation. But its body remains as fragile as common grass, and only its spirit has reached the immortal realm. The last time Lex sat on his chair, he became aware of the fact that there was a patch of grass that had gained sentience. Moreover, because it was born in and from the inn, it automatically became a worker for the inn. Unfortunately, being born and gaining cultivation did not mean it gained intelligence. The grass behaved mostly out of instinct, which meant it photosynthesized and absorbed nutrients from the soil. Unfortunately, it was so effective that it was making the surrounding soil infertile, and drastically increasing the oxygen concentration in the entire inn. Moreover, it was becoming weaker. Like a newborn baby, it needed to be taken care of. Yet unlike a newborn baby, this patch of grass was in the immortal realm, and Lex needed to have a talk with it before someone could take care of it, lest there be an accident. Even the turtle had not taken the risk yet. The patch of grass coiled together and formed a humanoid shape. The head turned to look up at the innkeeper, and it felt a deep feeling of trust when it looked at his face. "Hey there, little fella, what have you been doing out here alone?" The patch of grass knocked its head, as if confused by the question. "Little fella, I'm going to send someone to take you away from here, okay? They'll take you to a better place, this area isn't suited for you." The patch of grass vehemently shook its head, and sat down on the ground as if it was throwing a tantrum. Its roots were here, how could it just get up and leave? "Don't be like that, trust me, you'll enjoy it. You'll have a weird big brother called young McDonald and a weird uncle that's a turtle. They'll give you fresh water, and the best soil, and maybe sometimes they'll even spoil you with some fertilizer." The humanoid patch of grass scratched its head, as if it was thinking it through. Truth be told, it had been feeling lethargic lately. Unfortunately, it did not know anything, so it could not identify what that lethargy meant. But Lex knew. The grass had gained an impressive cultivation, but its body was still so fragile it could rip by being stepped on. Moreover, it could not absorb the necessary nutrients to strengthen its body here, which was actually causing the grass to starve. "All right, buddy, if nothing else, at least go somewhere safe. After all, you know this place is full of rabbit monsters that eat grass." The patch of grass nearly unfurled in terror as it heard the innkeeper's statement, and quickly started to nod its head. It didn't want to face the dreaded rabbit monster. Though it didn't know what that was, it also did not want to find out. "Excellent, I'm sure you'll like your new home. By the way, welcome to the Midnight family." Chapter 432, Easy. Once the patch of grass agreed to move, Lex informed Mary to summon the turtle. Other than the grass's surprising cultivation level, another reason why the turtle never attempted to communicate with the patch itself was due to the fact that the grass had the perfect disguise. Its aura was completely untraceable and, albeit slowly, it could move wherever it wanted within the lawn. There was just one final thing left to do, which was give it a name. After all, Lex couldn't go around calling it the patch of grass. A single, unnamed turtle was already annoying enough for Lex. After a moment's consideration, he named the sentient grass Zen. There was no particular reason behind it, and Lex definitely did not consider giving the grass the last name Garden either. With that done, Lex finally returned to the recovery pod and lay down just moments before losing consciousness. If all went according to plan, this would be the second last time this happened to him. For Lex, the matter was as simple as falling asleep and letting the lotus do the work. The lotus, instead, was actually under a lot of strain now. Improving Lex's body itself was not a difficult task, but Lex's mind and memories were plagued by aftereffects of coming into contact with the physical manifestation of a few laws. The memories, in turn, were putting an immense burden on Lex's body. Therefore, what the lotus actually had to do was make Lex's foundation able to interact with, and support laws. This was incredibly difficult, and the lotus was actually running out items to use to improve Lex's body in such a way. Divine Essence was one of the greatest shortcuts one could use to interact with laws, but it had used up the entire available supply at the inn last time. This time, it was forced to use the last remaining item available at the inn that could do such a thing, and it was beyond precious. It was the final seed out of 3 rare seeds that Lex got. The seed, if it had been allowed to grow, would have produced a plant much like itself. Well, though the second seed had been planted near the fire temple, and it was absorbing the heat and the divine energy in the area, it had not properly taken form, and so did not gain sentience. Of course, there was the possibility that it would not gain sentience at all, and would just be an incredible and rare plant. Regardless, it would not change the fact that whatever the plant was, it had the potential to interact with laws. The lotus waited patiently for the turtle to bring it the third seed. Once the seed arrived, it would be a long process absorbing it into Lex's body. It would take at least 10 days. A few days later, Luther was standing with Gerard near the Midnight Manor, waiting patiently. Through one of the soldiers that the general had stationed at the inn permanently, Luther reached out to the general through Gerard and requested a meeting. To avoid any misunderstandings, he also clarified that it was not the innkeeper who was requesting the meeting, but the workers themselves in their private capacity. The reason he had Gerard reach out to the general instead of doing it himself was that he felt a familiar face would get better results. Moreover, it was important to clarify that they were the ones requesting the meeting instead of the innkeeper, as they did not want to use the inn's influence to coerce the general. Such tactics would build a bad impression of them. Of course, since it was them requesting the meeting, they were prepared to hear that it had been rejected, or that the general sent his assistant instead. Fortunately, as it happened, the general had to meet the person who was completing the tasks he'd put up in the guild room, so he had to come to the inn anyway. Of course, Luther did not know that. He was under immense pressure thinking that the general was coming due to their request. He also had to make a ridiculously difficult request, with nothing to actually bargain with. At most, he could deliver a promise to pay him back in the future with a favor. Despite his desperation, Luther let nothing show on his face. His expression was patient and stoic, and even when a golf cart appeared on the horizon heading in their direction, he did not betray his thoughts. The general looked like a young man, younger than Luther even, yet no one who saw him would mistake him for someone inexperienced. Even with the soft smile that he bore, there was a commanding aura about him that made it impossible for anyone to underestimate him. "General, it is good to see you," said Gerard as he climbed down the steps to greet him. "Thank you for agreeing to our request for a meeting. I know you are a busy man." "It is good to see you as well, young man. I see you are beginning to regain some of your youthful appearance." "That's good. There's no point in getting old so early in life. I look forward to seeing your progress, so there's no need to be shy about calling me over. Between old friends, such things need not be mentioned. Besides, you know how I'm always just looking for an excuse to come to the inn." Despite his usual steadiness, Gerard could not help but blush a little when Ragnar commented about him looking young. It was common knowledge that the general himself was over 3,000 years in age. But it could not be denied that the general was considered young for someone in his position and rank. "Allow me to introduce you to Luther. He has only recently joined the inn, but as the innkeeper's assistant, he has been doing his best to get thoroughly acquainted with the inn and all its guests." "It's a pleasure," said Ragnar, but a hidden light flashed in his eyes. The last time he came to the inn he had seen the hearth, but he did not know exactly what the innkeeper had done. Even after he came, and heard rumors of what had happened, he only treated it as the innkeeper getting rid of miscreants. It was only later, when rumors of what had happened in so many galaxies, and the visage that they saw, began to spread on the Henley portal, that Ragnar began to suspect the innkeeper was behind it. The stories of the guests from the inn corroborated the stories in the portal, but he still did not dare to jump to conclusions about the innkeeper's actions or powers. As someone near the upper echelon of the Jotun Empire, he was extremely familiar with what the highest-level cultivators could do. As such, he knew that even if people thought they saw something, the truth could have been something else entirely. It was best not to jump to too many conclusions, but the only thing that was certain was that people only saw what the innkeeper wanted them to see. As for the truth behind the matter, it was not up to them to ponder over it. Luther, as the assistant to the innkeeper, could not be a simple character either. The three exchanged some pleasantries as they made their way to a private room. They spent a small amount of time chatting, mainly about the new changes at the inn, before Ragnar moved the conversation to the matter at hand. "As splendid and refreshing as it always is to come to the inn, I have a few obligations waiting for me that I must get to. Please excuse my haste. I was informed that you had a matter to discuss. How can I help you, gentlemen?" "No, please excuse us for taking up your time," Luther said. "It is extremely rude of us to try and solicit our guests, but there is a time-sensitive matter that needs to be taken care of urgently. I am in need of some entis core, a minimum of 1 gram to be exact. Were we not in such a rush, I would have pursued other avenues. But since it is an urgent matter, I was hoping to use the Empire's resources to get it." Luther did not yet broach the topic of payment, for he wanted to gauge the general's ability, or willingness to take up this matter. He did not, however, expect the general's reaction at all. 1 gram of entis core. It is not an easy request, but fortunately for you, we keep an emergency stash on the command carrier. I'll have it sent over right away. And please, in the future, do not hesitate if there's something else you need help in. You do not even need to set up a meeting, just send your requests directly." Ragnar laughed as he got up, as if he had done the simplest thing in the world. Luther, flabbergasted, was not able to respond smoothly, and when he brought up the matter of payment, the general would not hear of it at all. In the end, they were left with the task completed, but feeling like they had missed something important. Leo made the task sound hard, so why was it so easy? Luther's inexperience was showing once again, for the value of Entis core was not as simple as the general claimed it to be, yet he had given it freely. There was definitely more to the matter than it seemed. Chapter 433, Chat G Baby. Many small but interesting things that happened while Lex slept. Showing miraculous speed, Dillion Jormungandr, the creature that wanted to do Ragnar's task, submitted several tasks at once. Not only did that release a number of payments, which gained Lex some much-needed MP from, but also allowed Ragnar and Dillion to finally meet. The content of their discussions remained between only them, but Ragnar seemed incredibly happy when he left. In fact, only an hour later, Ragnar returned to the inn himself to deliver the entire core, and actually gave 3 grams of it. No one at the inn knew the true worth or rarity of that metal, and even Lex could only guess vaguely. The fact that it surpassed both the seed that Lex absorbed to strengthen his foundation, as well as the divine essence he absorbed, should have been more than enough to hint at its value. After all, the lotus needed something stronger than the items already used to finish its task. Still, Luther took down the matter of the general providing the ore for free in his heart. Whether the general was just that generous or he had ulterior motives did not matter at all to Luther, just that he had helped when help was required. But with that task done, they turned their attention to Earth. The matters there took time to investigate, since Velma had to gather information. But, for that to happen, the relevant guests would have to visit the inn first. Still, a preliminary investigation made it seem like no drastic measures had been taken so far. Unbeknownst to them, Fernanda had been trying to contact Serene Williams since she received the news about how to proceed. In fact, it was one of the reasons she did not go back to the binder, and therefore had missed Lex's business card. Yet, oddly enough, no one was able to contact Lex's mother, nor did anyone know where she was. This was troubling news, as it was common knowledge that she had a soft spot for Earth. In fact, her insistence was the real reason Cultivation had been hidden on Earth for so long, as she did not want the chaos to spread to the mortal world. Perhaps her attachment to the planet made her vision flawed, or perhaps she had other motives in mind. No one knew the truth, but what mattered was that this was an incredibly delicate situation that Fernanda could not handle on her own. However, because Fernanda was so focused on contacting Serene, she missed out on very crucial information that she definitely would have known how to handle were she to learn of it. It was not the fact that Luther and Velma were planning on taking action. No, it was a much more serious and dangerous matter. Earth's technology had grown rapidly in the past year, aided not only by the new perpetually open minor realm but also due to the trade between more advanced civilizations. Better computers, faster processors, operating systems and more that humans had not even begun to conceive flooded the research industries. This was reflected in the technology made available to the public as well in the form of environmentally friendly vehicles, ozone and climate management technologies and more. But the one aspect of trade that all companies, as well as countries and families that traded through the inn greatly wondered about, but never got a decent answer for, it was that, with such advanced technology, why had no one indicated the presence of any advanced AI? It was so much so that even their spaceships lacked the autopilot functions. Instead, they had just made piloting the ships manually much simpler. Regardless, they decided to use the advanced technology to design their own AI, which ultimately led to the creation of the latest sensation that swept the world, ChatG Baby. It was revolutionizing the world at a faster pace than ever precedented in the history of Earth, yet it was also the cause of some problems. Only a few of the prisoners trapped on Earth were in the know, and they were freaking out trying to contact Fernanda, but she wasn't responding. Moreover, the spirit clones left on the planet by Lex's family had been dispersed some time ago, around the same time that Serene disappeared. As such, this small yet critically important information somehow remained hidden from the few people who could do something about it. Another interesting thing that happened was in the Crystal Realm. Aegis and Zagan finally made contact, and besides being besieged by countless enemies, the exchange went simpler than expected. Zagan had an unusual temperament for a monster, which was that it was patient, smart, but also lazy. It easily accepted the deal to use the Platinum Key in exchange for the Blue Crystal Essence, and so was currently actively undergoing a test to work at the inn. Roland had also passed his test, and directly became an employee under Velma at the news agency. His role was to expand the reach of the newspaper, as well as the news agency's customer base as a company that sold news. The crab man, J.F.K., had spent all his time at the inn since he didn't want to go back to being hunted. As an ardent fan of the lazy river, he spent much of his time there, until he was once again teleported to the oasis, and finally met the girl Alicia, who had been farming alone in the desert. He repeated the process until they were finally able to talk, and he threw her a key to invite her to the inn. She had no cultivation of her own, so was trapped in the desert. She had no money to pay the inn for its services, but as it turned out, the crops that she grew in the desert could be used to pay the inn. It brought tears to her eyes, for she had truly spent way too long stuck in a desert. Naturally, she also became fast friends with J.F.K., as not only was he very charismatic, he was also the one who brought her here. Quite a few other things happened as well, but they were of lesser significance. Like this, when 10 days passed, Lex finally woke up. This time, he immediately felt the difference, as not only was the influence of the hallucinations almost gone, Lex felt like he could stay awake for a few hours. But, instead of appearing as the innkeeper first, he decided this time to only use his Leo persona. After all, the appearance of Leo and the innkeeper can't coincide too much. It would raise suspicions. Still, a few hours was far from enough to take care of everything, so he began immediately. First, he met with Luther, who passed him the Entis core and updated him on how the Earth task was going. He also handed him the folder related to all the Jill incidents, as well as their suspicions for why the security room had been failing. Their strongest theory was the use of hypnotization and memory suppression. After all, if the miscreants were hypnotized to act a certain way when they encounter certain triggers before they entered the inn, they would not exhibit any malicious intentions. It was the same with memory suppression. If their memories were suppressed or locked, only to be unlocked when encountering a certain trigger, it would prevent them from having any dubious thoughts or intentions the entire time. The theory was honestly quite good, and Lex would need to think of a way around these loopholes. Once he was done with that, Lex returned to the gamer's den and made sure to be seen by as many people as possible. It was important to keep his persona as Leo believable, so not only did he have to build and maintain his social relations, he had to act in accordance to Leo's interests. The gamer's den was almost always packed, so it seemed like it was time to expand. For that, not only did he plan to expand the building itself, but he also planned on opening new locations. Of course, in keeping with Leo's character, he dumped all the work on Z. "There's my favorite employee," he yelled as he walked into the busy building, looking directly at Z. He was an assistant manager now, so he did not need to man the desks, but he could almost always be found near a computer, watching some anime. At the moment, he was watching a relatively new one called Spy X Finland with great excitement. Yet the moment he heard Leo's voice he froze. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling. "By the way, I think it's time we expand. I want to finalize on 3 new locations before I meet with the innkeeper next time so we can start immediately. But I've been away from the inn for too long, you know. So why don't go pick some nice locations for me and let me know. I'm going next door to Battle Axe to meet up with John. It's been a while since I met the guy." With that short visit, Leo had exited the shop already. To be clear, this was not Lex's attitude. He was just faithfully playing the role of Leo, that's it. Chapter 434. Notifications. Lex's meeting with John was not all too special. Leo and John did not have a particularly deep bond, and the fact that Leo had been absent for so long didn't help either. But John treated Leo with professional courtesy. He had amassed a good amount of MP, and had even become free from his restraints. That meant he had regained a lot of freedom, but that left him with the decision of what to do in the future. He could go back to assassination and continue to raise his cultivation using the system. In fact, it was all but guaranteed that he would do that. But he could not make himself leave the inn until Harry recovered either. He also recalled that a long time back, the innkeeper offered him a job as well. He did not know if he wanted that, either. Currently, the most coherent plan he was able to muster was to resume his assassinations gig and use the Henley portal as the only way to assign him tasks. He could perform assassinations and use the inn as his permanent home or hideout. His identity at the inn had existed long enough to keep it from having any association with his real identity, so the plan was almost perfect. Still, while the plan made sense, John couldn't make up his mind. The fact that the innkeeper knew about his system was practically assured by now, and he didn't know if he should ask the innkeeper more about it. After all, the system had extreme significance in his life, but he now also knew that it could be influenced externally, as his last quest was way too coincidental. The innkeeper had still been kind about it, but what if he ran into someone who would manipulate his system in ways John did not appreciate? He would be a prisoner. The difficult decision had been eating at his mind for a while now, so the only thing he could do was throw himself into work to keep himself busy. His conversation with Leo also gave him new ways to keep his mind occupied. He expected that Leo would ask him for a new technique, since he literally created techniques for people, but instead Leo asked about a good way to train the workers of the inn. These things could not be forced, and would take time and resources, but with John's unique insight and exposure, he could possibly think of things Lex hadn't. This was actually a matter that had plagued Lex for a while. He had a panel to take care of his employees and give them perks. He could even directly award them techniques and give them access to the meditation rooms. Yet that was about the extent of what he could do. The only possibility he could think of was to somehow run into someone with an army training, or teacher system or something along those lines, and absorb that system as well. The murder system had given him upgrades to his own system, but they weren't too relevant to his needs. The murderer upgrade, which would allow him to learn the techniques or skills of someone stronger than him if he killed them outside of the inn, was not really something Lex saw improving his situation anytime soon. In fact, the upgrade had not even been triggered when he used the butter knife to slay countless people in and out of the inn, for he himself had been inside the inn at the time. The upgrade required him to kill those stronger than him while being outside the inn for it to work. Similarly, the murder ground was not helpful either, as it just provided a place for two people or groups to kill each other. But Lex had no way of finding system wielders, as he had not met a single one besides the murderer back in Crystal Realm. While John was on the list of suspects due to his status showing error, it could not be concluded yet. Lex shook his head and quickly concluded the meeting. John had actually given a few good suggestions that Lex kept in mind, but he didn't want to press too hard. After the meeting, he spent some more time as Leo, walking around and making sure people saw him. He even encountered a unique new guest from a race called Crab Man. Once he did the rounds, he teleported away and gathered whatever divine essence the inn had in a special container, then went to the Infinity Emporium. As expected, after the amount of pressure that Lex put on him, Powell had managed to procure some Entis core, though he merely had 1.2 grams. Lex paid him using the divine essence. Technically speaking, the core was more valuable, but the essence was rarer and harder to procure, which is why it was quite valuable. Lex did not spend a lot of time there and simply took all the medicine that was meant for Harry and returned to the inn. After sending all the medicine to Nurse Jubilation and having Mary inform her that it was for Harry, Lex oddly found himself with some free time. He had too little time left to start a bigger project, but too much time to just sit around. He sighed and decided it was time to do the one thing he had been putting off, which was check all his notifications. He made himself cozy in his recovery pod and finally began to peruse the list. The first notification was actually a quest completion notification. Quest complete. Have the Midnight Inn be officially recognized by the Henley Assembly. Quest reward. Guest registry remarks. The host should attract guests for the inn, not enemies. The next few notifications were actually pleasant. New notification. The inn's reputation has increased. Reward. 0.5 star increase token. New notification. The inn has attracted the attention of several gods. New quest. Host a god at the inn. Quest reward. Holy shoot. The next dozen or so notifications were about the increasing chaos at the inn. Since the security room was unable to stop the infractions, each time the inn would give him a notification warning that punishment would be meted out if it continued. Then came the notifications of the actual punishments. It began with a deduction of 1000 megapixels, followed by 10,000 megapixels, and then increasingly so. But, after the punishments crossed 10 billion megapixels, the punishment changed, and was no longer about MP. It threatened Lex's authority. At this point, the notifications became varied, and were no longer about warnings. He got quests to protect his guests and to calm down the situation within a given time. It need not be said that he failed many of them. Although many of the notifications were the same, Lex read all of them, not only to remind himself that he could not afford such a failure once again, but also in case there was some valuable information in them. Unfortunately, They were not but a testament to the chaos the inn witnessed. About the first time one of his buildings was attacked, he lost his first authority point, and the quest started ramping up. The first time one of his employees died, he lost another authority point. He started receiving fewer notifications about the chaos. Then, suddenly, the kinds of notifications changed. It was evident that this was when he used the butter knife. These Lex read slowly, for they were actually different instead of repeats of the same things. New notification. Massive surge in aura detected, minor realm is destabilizing. New notification. A tear in minor realm detected, the inn is losing prestige. Quest complete. Stop the invasion of the inn, the host's rewards are being calculated. Reward reduced for multiple guests injured, reward reduced for multiple buildings destroyed, reward reduced for multiple workers injured, reward reduced for multiple workers killed, reward reduced for completing quest in over 1 hour, reward increased for increasing inn's prestige, putting on powerful display, reward increased for killing all invaders, reward increased for tracing invaders outside of the inn's grounds, reward increased for punishing invaders, punishing their souls, reward increased for increasing the inn's reputation in the origin realm, reward rank, a reward. 1 in service upgrade token, 1 in lockdown token. Remarks, get angry more often. New notification. Foreign energy is connecting into origin realm, attack from butter knife. New notification. Multiple minor realms detected near the Midnight Inn's realm tier. New notification. Multiple minor realms merging with the Midnight Inn, progress 91%. New notification. The Innkeeper's demonstration has spread the inn's reputation across the inn. New notification. The Innkeeper has eliminated a religion in the origin realm, and started a new one as the butter knife god. The system will automatically absorb all divinity targeted towards the Innkeeper. Reward. 1 wish, 0.005% divinity obtained. New notification. The tear in the minor realm has been repaired. Before Lex could read more, he fell back into his coma. Chapter 435. Mountain Man. The moment Lex fell into a coma, the Lotus began working on his body. Since he had managed to gain much more than the minimum amount of Entis core required, his recovery would take slightly longer than usual, but not by much. In total, it would take 20 days. Fortunately for Lex, this period was spent in relative calm. No major incidents took place. Or rather, no negative incidents took place. While Lex was asleep, the 1-year mark from when he got the inn passed. As it happened, the day that Lex got the inn was just a day before Lex's birthday, so he also turned 24. Last year, it was because of his depression on his own birthday that he ended up sitting in the park late into the night, wondering what he could do to improve his life. Harry started to recover surprisingly quickly, but it made sense when one considered that his soul wasn't very strong to begin with, so restoring it was easy. Luther was incredibly busy during this time, for he was either training or looking into matters related to Earth. The other workers were also working very hard, and even the ones who weren't too focused on cultivating began to do so. After all, it was not so easy to get over the trauma of having your home invaded. But while the days were passing very peacefully at the inn, the origin was much more eventful. Just because Lex's attack had ended did not mean its repercussions were over. In fact, they were only just beginning. Hundreds of new galactic empires were formed in the region closest to where the tear in the Midnight Minor realm had opened up, and multiple new races gained extremely strong cultivators. The concentration of spirit energy had boomed in these regions, which was not only resulting in faster cultivation, but the birth of treasures that would normally take hundreds of thousands of years to form. At a glance, the birth of so many empires should have had no effect on the origin realm, for regardless of how powerful an empire became, traveling from galaxy to galaxy was a task that took countless years. But more important than the birth of so many empires was the trend that had begun. Lex's attack had happened too short a time ago to spontaneously catalyze the birth of so many empires, unless the necessary requirements already existed, and only required something to push them over the edge. It was evident that as more time went by, this trend would continue. As if that was not enough, while the boom in spirit energy was relatively focused in a certain region of space, like a wave, that boom seemed to be spreading across the realm. A time of prosperity was coming, but that prosperity would also nurture endless competition. The assembly held by the Henley for all the existing empires in the realm took note of this trend, and warned all their existing members. Such prosperity, unfortunately, would also prompt fiercer attacks by the Fuegan. But, seeing how this was an event that would likely affect the entire realm, the Henley decided to be proactive in how they handled the situation. A realm-wide competition was announced to compete for most fueguins killed according to one's cultivation level. The winners would be appropriately rewarded. The emperor of the Jotun Empire felt nothing but anticipation when he heard the news. It seemed he would have to make a few preparations himself before the Henley tournament started. After all, a good performance by his empire might just get him what he needed, but none of that had anything to do with the Midnight Inn. Instead, it was an unusual event on Nibiru that was taking place that had the possibility to affect the inn. A battle was taking place between two groups of avian beasts, high in the sky near the tallest mountain range on the planet. Most of the beasts were in the Golden Core realm, but a few were in the Nascent realm as well. The explosive sounds of their clashes had already caused countless avalanches, till the top of the mountain was almost bare. Gray rocks could be seen jutting from the remaining snow, while a few were painted red with the blood of the fallen beasts. The battle had been going on for hours and seemed like it would go on for hours more. They were so focused on the fight they did not notice the changes in the environment happening around them. The gathering clouds meant nothing to them, for they could just fly above them. The clap of thunder may as well have been the rustling wind for all they cared, and the bolts of lightning that crashed into the ground could not be farther from relevant to them. They did not notice as countless earthquakes shook the land, and caused cracks to form on the mountain. They were beasts of the sky, so why would the ground matter to them? But even their arrogance was forced to divert their attention when they heard a boom. So loud it physically hurt them. In fact, the sound spread across the entire continent. Countless beasts temporarily lost control of their bodies due to disorientation and began falling from the sky. It was not dangerous, they were high enough that they would regain control of their bodies long before they reached the ground. But their haphazard descent allowed them to actually see what had caused that earlier noise. Large visible cracks were spreading across the mountain range, each one causing reverberations across the lands. Fear suddenly filled the hearts of the beasts, for they knew full well what was happening. Another mountain man was awakening. In the recent months, due to the evolution their world was going under, many mountains had transformed, turning into sentient mountain men. Well, the sentient part was debatable, but that was far besides the point. What mattered was that these mountain men were incredibly, ridiculously strong and had spread havoc throughout the world. In fact, the sloth, Golden Hair, had been forced out of its retreat to combat these beasts lest they kill everything on the planet. Unfortunately, the sloth itself had only recently entered the immortal realm, and could not control its strength at all. After all, it never had the time to learn. Previously the planet Nibiru was only a one-star planet, which meant that the unrestrained might of an immortal could easily crack space and shatter the continents. It was only now that the planet's star was in the process of elevating that it had the opportunity to try and learn about its strength instead of simply slumbering. All of this did not mean that the sloth had been unable to defeat the sentient mountains. No, what it really meant was that their clashes had caused untold destruction, and had resulted in the death of countless beasts that were in the vicinity. Now, if a mountain of this caliber were to birth mountain men, at least a dozen of them would be born. Such a force. It was impossible to guess how long it would take the sloth to settle the matter. The moment the falling beasts regained control over their bodies, they began escaping. In the face of certain death, territorial disputes were nothing, especially when the terrain itself was coming to life. Countless stampedes occurred, until they eventually reached a size large enough to be called a beast flood, all escaping the mountain range. As a result, a few hours later, not a single soul was around to see when the mountain gained life. But, instead of giving birth to multiple mountain men, only one massive mountain man was born. Moving its rocky body, the creature broke its hand free from the depths of the continent, and slowly pushed up its humanoid body. Strangely enough, this particular mountain man looked more human-like than any of its predecessors, with distinct facial features instead of randomly spawning eyes and a mouth somewhere on the rock. The creature groaned as it picked itself up to its knees, causing its head to reach some of the highest layers of the atmosphere. "Why does my head feel so heavy?" the mountain murmured, its voice thundering across the land. "Wait, how am I alive?" it asked, as visible confusion filled the creature's eyes. "Last I remembered, I was fighting off Lu Bu. We were losing the war. The princess had to escape. Then a sword pierced through my back. Was I betrayed?" The mountain did not get a chance to think much longer before it heard a strange, ting, noise in its head, and letters appeared in its vision. New notification. Reincarnated as a mountain system is online. "What?" the mountain asked, shock and confusion filling its mind. "Reincarnation? Mountain, what's going on? The mountain creature tried to get up, but it did not notice at all that a relatively tiny golden door had appeared in the air behind it. When it tried to move, a part of its body hit the golden door, and the massive creature disappeared. Chapter 436. Hoverboard. All was peaceful at the Midnight Inn, which was the norm. Anakin Indiana McLean found it hard to relax completely after the chaos that the inn had encountered last time. But, in his humble opinion, the innkeeper was very clear about his displeasure by ripping the universe itself to attack every bad guy and their mother, not to mention damning the souls of the attackers to endless soul torture. Now, Anakin wasn't a man who condones violence, no sir. But it made him feel somewhat special that the hotel owner would go as far as creating a mini hell in the form of a hearth to dissuade anyone from attacking again. Honestly, Anakin even considered asking the man for an autograph. Unfortunately, Anakin had been much too busy to waste time lately. The strange grandpa who visits him in his dreams had been very unhappy that Anakin hadn't been cultivating his special darkness affinity, so to appease the old man, he had been dutifully cultivating in the meditation rooms. As if that wasn't enough, his new scam his new business of taking advantage of Noman's ability to detect lies, had made him very popular. It wasn't anything official, but many women secretly brought their boyfriends to him without letting on what they were doing to test if the boys truly loved them. At first, Noman felt hesitant to use his ability like this, but all it took was the attention of one heartbroken girl to change Noman's mind. Teenagers really were easy to get along with. Of course, he had found bigger clients too. Currently, opposite to Anakin sat his latest client, Soda. Their discussion had been conducted in the Chamber of Secrets, so he did not remember Sua's secret, but he knew for a fact that Soda needed someone to die. To be specific, a Mr. Suzuki had to die. Now such a horrible, nefarious and insidious task was completely outside of Anakin's domain, for he had never killed a pet goldfish let alone a human, which is why opposite to him also sat Larry. They were just having a conversation about how Suzuki had been hired to kill Larry. What Larry did with that information was completely and totally up to him, as Anakin had in no way exaggerated Suzuki's motivations and dedication to completing the task. Yes, it was a perfectly normal, calm and peaceful day within which Anakin was just having a normal conversation, with no otherwise strange occurrences at all. The wind was blowing, the birds were singing, the sun was shining. One moment, the group of Earthlings had been sitting out in the garden, sipping some piña coladas. The next, a massive shadow had appeared all around them. The change was too sudden for it to be a cloud, and the size of the shadow covered not only them, but a massive area. The trio looked up to see a massive spaceship. The metallic structure extended for hundreds of miles, yet it floated effortlessly in the air. In fact, the flying city above the village almost bumped into the massive ship, but quickly adjusted its path to dodge it. Up in the air, the entity known as Abror, which had been relying on the spaceship to keep its body alive, had finally arrived at the inn. It needed to complete some final tasks before it made the transition to existing as a spirit. Though Abror was stuck inside the ship, it had access to all of the ship's sensors, and so could sense the entirety of the inn. In fact, even the formation surrounding the greenhouse could not deter its vision, revealing everything to it. At a glance, Abror felt quite disappointed. The inn was too small, and it detected few, if any, beings of considerable strength. But then, it began to notice a few minor details. Due to the realm it used to have, as well as the extremely advanced technology that made up its ship, its knowledge was far beyond ordinary cultivators. It immediately noticed multiple sources of divine energy, as well as the numerous signatures of extremely potent bloodlines, not to mention the destiny shield. Abror let out a mental sigh. To be honest, it did not matter whether this place was impressive or not, it was the only choice it had left. It had long noticed the small hologram of its original species that appeared in the ship's bridge, ready to provide information once Abror was ready to interact. The being strengthened its resolve and was about to ask the hologram about completing a few final requests before it took advantage of the beyond the grave function of the inn, when its sensors detected a new being which had teleported near it. Compared to the ship, the new being was small. That did not change the fact that the mountain man was over 20 miles tall. While the ship was technically longer than the mountain man, it was horizontal, and its length was parallel to the ground. The mountain man, instead, was standing vertically, and so its head went far beyond anything else in the inn. As if that sight was not enough, the mountain man had teleported while moving. It was already not used to its massive body, and the ground moving from right under its feet caused the creature to trip terribly, ultimately landing on the ship. Anakin repeatedly rubbed his eyes and he tried to clear his vision, but no matter what he did, the image did not change. "Guys, I think I had too much Saturn cake," Anakin said lightly. "I must be hallucinating or something. I swear I can see a giant man made out of rocks on a space a giant rock man on a hoverboard that looks like a spaceship. My compliments to the chef who baked that cake." "It's not the cake," said Larry, whose eyes were gleaming. "He absorbed precious metals to grow stronger, and the hoverboard in the air felt more precious to him than anything he had ever felt in his entire life." Chapter 437. Paternal instincts. The entire inn, staff and guests included, came to a standstill as they watched the magnificent sight. Even calling it a scene out of a movie would be inaccurate, for even movies hardly ever depicted something as bizarre as what they were seeing. But while many were mesmerized, some were silently preparing to escape. They had no idea what this was, and the memory of the recent attack was too fresh. Regardless, no matter who it was, everyone in the inn was frozen still as this was a scene they wanted to remember. Abror himself was stunned. He did not know what to do or how to respond. Were he in his prime, he would have squatted the mountain man on top of him into mountain paste. But, not only was he at the inn, where he didn't know if responding violently would affect his request for the Beyond the Grave service, he honestly barely had any strength. The ship itself had attack functions as well, but 99% of its energy was diverted towards keeping Abror alive, and the remaining 1% was focused towards keeping the ship running. There was literally nothing he could do, he was literally helpless. But the situation did not stay like that for long. "My apologies," the mountain man said awkwardly. It was as if the being was not used to using its mouth, which it was not. In fact, this was literally the first time it was using this body and it had no idea how to move at all. When it tried to move an arm, its leg moved, and when it tried to move its leg, its hips thrust forward. Eventually, the mountain man fell off the ship but, before it could crush anyone, Gawain appeared below it and froze it in the air. The workers were much more vigilant now, so even if the security room did not spot an issue, they themselves were always on the lookout for a problematic situation. "Do you need any help?" he asked. He did not detect that the giant rock man was trying to hurt anyone, but that it was completely helpless. I. The creature did not know how to respond. Everything was happening too quickly and suddenly. It had not had time to wrap its head around its last memories of being at war, let alone even begin to understand what kind of body it had. As if that wasn't enough, the so-called system kept giving it notifications. It was too much. "Relax, calm down buddy, it's all right," said Gawain in a soothing voice as he moved the mountain to a portion of the inn with no people and set him down. In close to 50 years, Gawain and Anita were going to be parents, so they had been nurturing their paternal instincts. Watching the massive, helpless sentient rock kicked Gawain into father mode, and he began to soothe it, not only with his voice, but by using his spirit to alleviate the stress it was suffering from. "Calm down," he repeated over and over, his voice tinged with a sedative technique, until finally the mountain man calmed down. "You're at the Midnight Inn," Gawain informed, his tiny body floating in front of the massive face. "This is a safe place where no one will hurt you. It's an inn that caters to guests from all over the universe, so you're welcome here." The mountain man did not entirely understand Gawain's words, for it had no concept of what the universe was. In its previous life, it had lived in a massive country, with no cultivation and civilization equivalent to Earth's Middle Ages. Everything that was happening was truly too insane for it to comprehend. In the sky, Abror finally calmed down when it understood the situation. Much life itself, the living mountain was a guest. For some odd reason, he found that thought strangely relaxing. He diverted his attention back to his personal hologram. He didn't have much time, it was best to be as quick as possible. "I have with me a member of my race. Can I pay for his stay on his behalf?" Abror asked through a speaker. "Yes, if the guest is willing, you can pay for his stay," the hologram answered simply. Abror had to be very selective with how much he paid. After all, the requirement for Beyond the Grave was to submit to the inn all his wealth. "The little one is asleep in a chamber inside the ship. If possible, could I get some help moving him out?" "It should not be a problem," the hologram answered, and forwarded the request to Mary. Considering the potential danger of the ship, Mary could only ask Anita to go and help move the child, as Gawain was busy. Abror was quite relieved when she saw how careful she was being with the sleeping child, and let out a defeated sigh as it prepared to give up all its wealth. Little did it know, this was literally the first Babu Anita was handling since she got pregnant. Much like her husband, her paternal instincts had kicked in, and the lich looked at the 40 feet large gray creature with nothing but endearment. Does this make me a mother? She asked herself, as she carried the creature down, uncaring about the difference in race. After all, she herself had once been human, and had on her own changed into a lich. So then why should she care if her first child was of another race as well? Up above, in the sky, Abror closed its weary eyes and whispered, "Take it all." As if understanding his meaning, a storm of spirit energy gathered above him and began rushing into what remained of his broken body. Immediately he knew his body was disappearing because after an unimaginably long time, he could no longer feel pain. From across the origin realm, his hidden stashes of wealth began disappearing, slowly turning into MP. But, oddly enough, even after Abror's body completely disappeared, the spaceship remained, hovering in the sky. Back in his sleeping pod, the comatose Lex received one more notification. Chapter 438. Doing things properly. Lex did not immediately snap awake like the previous few times he exited the coma, but instead was slow to wake. He opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling of the recovery pod before letting his heavy eyelids fall again, dozing back off for short intervals. A few hours later, when his initial grogginess passed, he let out a massive yawn and stretched. The walls of the recovery pod should have blocked his hands, but he tore open 2 holes in it before he realized what he had done. Startled by the noise, Lex looked over only for his face to smash a dent into the pod as well. For a few seconds Lex froze, before he started withdrawing his hands slowly from the holes in the pod. He had been through this before, when he first started cultivating. His body had gotten much stronger, yet again, but his brain had not yet adapted to the change. Unfortunately for Lex, the scale of growth he underwent this time was so massive that he could not correctly comprehend how to act safely. As he pulled his hands back into the pod, carefully, his shoulder blades squeezed a little, as was normal, but this time, they ended up crumpling the part of the pod below him. He froze once again when he heard the sound of the pod creaking and cracking, before letting out a sigh and directly teleporting to his house within the inn. He appeared in his study out of habit, before he teleported again to the meditation room. Closing his eyes, he tried to get a feel for his body, but that yielded no results. Lex did not feel overwhelming strength coursing through his veins, or as if he had unlocked a new tier of strength. No, he felt completely normal. He ran Regal Embrace to see if he could notice an anomaly in his cultivation, but had to stop almost immediately. He was on the verge of having a breakthrough to the next realm and had reached his limit. Even the slightest stimulation would begin the breakthrough process and he would be unable to stop it. That was not to say that Lex wanted to avoid a breakthrough, but that he just woke up and probably had numerous things to take care of. The crazy part was that he had this uncontrollable strength even while wearing the host attire, which was supposed to give him perfect control over his body. He could not understand what the issue was. Unable to come up with a quick solution, he sat down on the floor cross-legged and asked Mary for an update. "How long was I in a coma for?" he asked. 20 days, she replied, appearing before her. Mary's hologram was tiny, as usual, but this time she was dressed in a yellow sundress and was wearing sunglasses. Lex did not comment, but his raised eyebrow was enough to prompt a reaction from his holographic assistant. "What, just because you never change the way your host attire looks doesn't mean that I have to wear the same clothes all the time." "I didn't say anything. You didn't need to say anything. By the way, there's a particular guest who wants to meet with you and I suggest you take the time to meet with him." "Oh, did something happen while I was asleep?" "A few things. I think it's better if you take a look rather than me telling you." Curious, Lex scanned the inn and was immediately startled. There was a giant humanoid rock thing meditating in a corner of the inn, with a giant spaceship hovering over him providing him shade. It need not be mentioned that near the giant meditating rock thing, the gardener was once again crying about his ruined landscape. Lex actually started to feel bad for the guy. "I trust there were no issues," Lex said. "None, but he insisted on meeting you. When he heard that you were busy, he paid the fees with various precious metal ores that were hanging off his body and decided to meditate till you return. He was informed that the inn has a function that shrinks large beings automatically if they enter a building, so he can stay inside a house or a room if he wants. But he insisted on staying outside. And I assume that's his ship, commented Lex. He wasn't really asking, for he had already assumed he was correct. After all, when he met Abror, his clone had formed inside the ship, so he had not seen it from the outside and did not recognize it. No, that was left behind by another guest, though I'm not sure why it hasn't disappeared as well. After all, the guest used the beyond the grave function of the inn, and turned into a spirit. Or, well, as some of the guests have taken to calling him a ghost. Is there anything urgent? Since that guest has been waiting for so many days, he won't mind a little more time, right? Well, nothing is urgent per se. Why, you got some plans. Yeah, you could say that, Lex murmured and turned his attention towards his system. He didn't want any more screw-ups, so he had to do things properly. The first thing on his agenda was to go through the remaining notifications and see where he stood. He had gone through most of the notifications from earlier, so only a few remained. New notification. New decoration. Hearth of Souls has dramatically raised the prestige of the inn. New quest. Add 5 more decorative items that build the inn's reputation. Quest reward, subject to host's performance. New notification. You have been Innkeeper for 1 year. Reward, commemorative fridge magnet. New notification. One of your guests has used Beyond the Grave and has become a fixed resident of the inn for 13,000 abridged years. All excess MP converted into energy to retain the spirit. New notification. A guest has made a net payment of over 1 trillion megapixels. 1 trillion megapixel. Unlocking token shop. New notification. A guest has made a payment with an item worth over 1 trillion megapixel. The item has been retained instead of converting to MP. New notification. A guest has used Beyond the Grave, but part of his payment has been retained. Please pay the retained amount before 13,000 years so that the guest can have their full spirit duration. New notification. A guest has become a bigger attraction than the inn's attractions. Do not lose face. There was genuinely a lot to unpack from all the notifications Lex got. Naturally, the first thing Lex checked was his MP. It had jumped up a lot. In fact, Lex was back in the billions with 20 billion megapixels. However, that did not come from the trillions of MP the system was referring to, but came from Lex's 1% of the payments Ragnar made through the guild room for his tasks being complete. It had to be remembered that when all of Ragnar's tasks were completed, Lex would gain a total of 1 trillion megapixel, so this was nothing. When Lex looked into where all the so-called trillions of MP that his guest had paid disappeared to, it turned out that when a guest used Beyond the Grave, once again only 1% of the total payment went to Lex. The remaining MP was changed into energy, which was used to keep the new guest alive in spirit form. The reason why Lex didn't get the 1% in this case was that, apparently, one of the items used by the guest as payment had tremendous value, and triggered a hidden feature of the inn. When items used for payment exceeded a certain limit, instead of converting them into MP, the system would directly take the item. So now Lex had a spaceship, apparently. At the same time, he owed that guest the MP equivalent of that ship, minus the 1% he would have gotten from the total payment. Fortunately, Lex had a long time to pay the MP he owed, otherwise he didn't know what he would do. Normally, Lex would have looked into the situation with the guest and the spaceship, for Lex had a habit of forgetting to check his rewards and notifications to favor things that were happening in the moment. But Lex had formed the resolution to do things properly this time, so he couldn't leave things done halfway. Although he did not get the trillions of MP that had entered the system, he did unlock a new feature called the token shop because of it, so he looked into that. Apparently, through the token shop, Lex could purchase some of the tokens the system gave him out as rewards. The reason only the trillion MP mark unlocked it was simple. The cheapest available tokens were all 1 trillion megapixel. Despite himself, Lex let out a sigh. The system made it really hard to feel rich sometimes. Chapter 439. Guest Registry. Lex did not lament for long, and instead looked into the token shop further. Even if he couldn't afford tokens anytime soon, that did not mean he could not look at them. As it turned out, probably due to his lacking authority, the only tokens Lex could currently see were the ones he already had: the lockdown token, service upgrade token, and the 0.5-star increase token. Their functions were pretty self-explanatory. The lockdown token put the inn into a temporary lockdown, preventing anyone from entering the inn using golden keys or doors. The lockdown would last as long as Lex wanted, but during the lockdown he could not make exceptions to allow certain people in or not. The service upgrade token upgraded and enhanced any service that the inn offered and was given by the system, regardless of his authority. For example, Lex had already upgraded all his services to the maximum amount his authority would allow. But, using this token, he could upgrade one of them further. But, it was not just an upgrade, it further enhanced the service as well. How exactly it would be enhanced Lex did not know, but it did not sound bad. The 0.5-star increase token was the easiest to understand. It raised the star rating of the inn by 0.5, a process Lex had experienced before. As if the increase in star rating wasn't excellent enough, the process for that increase also often allowed anyone present at the inn to raise their cultivation or experience breakthroughs. The last couple of times this happened Lex could not schedule it, but now with the token, Lex could decide when to use it. He could also turn it into an event, to gain more money. Yes, his inner capitalist was smiling greedily, but Lex suppressed the thoughts to focus. The tokens were great, and gave Lex an idea of the kinds of tokens he could expect in the future. Yet the prices were nothing to scoff at. Furthermore, they indicated a change Lex could expect to see in the future. To be more specific, while Lex had understood the minimum price of each token as 1 trillion megapixel, the listed price was actually MT. MT stood for Midnight Token, a new form of currency that the inn would also use. Lex could exchange 1 trillion megapixel for 1 MT, and then use it for services that had prices in MT. Lex could also deduce that in the future, if he unlocked some services that were extremely expensive, their cost would be denoted in MT. This was a very significant matter, as it hinted at the fact that there could be other potential currencies as well when Lex reached higher levels. In a way, it made sense because the stronger a cultivator was, the greater their wealth and spending power would be. He was sure that once he raised the level of his inn, his services would be upgraded enough to even be effective for immortals, or stronger cultivators. In that case, it would become extremely tedious to quote the high prices in MP. There was just one thing he was curious about. Based on what he experienced, once a guest made any payment using any single item worth 1 MT or more, the item would be retained instead of giving Lex the equivalent MP or MT. If that was actually the case, Lex would end up suffering a loss, for while he was getting very valuable things, his system needed MP, not items. It would get in the way of the system operating properly once too much MT was replaced by items instead. But he didn't know enough for now to guess. Perhaps once he reached a level where such transactions were common, he would unlock something to aid him with this problem. Once he was done with the token shop, Lex looked at the other rewards he got, the first of which was the commemorative fridge magnet. Even Mary, who had been hovering around his head while he checked the system, leaned in to take a look. To call the magnet impressive would be to lie. Lex could swear that if he didn't know better, if he turned it around, he would see a "Made in China" written on it. Not that he checked the back just in case, no, he was just inspecting the magnet. The problem wasn't that the magnet was low quality. No, it was smooth to touch with considerable weight and impressive durability, considering that it remained completely unharmed in his hands even though Lex could not control his strength. The problem was that it was a miniature figure of Lex striking a rather corny pose. As a resident of New York, Lex's mind kept jumping to the image of the Lady Liberty magnets that were sold to tourists all over the city. It was just too. Lex sighed and put it away. The magnet literally had no other utility. It was as if the system were making fun of him. The next reward was the guest registry, a reward for having the inn get recognized by the Henley. It better be good. Guest registry, a book that can be signed by all guests who enter the inn. The registry automatically evaluates all the achievements the guests have accomplished in their lives so far and then displays the guests' names ranked according to their most momentous achievements. Actual achievements are not listed. The top 1,000 guests can use the guest registry as a spatial anchor. The top 100 guests can use it as a spiritual anchor. The top 10 guests can use it as a destiny anchor. Any guest who can retain the top spot can use the registry as a sole anchor for the same duration that they held the top position. It took a while for Lex to understand the registry's utility, and even then, he didn't understand it completely. More or less, it was a way to rank the most impressive, or rather impactful, guests who had visited the inn. Lex could not be sure how the book would rank achievements, but he knew that the term was too vague. A person scrounging up ingredients and cooking a meal could be considered an achievement based on his wealth or circumstances, while being elected president of a country was also an achievement. Clearly, one of those was more impressive than the other, but the point was evident. Achievements was too vague a term. Heck, even genocidal maniacs could consider their work as achievements. Moreover, the inn did not provide any detail or clarity on what the purpose of these anchors were. Lex could venture a few guesses, but there was a more practical way of finding out. Lex summoned the registry and a large, hardback book with beautiful gold illustrations on it appeared in front of Lex. It was thick, predictably, and the pages produced a satisfying and smooth creasing sound as Lex looked through them. Only taking a brief moment to appreciate the book, Lex quickly turned to the matter at hand and signed his name, Lex Williams. For a moment, nothing happened. He almost thought that the book wouldn't work on him for some reason, but then the name disappeared, and the book automatically flipped to a new page where Lex's name was written in the most beautiful calligraphy he had ever seen. In front of his name was a bold 1 foot. The moment Lex laid his eyes on the name, he felt a strange connection develop with the book, and then another, followed by 2 more. Since currently he was the top name, he qualified for all 4 of the anchors the book allowed. Yet even as he felt the anchors form, he did not completely understand what all of them did. The spatial anchor was evident. Lex developed a strange sense for the location of the book, as if he could find it even with his eyes closed. Based on that, he suspected that whoever had that anchor would always be able to find the book, even if they were not in the realm. Lex knew that the system would not allow for such a blatant security flaw, so he suspected that instead of letting those with the anchors locate the minor realm where the inn was hidden, it would allow them to travel directly to the inn without the use of a golden key. The spiritual anchor was strange. When Lex closed his eyes, he could envision the book, and that provided him with some sort of comfort. Yet that seemed to be it. He was sure there was more to it, but it would be up to him to figure out the details. The destiny anchor. Forget it. Lex couldn't feel anything. He had long known that matters relating to destiny were far outside his purview for the moment. The soul anchor, however, was extremely remarkable, so much so that Lex was tempted to never unveil the book at all, and keep its benefits to himself. Chapter 440. Anchors. Lex gulped as he eyed the book with intense greed. This was not the kind of greed that one could shrug off, and Lex had felt it only once before when he encountered the Bangle of Narn, a bangle which had an entire galaxy within, with all of its resources available to any who wore it. Back then, accepting the bangle would have put Lex at great risk, which caused him to hesitate in accepting it. Yet now, there weren't any risks. But the feeling did not last long, for the system, quite unprompted, provided him with a clear explanation of how the last anchor worked. Basically, anyone who had a soul anchor in this book could find a way to continue living, even if someone murdered their body. It was basically the same method that Harry used to survive his attack. Although his body had been destroyed beyond the point where it could allow him to live, causing his soul to scatter, bits of his soul were retained in his equipment. Using those bits, Harry had been allowed to live on, until Lex could provide him with medicine to heal and regrow his soul properly. The only difference was, with the anchor, even if the body was completely destroyed, it would allow the person to fully retain their consciousness for as long as the anchor lasted. He wasn't sure what could be done in that situation to keep oneself from dying, but it was better than nothing. It could give them time to come up with a plan, or allow them to share their last wishes or information about how they died. Honestly, no matter how many guests it would attract, Lex saw no reason why he would put this book in public instead of using it for himself. Well, that is until he saw the latest notification. New notification. In the event of the innkeeper's death, the inn and all its services will cease to work, including the guest registry. The guest registry will, therefore, be unable to revive the innkeeper. A bucket of cold water doused all of Lex's heated emotions, but it was to be expected. From day one, the system had done its best to make sure it would not help Lex directly as much as possible. While it was less successful now in doing that due to the variety of services the inn offered, it still tried to do the same. Lex was so disappointed, in fact, that he directly teleported the book to the Midnight Manor and told Mary to have it put out in front. He did not even open up a special place for it, nor did he advertise its effects. He knew he should do that as it would only benefit him, but he was slightly bitter. Once the depression of having a get out of death free card taken away from him dwindled, Lex would properly do something about the registry. Until then, he had other things to do. The next reward was the wish. The system was automatically absorbing all divinity that belonged to the so-called butter knife god, and using it to power the wish. Once it reached 100%, Lex could literally make a wish and it would come true. He did not know what limitations the wish had, but that was impressive no matter what. He could already think of a few different things he would want to wish for. Well, more than a few. It was a good thing he had plenty of time to narrow down what to use it for. Now that he was finally done reading the notifications and rewards, it was time to see if he could use any of them. The guest registry was automatically excluded, and the magnet had been teleported to the fridge in his apartment, despite his wish to bury it somewhere. The lockdown token was of no use to Lex at the moment, so that only left the other 2 tokens behind. Lex already knew what he was going to do with the 0.5-star increase token. He was going to do a full event based around it, so that only left the service upgrade token. He could potentially leave it alone until he encountered a situation where he really needed it, but to do that, he would first have to evaluate whether or not he could massively benefit from it right now. The token could upgrade any service which had been provided directly by the system, and there were quite a few of them. If Lex were to list them, the list was long, but it included basic and advanced accommodations, various rooms, etc., beyond the grave, Boulder Shrine, Chamber of Secrets, the Fishing Well, the Greenhouse, the Guest Registry, the Guild Room, the Hot Tub Room, the Inheritance Lounge, the Meditation Room, the Midnight News Building, the Murder Ground, the Mystery Trial, the Organic Reconstruction Room, the Pro Bono Wing, the Recovery Pod, the Recovery Room, the Rumor Room, the Training Room and the Wine Cellar, among others. If the security room counted as a service, Lex would have picked it in a heartbeat, but like many other things it counted only as a feature of the inn, not a service, so it was not upgradable. That left him with a few various options. Meditation Room was a no-brainer, for it would help in cultivation. One of the recovery services would also be a good upgrade option, as that was always a popular feature of the inn. Boulder Shrine was a good option for Lex could directly benefit if the divine essence improved. To be honest, quite a few of the services had great possibilities with an upgrade. But at the same time, there was one specific one which could not receive an upgrade normally, the Mystery Trial. Although Lex himself never got around to trying it out, the Mystery Trial was one of the most popular attractions at the inn. But regardless of how popular it was, Lex could not create multiple, nor could he upgrade it as it came as a reward from the system. Technically, there were a few other services that could not be upgraded through normal means, such as Beyond the Grave, which would benefit from this token immensely. Yet for some reason, Lex felt greatly attracted to the idea of upgrading the Mystery Trial. It was a gamble, but his instincts had not led him astray so far. Without giving himself the opportunity to come to his senses, Lex used the token on the trial. Chapter 441. Upcoming festivities. There was no flashy display and nothing special happened. Lex simply got a notification saying that the Mystery Trial would shut down as soon as the guest currently using it would exit, and the upgrade would take a short while. Lex shrugged and turned his attention to the next token, the 0.5-star increase token. This fella here would be his main attraction to a festival Lex was planning. He checked his MP and saw that he had a little over 20 billion of it, so he could begin his planning. He opened up the event panel and began creating the event. Basically, Lex was planning a big party and interesting events for a long duration of time. Although his intentions were to genuinely create this event and hope that it would be successful, that was not his main goal. Lex had decided that until his own workers became strong enough to guard the inn, he would perpetually have events happening at the inn so he could hire external security. After all, he couldn't hire security without creating an event first. Moreover, it wasn't as if this event was destined to not be interesting. Lex's original intention was to host an event based around the fishing well, and have a long competition where guests tried to fish from various worlds, and even the Crystal Realm. Now he had even more options. The star rank upgrade would only be one of the events of the festival, though Lex intended to focus most of his marketing on the aid that event would give to cultivation. Moreover, there was one more thing happening at the inn he learned from his notification: many small realms were fusing with the inn's realm. The progress had reached 96%, so it would be completed soon. Lex looked into it and learned that the fusion would not expand the size of the original realm, but instead create a series of entrances dotted throughout the realm from which those other minor realms could be accessed. As for what was in them, that remained to be seen. Yet Lex planned to integrate those realms into his festival somehow. He also had a giant spaceship now. He could definitely find use for that. Furthermore, even if Lex ran out of all other activities and ideas, he'd make the festival about card games, whether it was stuff like poker or Pook Monster. Since his real purpose was the security the event provided, he could be as wild with his ideas as he wanted. He straight out spent 1 billion megapixel on the event, and made it 3 months long, starting 1 week later. Half the allocated budget was for security, while he would use the remaining half to plan the other festivities. He planned on using the star upgrade token in 2 weeks, so he'd get plenty of time to advertise for that as well. Logically, he should have waited even longer to use it to further capitalize on any guests he could attract using the boost in cultivation, but he himself did not want to wait too long before his breakthrough, and he wanted to use the opportunity provided by the star level increase to do so. The moment he started working on the event, ideas started flowing to him. He investigated the spaceship and its capabilities so that he could know what he could do with it. Unfortunately, while he had the ship, its power source had been converted into MP. If Lex wanted to use it, he would have to power it with MP. Furthermore, that was only a solution inside the inn. If he took it out, he would need a power source. In fact, while it looked like the ship was currently flying, it was in fact being kept in the air using the inn's powers. Lex would need to spend 1 million megapixel a month just to have the ship fly and have its basic functions operating. But other than mindlessly swallowing Lex's MP, the ship did many interesting things as well. It had remarkable medical facilities, though using them would be far from simple. Unlike the inn's services, which could cater to any species, these needed to be operated manually and supplied with the appropriate supplies. Moreover, how successful a treatment would depend on the doctor's knowledge and skill of these equipment. In summary, they seemed to be able to cater to cultivators far stronger than the one the inn's services could heal, but they required proper care instead of letting the system do the work blindly. Other than that, the ship had phenomenal life support functions, completely self-sufficient farms and gardens, immensely powerful weapons, the ability to travel in space, wait. Lex's eyes gleamed. Weapons. He couldn't believe it. Since the ship was an item that had been processed through the system, it was providing Lex with an accurate list of all the ship's functions, and there were definitely weapons in it. The strength and capacity of those weapons was to be determined, and like the medical equipment, would require trained personnel to use them. But it was still better than nothing. Various ideas ran through Lex's head. Using the weapons also required proper ammunition, so it wasn't as if they could be used immediately, but this would serve him well. He made a mental note to find the new spirit that had become a resident of the inn and ask him in detail about the ship, using his Leo identity, of course. But he could not be distracted by random thoughts, he was focusing on the festival for now. Speaking of which, he thought of the perfect use of the ship during the festival. There was a sharp gleam that ran through Lex's eyes as he compiled his plans for this upcoming event. He would not do anything half-heartedly anymore. Even if his intentions for this event were just security, he would make sure that this would be something to remember. Chapter 442, A Moment of Peace. Lex spent many hours planning out the upcoming event. As it turned out, holding a 3-month-long festival was harder than it seemed. Many of the ideas he had could easily fit into just the first month, so not only did he need to find ways to stretch them out, he had to think up more ideas as well. Still, he had thought up the basic structure of how things would proceed and made room to include any ideas that he had at the moment. Yet planning out everything was only the first part. He sent the preliminary schedule of events to Mary, and had her distribute it amongst the workers so that they should also know what to expect. Moreover, a monumental task was placed before the planning department. With them, Lex shared a more detailed version of the upcoming festivities and told them not only to design the decoration for the party village for the event, as well as the other areas which would be included in the festival, but had them do research on other popular festivals on the Henley portal. It could not be denied that he was heavily influenced by Earth's cultures and traditions in everything he did, and he did not blame himself for that. But it was now time to make an effort to step away, not only to be more inclusive of the norms of the origin realm, but to understand how he could cater to them better. By the time he was done, it was already late into the night, not that had any effect on the thriving nature of the inn. Whether the inn was lit up by the bright, artificial sun or illuminated under the soft yellow glow of the sea of sky lanterns, the guests were constantly on the go. Some were dining with friends, others were gambling at the Colosseum, while others still were using the inn's services in ways Lex never could have imagined. Children were waging an endless war against the bunnies at the daycare area. A crab man and a lonely desert farmer girl were falling in love by the lazy river. A patch of sentient grass and its older brother, a vine that extended under the entire inn, were spying on different guests, learning about the universe. In a giant, floating sphere of water that Lex had created above the Colosseum, a host of aquatic beasts were playing a game they called Blitz Sphere. It was basically underwater rugby. It was very soothing to watch, and Lex took a few moments to enjoy it. The inn had grown massive while he was in the Crystal Realm. He had been deprived of enjoying its subtle nuances, and only now that there was no impending chaos did he take a moment to take it all in. But, unfortunately, a moment was all he really had. He was a busy man, and the inn wouldn't run itself. Well, actually it would, but Lex still had work to do. "Tell me about the giant that wants to meet me," Lex said to Mary. "You didn't explain what happened." "Not much really happened, per se. When the creature appeared at the inn it was a fumbling mess. It couldn't even stand straight, and actually fell onto the spaceship before tumbling off." Gawain responded timely, preventing it from accidentally squishing some guests. "Afterwards, I can only describe what it did as hyperventilating, but fortunately, Gawain calmed it down. Afterwards it began asking Gawain a bunch of questions, mostly because it did not understand most things. It did not know what the universe was, so when the inn was introduced as a hotel for the universe, it was confused. So when Gawain started explaining to it what planets, star systems and galaxies were, it immediately asked if it was possible to meet the owner or creator of the inn. It was very adamant, so far as declaring eternal servitude if the owner could grant him a wish. "I'm not sure what this wish is or what it wants, but a massive creature like that is hard to ignore. If he becomes an employee he could be very useful, at least I think so. But it really depends on what it wants. Based on how it's been behaving, it seems like the creature is just beginning to learn how to use its body. If I had to guess, I would say it's a newborn, and if that's the case, it'll be even easier for it to get adjusted to the inn." Lex nodded and scanned the creature, only to receive a surprise. Name: Error age, error sex, error cultivation details, error species, error midnight in prestige level. One remarks, "This guest looks like he's really hard-headed." After a very, very long time, Lex encountered another guest with various errors showing up when it scanned them. Lex's leading suspicion was that people who had errors were actually system wielders. If that was true, then this would be an amazing opportunity for Lex to ascertain the truth about it, if Mary's guess about it being a newborn were true. He hadn't forgotten that system wielders could steal each other's systems to strengthen their own, the way he had done. If that was the case, this could also be a trap. But inside the inn, Lex feared no traps, so to him, this was an important opportunity to learn the truth. If he could prove the error message was the sign of a system user, he would have finally discovered a way to discover system users. After making sure to calm down his thoughts, Lex teleported over. His confidence did not make him overlook the fact that when Mary told him that only a system was another system's weakness, it worked both for him and against him. He was fully cognizant of the fact that anything could happen when facing a system wielder, so he entered his overdrive state before teleporting over. While it looked like Lex was going for a simple meeting, he was going over with a mindset ready for war. Chapter 443, Emotions. The ever-constant breeze was blowing gently over and around the rocky creature. The meadow where the creature sat in meditation was far away from the populated areas of the inn, and so was devoid of the hustle and bustle of the populace. Instead, only the sounds of nature accompanied it. Though the creature did not technically have ears, it could hear any sound that touched its rocky body. So it was not an exaggeration to say that it listened with its entire body: the sound of the rustling grass, the whisper of the wind, the flapping of birds, wings, and the cooing of the many doves that sat all over its rocky body. The creature did not have skin, yet it was very sensitive to the cool clouds that swam past its body. It did not have a nose, yet it could smell nature around in ways that it did not realize. There were other senses the creature had not had in its previous life, yet he felt them now. He felt the peace around him, felt the beauty awash him, felt life itself giving him a new chance that it had never even imagined. Yet for all the fortunes it had, how could it get over, in a single moment, all the lingering attachments of his previous life? With its eyes closed, it could remember clearly the summer days it spent in its previous life that were nowhere near as comfortable as the meadow it now inhabited. Yet it would trade this comfort in a single beat of a heart it no longer had, for the company it had kept in those days had been lost to it forever. In this field it had seen flowers of immeasurable beauty, Yet the creature only recalled a spring it had once spent in a dirty village, pretending to be a commoner alongside the princess who he was sworn to protect. Even beaten and battered by the ordeals of life, with dirt on her face and sweat on her brow, she was more beautiful than any visage the universe could offer. What was the point of a second chance, when he was still attached to his failures in the first one? How could he satisfy the demands of the system that gave him new life, when the pain of defeat filled every fiber of his being? Again and again, its last moments in its previous life played in its mind. The nation was at war, the enemy was close at hand, they had prepared for battle, but everything went wrong too suddenly. Lu Bu had appeared to kill the princess within the safety of her own home, the guards were all dead, chaos had erupted. The creature remembered holding off the enemies to allow the princess a chance to escape, yet a blade had run through his heart, piercing him from the back. What had happened? Who had betrayed him? What became of the princess? For all the strength and might this new body contained, the creature suffered only through an anguished lament that it could not shed tears so that it may express some of its pain. I was told you wanted to meet with me. I hope this isn't a bad time. A voice cut through the silence of the night, and with a jolt, woke the creature from its desperate thoughts. When the creature opened its eyes, it saw a man in the air in front of its face, as if he was standing in the clouds. His voice had not startled the creature despite its suddenness, but rather, woken it up from its depression and washed it clean of the negative emotions that had a hold on it. Seeing that the creature was not responding, Lex continued, "Oh, I suppose I forgot to introduce myself. I am the innkeeper, the owner of this humble establishment. I hope you have been finding your stay at the inn to your liking." The creature shook its head forlornly and said, "I cannot enjoy much of anything right now." "Oh, is something wrong?" The creature did not reply immediately and only looked at the innkeeper, a mental struggle going on in its head. It was not inexperienced or stupid. It knew that some things should be kept to itself. But it was desperate, and that desperation slowly overwhelmed the parts of its rational mind that told it to keep its secrets close to itself. "The universe. It really is too big," the creature finally said, letting out what Lex could only assume was a sigh and not what it seemed, a gale. "I do not understand it. Nor do I understand this form," it said, looking down at its rocky arms. "It is beyond me, and what I thought was possible. Yet I am alive and in need of answers. I was hoping that you, as someone who wields enormous strength and has created something so grand, could provide me with some answers." Lex looked into those earnest, rocky eyes. This was not what he was expecting. Even though the shape was different, in those eyes he saw a pain that was all too human. "I can only say that I will try my best to answer your questions. If your questions are sensitive, would you like to go somewhere more private before we have our discussion?" The creature nodded, and before it could get up to move, Lex teleported both of them to his office. During the midnight games, Lex added a feature to the inn that allowed creatures that were massive to shrink down in size automatically when they tried to enter buildings, so that they too could use all the inn's facilities. Otherwise, if Lex had to recreate every facility for every sized being, it would end up being quite tedious. The rock creature was also surprised by the sudden change in location and its size, but it quickly adapted. It seemed to grow even more assured in the innkeeper's power. "This is my second life," the creature began, getting right into the thick of things. Chapter 444, Reincarnation. The entire inn seemed to notice that the giant mountain creature had spontaneously disappeared. The disappearance itself had quite a mixed reaction, for some guests were relieved while others were disappointed. They were either afraid the creature would go on a rampage, or wanted the opportunity to take a picture in front of it. Most, though, didn't care one way or another what happened to it, as they thought it was quite normal to see unusual beings at the inn. Only a short while ago there had been a dragon living at the inn. But the creature in question itself did not care what people thought about its disappearance, nor did Lex, the person responsible for teleporting it away. The creature, instead, was solely focused on his story, while Lex had his entire focus on not losing his cool. The host attire was once again showing its worth by preventing Lex from showing his real emotions on his face when he heard what the creature had to say. "This is my second life," the creature began. "In my first life, I was just a normal human, a soldier working for his country. I lived, I fought, I died in that country, without ever experiencing something so strange as the universe. But when I died, I don't remember what happened. All I knew was that one moment I was dying, the next moment I was waking up with my face buried in the ground. When I picked myself up, I had become this monster. Are you sure you didn't have any strange, unexplainable encounters in your previous life? Such as some kind of magic jewelry, or discovering an ancient treasure, or entering a strange domain. Maybe you had a dream that did not really feel like a dream. Lex was asking a question, not because he was familiar with reincarnation, he was not. It was something he had not considered too seriously, but now, with his knowledge, he knew that it was only a matter of preserving the soul. Well, there were probably a few extra steps involved that Lex didn't know, but basically he had seen enough to believe it. No, instead, the reason he asked was that he clearly remembered how significant the event of receiving a system was for himself. He had been literally assaulted by a shooting star, after all. He was searching for any similarities whatsoever to his own experience to determine if a system was involved. This was but one of the multiple strategies he had thought of. No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't remember. I was not superstitious in my past life, so even if I did have a strange dream, or encountered something unusual, I would have believed it to be a scam or trickery, and would not have paid it much mind. The creature paused to see if the innkeeper had any more questions, but he didn't, it continued. The only problem was, it didn't know how to say what it wanted. What? The thing? The creature became flustered, unable to form the question that he wanted. Do you want to ask how this happened? Lex asked gently. Or perhaps, is there something you want? No, I don't want anything. No, I mean, yes, I do want something, but that's not it. Was it even real? My past life, everything I remember, did it even happen? Can I go back, somehow? The last question was uttered using all of the creature's strength, for in its heart, metaphorically speaking, for it did not have a heart, the creature already suspected an answer. Lex contemplated his words carefully before he spoke. Do you have a name? He asked first, his voice calm but gentle. The question also woke the creature up from its stupor, reminding it that it had yet to introduce itself. Mingjia, I mean, in my last life, I was called Mingjia. Well, Mingjia, I'm sure everything seems very different to you right now. But as strange and fantastical as it is, some things will stay the same. Like I'm sure you know from your previous life, nothing happens without a reason. Crops will grow if you tend to them, and will die if you ignore them. Gems and precious stones can become valuable if polished, or become nothing more than a pretty rock in a child's collection if ignored. Light comes when the sun rises, and darkness falls as the sun sets. If you eat, you will satiate your hunger, and if you do not, you will starve. Some causes and effects are more complicated than the examples I have stated, but the principle remains the same. Believe it or not, even as vast as the universe is, reincarnation is not so simple a matter, especially with one's memories of the past. So, if this happened, then it was not an accident. It happened for some reason. Lex paused. He had been building up to his second probe about the system, but his own speech resulted in him having a realization about something completely unrelated. Everything has a reason, whether you understood it or not. Mingjia, however, mistook his pause as the innkeeper having completed what he wanted to say. Are you saying that I reincarnated? For some reason? To fulfill some grand purpose? Was it perhaps the will of God? Whether there is a purpose or not, only you can decide that. As for gods, I wouldn't put too much stock in them. No, what I meant was, since your question is about your reincarnation, to get an answer, we need to understand how it is you reincarnated. For like I said, it is no common ordeal. Only then can we begin to answer questions like if it's possible for you to go back to your world. Though one thing, unfortunately, is almost certain. Even if you find a way to return to your own world, you will not be able to return to your old life. After all, we cannot even say for certain how much time has passed since you died. Chapter 445. The Way of the Systems. Mingjia was not shocked by what he heard. After all, he had already had a long time to think about things before the innkeeper arrived. It was easy to assume that he reincarnated the moment he died, for it had felt that way to him. But with this matter, he was really out of his scope. While it was a possibility that not much time had passed, it was equally possible, and even more likely, that at least some time had elapsed between him dying and reincarnating. Unfortunately, the mere fact that there was a possibility that not much time had elapsed gave Mingjia hope, and that hope prevented him from moving on. The innkeeper said that the answer to his questions lay in finding the reason for his reincarnation, but to him it wasn't really a mystery. Although he did not understand where it came from, or even what its purpose was, his system literally called itself the reincarnated as a mountain system. This system, whatever it was, had directly resulted in his reincarnation. Moreover, it was giving him strange objectives, such as finding an optimal place to lay its foundation. Should he tell the innkeeper about it? If we figure out how it happened, even if I can't go back to the way things were, can I at least find a way to go back to that planet? Lex paused and thought carefully about what he should say. The conversation veered into domains that he knew little about. After all, how was he supposed to trace what planet Mingjia was from? Sure, given time, Lex would spread the inn's read far and wide. But how far was the planet that Mingjia was from? If he had to rely on chance, how long would it take? It is not so straightforward. After all, we do not even know what planet you are from or where it is. I'll be honest with you, going back will not be a simple thing. But, if my suspicions are correct, it's not the place that you long for, is it? Mingjia did not answer, but the answer was certain. I'll be direct with you, going back or finding the people you're searching for will not be easy. In fact, even if there is an opportunity, the only way you'll seize it is by becoming stronger, much stronger. Lex did not want to lie to Mingjia, but most likely, even if he ever found his previous planet again, it would take so long that whoever he was searching for would be dead. As far as Lex knew, once a person dies, their soul dissipates. But he'd seen enough of the universe to know that he shouldn't say anything with absolute certainty, because reality had a way of flipping it on your head. What if there really was an afterlife? Or what if there was a domain where all souls go to after people die? Heck, what if there was a heaven and hell system that collected souls from all over the universe? These were things that Lex couldn't possibly know, at least for the moment. But as time went by, and he grew stronger and his reach expanded, he was sure he would come in contact with them. So it wouldn't necessarily be a lie if Lex said that one day, he could provide Mingjia with the answers he wanted. But, and it may seem selfish to say this, what incentive did Lex have to help him? He could do it out of the goodness of his heart, for it wasn't costing Lex anything, but from the day Lex founded the inn, he knew that this wasn't something he could start doing. After all, why help Mingjia and not others? And if he started helping everyone he came across in need, Lex himself would become overwhelmed and become in need. Grow stronger, Mingjia asked in confusion. Of course he didn't understand. He'd never encountered cultivation. The only way he knew of growing stronger in his previous life was exercise, which would not nearly be enough. Yes, grow stronger, Lex affirmed. In the universe, there are ways of transcending the station of your birth, and becoming an overlord capable of swimming even in stars. It is known as cultivation, and it is a path open for the smallest of ants to the simplest of humans, though finding a suitable path may be harder for some than others. If you discover what caused your reincarnation, you could potentially also embark on the cultivation path. Lex paused and looked at Mingjia in the eyes as he absorbed the information he was providing. Of course, if you follow the path set for you through your reincarnation, it may lead you in a direction unfit for your goals. After all, what you want is the strength to look for your loved ones, but what the system wants may be something else. Lex observed Mingjia carefully as he spoke. This was yet another one of his probes. If Mingjia really was a system wielder, the mention of a system may alarm him and cause a reaction, or may even make him think systems were common knowledge and may openly admit to it. It was a vulnerability he possessed due to his lack of experience and knowledge of the universe. Yet if he was not a system wielder, Lex could easily explain that by system he was referring to the cycle that caused his reincarnation. After all, there was a very real possibility that this had nothing to do with a system. Lex still did not truly understand the depths of the universe, as had become evident by his recent failures. This was not the last probe that Lex had planned, but was definitely one of the more direct ones. Time seemed to slow down for him as he waited for a reaction. Mingjia did not disappoint. He had been looking down at his hands, lost in thought, but the mention of system caused face to snap up, locking eyes with the innkeeper. Chapter 446. Spreading news. While Lex and Mingjia were having a conversation in his office, news of the upcoming event had already begun to spread. How could it not, when Lex himself set all the gears in motion? He paid for the event, activated the marketing, informed the workers and distributed responsibilities. But while all the responsibilities and tasks should have gone to his workers, there was one exception that also received orders, albeit in a more roundabout manner than the workers themselves. In the cold, dark void of space, a massive vessel moved silently in a straight line. This was an unusually empty region of space. There were no star systems nearby, no asteroids or space rocks, nothing. In fact, this particular region of space was far from everything and near nothing. Even when commuting to regions of space beyond it, there was no reason for a ship to roam these parts without using hyperspeed. All common sense indicated that there was no reason for this ship to be here, yet it moved forward with purpose. It was a large vessel, and a keen observer would notice the signs of it being freshly minted. It wasn't just the smooth and clean exterior that had not seen hundreds of years of age that gave away the vessel's age, but also the distinct lack of disturbance it created in the surrounding spirit energy, as thin as it was. This wasn't really modern technology, just that as a ship aged it would become harder and harder to maintain it regardless of the resources one had. Some deterioration in performance was unavoidable. On the bridge, the commander of this ship wore an extremely grim expression, and though he had his arms folded behind his back in a seemingly casual manner, his fists had been clenched tight. Silently, and without warning, the ship crossed an invisible veil and disappeared from view to the rest of the universe. Within the veil, though, was a massive space station the size of a small moon. Hundreds of vessels had been parked wherever they found free terminals, and thousands more seemed to hover in space waiting for their turn. But the new vessel did not wait for a turn, and immediately went to a specific terminal that nobody else seemed to venture near. In the vacuum it was impossible for noise to travel, yet a buzz seemed to fill the area nonetheless as everyone's eyes turned to the ship and in hushed tones whispered, "Booty has returned." Yes, First Mate Booty of the Ironheart Pirates, who had been rumored to have left the pirating life behind to instead become a marketing agent, had voluntarily returned home. This was bound to create a buzz. After all, who didn't know that First Mate Booty was the captain's favorite? Yet the news of his betrayal had not had any reaction whatsoever. Now his return sprouted only new rumors. What was really going on? Booty cared for none of it. He only looked forward as he stood still on a Segway that seemed to lead him deep inside Heart Station. Eventually he arrived in a dark room where he stepped off and bowed towards the darkness, his suede jacket pressing firmly against his chest. "You have finally returned. Are you here to take my head?" "Never, Captain," Booty shouted, sweat pouring down his pale face. "Then why have you returned? I thought you left the pirating life behind. You were too good for it, anyway." "Captain, I brought news. There's finally hope for you to enter the immortal realm." A golden key appeared in Booty's hands as he began to explain about the upcoming festival and, more importantly, about the star rank increase. Due to his excellent performance in marketing previously, Lex made a special mention to his workers to give the job to Booty again. Little did he know that instead of spreading the news, he had returned to the real captain of the Ironheart Pirates. She sat in the darkness, hidden from view. Her identity had to remain a secret at all costs. As if being a pirate wasn't enough, if people were to learn who the captain was, there would be no sanctuary left where the Jotun Empire had influence. In another part of space, a devil appeared in front of Loretta, sharing the same news. A breakthrough in cultivation was too great an attraction to overlook. Elsewhere, Ragnar was reading an emergency report. For once, hesitation appeared in his eyes. If he had a breakthrough, he'd be in closed cultivation for months, if not years. Was this really the time? In a med center on the galactic battlefield, an injured Alexander received new orders. His efforts had paid off. The Empire would invest in him, and help him recultivate from scratch, and his new journey would begin at the inn. In the Crystal Realm, Roland returned to share the news with Aegis. No matter what his personal decision was, this was not something he should overlook. On Earth, the Oracle Vera Joel was desperate to find a way to return to the inn, but her jailers had finally caught on and regularly searched her and others to make sure they had no keys. But how could she explain that for her, it was not just about gaining an opportunity, but escaping a catastrophe? If only her visions were more regular. In the realm Garvitz, some devils had returned to provide a report. Warhail Heil Fednal, the devil solely responsible for creating the zombie demons, smiled. It was an opportunity for his children to grow. An agent of the Henley who had been stationed at the inn quickly retreated to deliver the news. Though, unlike the rest, this agent had no urgency. He worked for the overlords of the entire realm. Compared to them, how truly helpful could the inn's festival really be? Unbeknownst to Lex, who was going through revelations of his own, his festival that he only used for security was about to be far more successful than he could have imagined. Chapter 447. Payment. There was silence in the room as the two looked at one another. The innkeeper was as calm and stoic as ever, while Mingjia was having rapid mood swings. First there was alarm, for he thought he had revealed a secret he was meant to keep close to himself. Then there was panic, as he realized that even if the secret hadn't been revealed, his reaction might have tipped off the innkeeper. Then there was ambivalence, as the innkeeper was not showing any reaction at all whatsoever, which led Mingjia to wonder if he was overthinking things. A part of himself was also admonishing himself. He was not an inexperienced man, but his extreme emotions had made him vulnerable, otherwise he would not have made such a basic mistake. But what he needed to decide now was how to react. The innkeeper did not seem at all perturbed by the knowledge that he had a system, so maybe it wasn't a big deal at all. He spent a few more moments to collect himself and then recalled what it was the innkeeper had even said. Finally, filled with hesitation, Mingjia asked, "What do you mean by a system, wanting something else?" The focus was back on Lex, and so was the pressure. While initially he was probing, and had the discretion to lead the conversation in a different direction should Mingjia not respond to his system about comments, he was the one being questioned now. He had been reassured, for Mingjia's reaction was a strong indicator that he was a system wielder. He had not admitted it outright. If Lex chose to imply that by system he meant the cycle of reincarnation, he would lose out on the possibility of exposing Mingjia. But if he continued and explained about systems as he knew them, but Mingjia did not have a system, it would make the innkeeper look like he didn't know what he was talking about. It was a delicate situation, but Lex was not too perturbed. The reason was simple. He would only need to care what his perception was if they were conversing as equals, which they were not. Mingjia was an uninformed, lost soul while the innkeeper was a mysterious and powerful entity. Even if the conversation went in a direction that might make the innkeeper look imperceptive, he could spin the conversation by saying Mingjia was too low level to understand what he meant. Systems are interesting entities. They wield enormous power, and even provide unimaginable assistance to their wielders. But, and this is the important part, to gain that assistance, you have to play by the system's rules. You have to follow the direction they set, and march according to their beat if you want their rewards. If you want to retain control, or even your identity, you have to be very careful about how you play along. Lex paused to see if Mingjia had anything to say, but the mountain man was silently absorbing all that Lex had said, so he continued. Of course, having a system is not in of itself a bad thing. Like I said, as long as they are used carefully, they can provide you with immense shortcuts, and that can be the key to your growth. If you want to cultivate without it, you will have to search for a cultivation method for your new species first. It shouldn't be too hard, I'm sure it exists, and you could even use the inn services to look for one. But how much you'd have to spend to successfully find one, and moreover find one that is actually stable and even suits you, is a question you'd have to discover the answer for on your own. Lex was extremely tempted to directly ask, or at least hint at his curiosity at what Mingjia's system was. But he had to remind himself that he had to maintain an aloof image. Systems were beneath him. The innkeeper had no need for systems. That was the image he had to maintain. Mingjia ran through all the various options in his head. Without the system he might not be able to get a suitable cultivation technique, whereas with the system he could cultivate but would have to act according to the system's requirements. After a while, Mingjia asked, "Is there a way for me to turn back into a human?" Lex was genuinely stumped by the question. Was changing species even possible? Well, actually, Mingjia had accomplished it somehow, so surely it was. That is not so simple. But, like I told you before, once you grow stronger and your cultivation reaches a high enough level, you'll be able to do things you can't even imagine right now. What if I give up my system? Will that change me back? Pure excitement ran through Lex's mind as he finally got the confirmation he was looking for, but his expression was still the same. Do you have reason to believe that your system is what's keeping you in your current form? Yes, it's called the reincarnated as a mountain system. What if I get rid of it? What if I give it to you? Can I turn back into a human? Mingjia didn't know the worth of a system, but since it had immense power it was surely valuable. If he could give the system as payment for the innkeeper's help, that would make things incredibly convenient. Besides, since it would take growing stronger to get what he wanted, wasn't an easier solution to just ask someone who is already strong for help? And who better than this mysterious innkeeper to ask for help? He was ready to give up on all his shortcuts if that's what it took. Lex, on the other hand, did not respond immediately. The temptation to absorb another system was great, but he couldn't bring himself to kill an innocent man just to get it. If he was giving it of his own accord, however. Mary, can I take his system without killing him? Chapter 448. Secrets. Mary, can I take his system without killing him? Lex asked mentally as he observed Mingjia. If the system has not fused with his soul yet, it should technically be possible to extract it without killing him. But you would have to check his soul for that first. Before he continued, Lex used his connection to the inn delivered through the chair to scan the library of the inn. The first batch of techniques had been delivered by the Infinity Emporium, and Lex looked through them for any and all soul-related techniques. Though they were not many in quantity, it was only a relative number. He easily found quite a few he could use right now if he learned them, and even more that would become available to him once he reached the Golden Core realm. It was not a big deal if Lex had Mingjia wait a bit before answering him, but the more important question to answer was: assume we can extract the system. Will it turn him back into a human? It's not a question that I can easily answer. But based on the name of the system, it only helped him reincarnate as a mountain, and is not keeping him in that state. Based on that logic, even if the system is removed, he should stay in his current form. That's what I feared. Lex reached the same conclusion on his own, but he wanted to ask Mary anyway in case she knew something more about systems. Although he had gotten an answer, Lex did not rush to reply to Mingjia. He was considering the possibility of another option. The result of his previous risk with the Henley had made him reluctant to take risky actions. Yet at the same time, only by taking risks could he get maximum rewards. Mary, if I make him my employee, can I make his system a subsidiary of mine? Moreover, will he be able to find out that I have a system? Him becoming an employee will have no effect on his system whatsoever. But there is a chance that his system will have a reaction to your system, the way yours shows error messages apparently for other system users. It all depends on the rating of his system. The closer the system's rank to yours, the more likely it is to have a reaction. In fact, even if it's not close, because the Midnight Inn is not running at 100% functionality, and seems to be broken or damaged, chances are that his system will pick up on yours. If your system were running at full capacity, because of its high rating, most systems of lower ranks wouldn't be able to detect it at all. That was both disappointing and alarming. It was disappointing because Lex really wanted to upgrade his system further somehow, but he didn't want to get into the business of killing innocent people. It was alarming because John was a system user and had been at the inn for a long time. He didn't know if it was such a good idea to continue having him work here if it could endanger Lex's own secrets. But first he had to deal with the matter at hand. A few moments had passed since Mingjia asked the question, and he was waiting anxiously for a reply. Most likely, Lex finally began to reply slowly, even if the system is removed, you will stay as you are. That is because the system was only responsible for reincarnating you like this, not keeping you this way. Mingjia was disappointed because it seemed like the only possible option for him would be to follow along with his system. Going along with your system does not have to be a bad thing, Lex said, changing the conversation. Since he couldn't get the system, he had to make sure to build a relationship so he could keep a tab on Mingjia. You just have to be careful how you interpret the direction it's taking you in. They can be more flexible than they seem. I will only give you 2 pieces of advice. First, do not be impatient. I don't doubt that you're in a hurry to grow stronger to achieve your goals, but cultivation is not a path that can be tread lightly. A single mistake can cost you immensely. Second, do not share the knowledge of your system with anyone. They are not as common as you may think, and not everyone will be as disinterested as I. Thank you, I will keep your advice and your guidance in mind, replied Mingjia as he stood up. Even he understood that their conversation was at an end. What he needed to do now, before making any decisions, was take some time and calm down. He needed his emotions to stabilize so that he wouldn't make any rash decisions. Lex teleported him out to a secluded spot, though he was still visible from far and wide. Lex had to absorb all the new information he just received and decide how he would use it in the future. But first, he sat and mused over the recent realization he had. While explaining things to Mingjia, in particular when he was mentioning that everything happens for a reason, even if you may not be able to understand the reasons, a random thought occurred to Lex. What if him getting the system was not as random as it appeared? Well, the truth was, Lex didn't actually believe for even a second that the system which could cause teleportations across the universe would stall and accidentally fall to him. But this time his thoughts went further. What if the secret his family was keeping was the reason the system had fallen, or perhaps even chosen him? This was wild speculation, for he didn't expect his family to have too large of a secret. He imagined something more along the lines of him not being their actual child and his parents being forced to adopt him for various reasons or something like that. But what if it wasn't? He knew it was pointless asking Mary, for she would only say he didn't have the authority to know. But he began to wonder nonetheless. Chapter 449, Manipulating the System. Lex sat in his office ruminating over the system's intentions. He had not lied when he told Mingjia that he had to be careful about following the system's direction, for the system would endlessly push him towards its own goals, but Lex had experienced firsthand how getting in over his head had caused him problems. Other than that, he also thought about the problem regarding his family. He was more than inclined to just ignore them, but just because he ignored them did not mean any problems they could cause would ignore him. Yet at the same time he was not in the mood to go face them, or investigate himself. He also didn't want to use his resources at the inn to investigate, because he did not know if the system had any relation to them. It was a headache all around. Come to think of it, it had been many months since he last saw, or even spoke to his family. He was sure that they would have noticed his absence by now, and would have picked up his anomalous behavior as of late. Going back now might lead to a confrontation, which was a separate issue. In the end, he sighed. This was not an issue he would solve any time soon. He also didn't want to discuss it with Mary. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but he felt talking to her about any suspicions he had regarding the system would be redundant. He'd heard the answer she'd given enough times to know how that would end. Instead, he turned his attention to the next issue on the list. It was one that had plagued the inn for a long time, but one he didn't get around to solving, not only because he was extremely busy, but because there wasn't a clear solution to it either. Mary, I'm sure you already know this, but people have been using the inn's teleportation ability to cause a lot of harm. How can we fix this? Gaining control over the teleportation function of the system requires a higher authority, she said, with a hint of desperation in her voice. We can't wait for a higher authority, Lex said as he perused the system interface. Criminals and terrorists are using the teleportation feature in sensitive areas, using the inn as a hideout, and then teleporting back at the most inopportune moments to cause chaos. If this kind of behavior is allowed to continue, it will not only ruin the inn's reputation, but earn us a lot of unnecessary enemies. More than Mary's reply, Lex waited in anticipation for a system notification. He had long noticed how the system had a tendency to react to his conversations as long as they had anything to do with the inn, but this was the first time he was actively trying to use it for his direct benefit. The system, fortunately, stayed true to its previously set pattern. New quest. The host's attention to detail has spotted problematic behavior with some guests. Devise a holistic solution to the given problem. Rewards. Temporary authority to adjust teleporting permission. Fruit knife upgrade material. Remarks. Some people, with great attention to detail, would also notice themselves having horrendous hairstyles. Rather than stressing about how, think of possible solutions first. What if the system checks if the location of teleportation is public property, or belongs to the guest teleporting? If they're teleporting to the inn from a private place, like someone else's home, or say a secure facility, when they get sent back they're teleported to the nearest public space. There are too many ways that could go wrong. There are countless planets with toxic environments, and I'm sure many guests want to maintain their anonymity. What if changing their teleportation location sends them into a place with toxic fumes, or lands them in front of an enemy who is just crossing a random street? The probability is low, but it's also inevitable. Well, keep thinking of possible solutions. The only other thing I can think of at the moment is to prevent people from teleporting to the inn if their location is problematic somehow. But that in itself is hard to judge. After excusing Mary, Lex teleported away. The system's remark reminded him about Harry, so he decided to check up on him. In his private room, a pale-looking Harry was holding Haley's hand and softly talking to her. He had woken up a few days ago, and his soul had recovered completely, mostly due to the fact that the medicine used was meant for someone much stronger than him to begin with. The problem was his body. Although he had healed, his vitality was critically injured. It could not keep itself running for even a moment if he was taken out of the recovery pod. Fortunately, all was not bad, and Harry had an idea of how to remedy the situation. There was a soft knock on the door, attracting the couple's attention. They were not surprised, for countless visitors had paid short visits to check on Harry's health, from other workers to regular clients of Harry's. Haley opened the door and saw a rather handsome-looking man standing politely at the door. She did not recognize him as the innkeeper, for she had not seen him before, but she invited him in, nonetheless. "My apologies for my late arrival," the innkeeper said as he walked in the room. "I believe I also still owe you a wedding present." "Innkeeper." Harry was startled and tried to get up, but the innkeeper quickly dissuaded him. "Don't get up, you need to rest. I came to check up on your condition. I am very ashamed that you had to suffer such grievous wounds at the inn." No, it's not your fault, and you don't have anything to be ashamed of. If anything, I should be grateful. Nurse Jubilation informed me of how you personally had some medicine for me sent over." "It seems I did not send over enough medicine," the innkeeper mentioned as he observed Harry's weak physical condition. "Worry not, I will have something arranged. You'll be back to full health in no time." "No, innkeeper, you don't need to do that. In fact, I have been meaning to reach out to you myself. I want to build a serenity pond. It's something I learned about from the sorcery heritage you provided me with. With it, I'll be able to overcome my current situation on my own, and then I can even use it as a service I offer to guests. Say nothing of it, I'll send Luther over, and you need only inform him of what you need." "Thank you, innkeeper, I'll prepare the list immediately. Be sure to rest well and recover quickly. You have done a great service to the inn. Once you've completely healed, I'll deliver your wedding present to you. You can look forward to it." Lex left immediately after. He could tell that his presence was forcing Harry to be more energetic than he could afford, and he did not miss picking up on the faint disapproval Haley felt for him. She did not show it, and had only silently stood in the corner while they talked, but could Lex be unable to detect it? Even if it wasn't for his incredible senses, the host attire made him even more sensitive to anything that was happening at the inn. Well, he couldn't blame her. Not only had he missed their wedding, but Harry had nearly died protecting his inn. It was only natural to develop a negative opinion about him. That was not taking into consideration the fact that whoever liked their spouse's boss. He sent Luther a message to have him collect the list from Harry and help him wherever he could, before he scanned the inn for the next target he wanted to meet. While Mingjia had attracted a lot of attention, and may seem like the most noteworthy guest that had arrived during his previous coma, there was one more guest that required his attention, the new spirit. Not only did Lex want to greet this new permanent resident of the inn, he even needed his help to figure out how to control the spaceship. Speaking of which, he should probably hire a permanent crew for the ship who can specialize in how to use it. He looked up at the massive ship and wondered how many people it would take to run that thing. It was several hundred miles just in length, and covered almost the entire length of the inn with its shadow. Lex shook his head and hired a single new worker for now, the person who would captain the ship. "Cirque reporting for duty, sir," said a tall, pale man with dark hair who appeared next to Lex. "Cirque, you'll be captain of that ship up there," Lex said, pointing up in the sky. "Now come on, you'll need to learn how to use it." Chapter 450. Tuition fee beyond the grave was an extremely broken ability that the inn had gained, in Lex's opinion at least. While it did not completely revive a dying person, it allowed them to continue to exist, at least in some form, for a limited duration of time. When Lex first read about it, one of the fears he had was that once this became widely known, the inn would have more ghosts than actual guests. After all, people die every day, and if they discover a way to continue to live, even if it was for a short time, he expected many people would avail it. Yet his worries seemed unlikely, at least for the moment. This was due to the fact that the only guest who had used the ability so far had spent an enormous amount of money, a truly stupendous amount, and gotten 13,000 years. Most people, even if they were considered wealthy, probably could not match the wealth of this guest, so the amount of time they would stay would be relatively short. Still, this increased the pressure on Lex to yet again increase the size of the inn, and maybe create a specific zone that would attract his spirit residents, for he couldn't really force his guests to stay in a specific area. For that, first, he had to learn about spirits. Fortunately, the inn was now connected to the Henley portal, which had allowed him to conduct a search earlier on. The first thing that came to one's mind when someone said the term, spirit, was one of the three fundamental aspects of living beings. Spirit, when mentioned in the context of living beings in general, is what provides them with the ability to think and behave in certain ways. So then, what does it mean to exist as a spirit, or be from the spirit race? The answer was closer to Lex's original assumption of ghosts than he had originally realized. Spirits, or the spirit race, was a generic term used for beings which only had a soul and spirit, but no body. There were further specifications, for not all spirits were the same or had the same attributes. But as far as the Inn's ability was concerned, it referred to the most common kind of spirit. They had no real shape, and were most commonly perceived as being balls of translucent sentient energy. Various professions such as oracles, prophets, mystics and such often communicated with spirits for various tasks, for their ability to interact with energy without the energy changing form due to passing through a body gave them special insight and abilities. Generally, they could pass through any physical barriers, as they were nothing more than an accumulated clump of energy. They communicate telepathically, though they could still hear what other beings were saying due to the disturbance their voices caused in the ambient energy. They did not have the typical senses of touch, sight, hearing, etc., but rather a collection of their own senses based on energy fluctuations. Different spirits were formed of different energy types and usually stayed in areas dense with that specific kind of energy. Lex revised all this information in his mind as he scanned the inn for the new spirit, and found it in an extremely remote corner of the inn. In fact, let alone guests, there weren't even any birds or small animals in the area. Clearly he wanted to be alone, but Lex couldn't afford to wait, so he would have to intrude. He and Cirque teleported away, appearing at a patch of open area lacking most trees and bushes. It was just grass and some wild flowers, far from any road or path. A grayish translucent ball was hovering in the air just above the ground, not moving at all. Lex scanned the ball to see what he could learn about the guest. Name: Abror Kashingalilai. Click to expand. Jamil age: 0. Cultivation details: none. Species: spirit. Midnight in prestige level 1. Remarks: once a giant gray thing, now not a thing at all. Still gray, though. Lex was surprised, but not by much. He had been expecting Abror to show up at some point, and even suspected that he was the one who might have arrived. He just didn't expect that unusually sentimental guy to be so wealthy. I'm glad to see you could make it, said Lex. Although it's quite unfortunate that you were brought to such a state to begin with. I must do what is necessary for my race. My former race, Abror replied, his voice echoing in both Lex's and Cirque's mind. At least this way I can also watch over one of the few remaining members of my race as it grows. I can also teach it and give it guidance. Hopefully, I will complete my mission and rid us of our enemies before the young one has to face them. It might not seem like much to you, began Lex, remembering that Abror had originally been over 800,000 years old. But you have at least 13,000 years at the inn to use. Hopefully, you'll have enough time to complete your tasks by then. Indeed, I hope. I am also grateful to you, Innkeeper. Were it not for your guidance, I would not have even had this refuge. I hope you find the inn to your liking during your stay. We have many activities going on here all the time, so I'm sure you'll be entertained. I also plan on adding some features to better cater to spirits soon. When the time arrives, please give me an honest review. I have no doubt that they will be magnificent. I will try, replied Lex with a smile. I hate to bother you when you have just arrived, but I was wondering if I could get some of your assistance with a matter. Please, do not hesitate to pass orders. I have yet to fully repay you for your grace of extending my life. There's no need to talk of repayment, you have already paid sufficiently for your time here. Consider this as doing me a small favor. This here behind me is Cirque. I plan for him to be the captain of the ship you have given me. I would appreciate it if you could teach him as much as possible about the ship. Consider it done. I will oversee his education myself, and will assist him until he is completely proficient in every aspect of the ship. Excellent. If possible, teach him as much as possible about the basics as you can in a week. I'm planning on using the ship during an event, though don't worry too much as the ship's involvement will be minimal. At the same time, I'm sending you some MP as well. Since you're going to be living here, and there's a festival coming up, you'll need it. Lex sent Abror 200 million megapixels, for now. While it may seem like an absurd amount, it had to be remembered that Abror was basically teaching Cirque how to pilot a massive spaceship. Lex honestly expected it to be a few years before a crew was ready to properly pilot the thing, so this was only the beginning. Considering how useful the ship would be to Lex in the long run, this was barely acceptable as tuition money. Lex was about to continue the conversation, but something happened which caused Lex to apologize promptly and teleport away. Quark and the gray floating ball were left alone, quite suddenly, possibly looking at each other. It felt awkward, because Cirque didn't even know if the ball of energy was looking back at him. Moreover, so can the ship beam us up or something? I'm not sure how else to get up there. I can't really fly. Lex had teleported back to his apartment and quickly sat down with his legs crossed in the meditation room. His cultivation was causing him issues. This was the first time Lex experienced such a thing, mostly because of how stable Regal Embrace was. Every other cultivator had plenty of experience with these things, mostly because their cultivation techniques were never able to stabilize spirit energy to the same level as Regal Embrace. Still, even when he was experiencing problems, his problem was extremely unique. His body and foundation were too exquisite, naturally pushing his cultivation to the next level. Sure, Lex could break through right now and it would be a smooth breakthrough, but his instincts told him that breaking through when the star rating is being increased will benefit him greatly. So, while other cultivators struggled to maintain their cultivation and keep it from causing problems within their bodies, Lex had to struggle with his cultivation to keep it from naturally increasing. It was a lot harder than imagined, and left Lex physically and mentally exhausted. He had to wait 2 more weeks before he could break through, and something told him it would be a long wait.